Absolutely. We'll have to ask some of the guys to add some donation bells that add dogs barking or something.
Dog. So I guess we're going to find out if that applies to video games.
I guarantee somebody in there is doing it.
So far, I'd say it definitely does. So these guys, they'll be running for this 6 hours today and 6 hours tomorrow, and there's a £3,000 prize pool for them as well. So there's quite a lot riding on this as well. You know, obviously, we've already spoken about how these guys have a lot of experience in platforming and speedrunning and those sort of things, but it's really going to be fun to watch them try and learn this new game track.
Yeah, and as you said, cute, that dog, their name is Pablo. Look at this. Pablo is the name of the dog, which means humble or small, so it only gets cuter the more you delve into this.
Alright, well...
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much quicker Oshi got into the game. I think he did not read the storybook, which is, you know, he's missing out a lot there.
Yeah. What if there's key gameplay tips in there? It's a big risk he's taking, skipping the dialogue.
Like a robot in the back. That's just gonna come.
Yeah, they're just talking. You can hear the runners there talking about the fact that there's robots in the game and similar. And you're about to see here on IPK's screen as you know, we meet the robot for the first time, and he is not happy to meet our little pet friend.
The ground is shaking.
No, I don't really think of robots and dogs as good bedfellows. I don't know if any of you out there have like a Roomba, but I'm guessing if you do, and you have a dog, the dog has maybe not trusted the Roomba right away.
Absolutely, and it's good that we've flicked to Oshi here because he has made his way into the first section. He's just going through tutorial and story stuff, but he's starting to learn how the wall jumping works, how the different kind of platforms work, and what you actually need to do to progress through this game. It's just a short opening section and make sure the players know how to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard, right? You got your wall jump, you've got your little sprint. In this case, you've got the grappling hook, which is pretty self-explanatory, and you do have a little ground pound there, too. But you do be very precise about the jumping in particular. I definitely found, and maybe this is just because I'm not as good at platforming as our competitors here today, but a little tricky to land exactly where you want to sometimes, at least at first. You gotta get used to it. And speaking of, here comes the grappling hook. Oshi's got it, and they're gonna start using it, and this is what the whole game is gonna turn on. Believe it or not, a game called Grapple Dog, the grappling hook, kind of the most important part.
Yeah, and we see here little Curbs just almost looks like he's just messing around having fun with it when we joined him on the screen there, just swinging quite freely. So the key thing here is that you'll be able to quite visibly see what you can and can't hook against.
Okay.
And that's how we work towards getting the momentum. So I'm not sure why we've come up here, but this is teaching you how the grapple hook can be used in ways that aren't just for progressing through the level. It's not quite a linear just move through levels sort of thing. There is other things to go on here, so you get a nice good view there of little Curbs learning how this grapple works, and that's where a lot of this game's going to come into, is how they manage that momentum.
Yeah, obviously games like this, they have to have some way, usually at least, to tell you where you can use the grappling hook if you can't use it everywhere. In Portal, of course, you have the little walls that we all recognize as that's a portal wall. I'm allowed to put a portal there. Well, in this case, it's giant blue blocks, so it's very hard to miss. The game is not trying to make it difficult to figure out where things grapple, because you usually don't have a lot of time to react. It wants you to scan the level and kind of see where you can move easily, but it's still pretty challenging, for sure.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how these guys actually break apart the game, because I enjoy platformers. I'm a big fan, and I'm not anywhere near as skilled as these sort of guys, but I do try and run through as quick as possible. And when I was doing that, this game did feel like it was well designed from a speedrunning point of view. But I'll be interested to know from the developers, whilst we've got them in chat, whether the game was built with a speedrunning community in mind, or whether it was built for a fun platformer and then speedrunning will be fitted over the top, and then that gives more people to like find fun things to do with the game and push ahead.
Yeah, I suspect definitely at least some of it with speedrunning in mind. And this is something you and I have talked about before. Some of the other tournaments we've talked about this too. It's kind of funny, so much speedrunning happens with games where they were created when speedrunning basically didn't exist, and people kind of do it after the fact. I mean, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is, what, 30 years old now? I mean, people still speedrun that, for crying out loud. But, you know, with Celeste, with Eon Drive, with Grapple Dog here, and, you know, a dozen others I could name, clearly speedrunning existed when they were developed. So it's interesting to see what these games are like over the last 5 or 10 years, made with that understanding that that might be a part of your game's future, is people trying to speedrun it. And one thing that's really interesting, the wrinkle here, is that we've seen speedruns for games that have boss fights. Usually the players find a way to bend the game's space-time continuum to skip them, but this game, this might be boss fights designed with speedrunning in mind even, because you do have to complete an actual boss fight at the end of this to finish your run.
I think it's slowing down, but it like
Absolutely, and you know, it's good that you brought up those other games, because if you take Celeste, you've got the wall jump option that isn't taught to you until very late in the game, but it gives you new routes through the levels. So it's clear that when they designed the levels for that game, they thought, oh, people are going to try and break this. People are going to ruin my game, so let's make a way for them to do so in a creative way. And it'll be interesting, like you say, with boss fights especially, to see how this all kind of fits together into this particular game.
Yeah, if I had a boss fight and I expected people might speedrun my game, I would be very, very paranoid about their ways of avoiding the boss fight, in particular. I would never put it past gamers as a collective to not be able to find a way to skip lengthy parts of any game. Like, they just find, like water on concrete, they find every crack and crevice, right? But if the developer knows that, it's kind of like an arms race. Are they going to be able to find a way around the boss fight at the end of this? And heck, will they be able to find a way around it this weekend, right after the game's release even, is kind of a big question.
Yeah, especially when these guys, you know, a lot of them are from platform and they're not used to looking for their way around things that aren't just platform challenges. It's another thing that JJ might have an advantage over with his experience with Sunshine.
I mean, if somebody finds a strat here in the first 12 hours of running this game, they could just win by default. You know, I think that's a lot. It's a big ask. I think it's probably not going to happen. But if it does, it could just be an automatic win if you invent something or find an exploit in your first 12 hours this very weekend and just kind of run away with first place here.
Yeah, and it comes back to like what we were talking about earlier with the speedrunning community as a whole, with the researchers that often aren't there for the fame and glory. They haven't got their names high up on the leaderboards and similar, but it's those people that grind away finding those tricks for the people that can put it all together. You know, without those guys there, I don't know if any of these guys will find any of those sort of big skips. You know, they won't find any of the small cracks in the game's code that you can destroy a game with, like that recent Ocarina of Time glitch where you load a different cartridge and then you just spawn at the end of the game.
Yeah, we should talk a little bit about the more specific format here, which is that the timing starts for the run entering the very first level, and it's stopped when the results screen appears after the World 1 boss. And again, yes, I said boss, speedrunning a boss battle that they've never seen before. You can see Oshi here, look at this. This is kind of a Super Mario World overworld map vibes here a little bit.
You just see him having the time of his life, but again, we're in a race. There's no time for fun, Oshi. Get in there and race through World 1.
Yeah, this is a video game. It's not supposed to be fun.
Yeah, so once you grab...
the category is World 1, called Merry Mountains, and that is 5 stages before that boss fight. And this is Outset Mountain, I believe it's called. And I don't know what these are. Are these oranges?
Yeah, they're little oranges to collect as you go through. This little bounce pad here that you see little curbs going over at the moment, that will come very important later when you start seeing how enemies interact. And Little Curves is already finding little secrets there through that semi-solid backdrop that you can climb over. But the enemies and these orange bounce pads, they get very, very interesting as you go through this game.
Yeah, and I had this problem yesterday when I was playing this game, and any game like this with bounce pads, the thing about bounce pads is obviously you need them and you need to get good at them, but sometimes you don't want to land on them and you do, and that can really throw you off. We've run into a robot right there. I'm sure at some point the community's going to come up with a clever, cute name for those robots, something canonical, but right now they're just robots.
All right, we don't
need probably like Bobby Bots or something, but Lil Curves is learning here that you can't just progress through the platforming in the way that you normally would. With that first little sub-quest, he needs to go and find a carrot somewhere in this level. Otherwise, he can't get through that other route. And then this will start making questions as to, you know, how do you get the carrot faster as well as the general platforming and progression through the level. There's so much to it, especially when they're running it blind.
Look at that.
Yeah, you wouldn't think a fetch quest would be part of a speed run, but here we are.
I can't do
We are switching over to easy there, and he's just flying through. And you're right, look at this, non-linear, right? You got to go find the carrot, you got to bring it back to, I forget what animal it was. When they all look really cute, they all sort of start to look the same. Goats, dogs, cats, you know. But one of them wanted a carrot. Let's just assume it's a rabbit.
I was going to say, it's not a big assumption to make there. It is a rabbit for the record, but I was enjoying listening to you struggle to think of an animal that was enjoying a carrot in a game like this.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I got a lot to keep track of, man. I almost said monkey. I really almost did. I mean, they'd probably eat a carrot.
Some sort of thing I shouldn't touch?
Yeah, it could have been a horse. Who knows? They eat
You know what?
carrots.
That would have been the one. Yeah. After rabbit, I think horse is the next answer.
Perhaps if we collect enough of them.
But yeah, so guys, if you're seeing what you've seen so far, you know, it's just the opening of the game. You can type in !Grapple Dog into chat, and it will link you straight to the Steam store. It's dirt cheap. I don't know what it is in American Monopoly money, but it's like 15 quid over here, so easy to pick up. And, you know, if you think you're getting along well with the game, then there's a competition going on with a $3,000 prize pool that you can get yourself onto as well. So if you can get through World 1 fast enough, get on that prize pool, you could win yourself some money playing this game too.
Yeah, when I checked just an hour or two ago, this game had literally 0 negative reviews on Steam. So, pretty good start. If you like what you see, and I think you probably do, take it for a spin. Or should I say walk? Take it for a walk. This game really likes walks.
Gotta love those dogs. And I don't think you'll get a negative review on Steam with dogs being in the center of your game. I don't think anyone could safely say, oh, I don't like dogs, and I don't like swinging.
I don't like grapples. I mean, I think before you put a negative review up, if I were the dev, I would say just you want a picture of the main character just kind of looking at you with those puppy dog eyes and like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to give this a negative review? If you still want to, you can, but I don't think anyone's going to do that.
I think that'd be a waste of the dev's time, because I can't see this game getting many negative reviews. I played through a little bit of it. I came across no sort of notable bugs, which is something that always really bothers me when you're playing a game for the first time, is when something's not working due to various bugs. I was wrong. It's a goat. As we see on Hendrix's screen.
Oh my god.
It was a goat who wanted the carrot.
Wow. And I didn't even say goat, did I? I don't know if I said goat.
There we go.
I think I might have said cat, if you can believe that. I guess they figured rabbit, too obvious. It's a little on the nose.
1-5 and the bigger
Yeah,
X.
definitely. I would never have assumed goat, though.
Shall not pass.
So you mentioned negative reviews, right? And let's be honest, as gamers, like, the thing that tends to frustrate us the most is when we expect one thing and we get another. And that is one of the reasons I think this is like a safe bet, where this is very much a what you see is what you get kind of game. It is obvious what kind of game this is. It's obvious what they focused on with the polish and the retro love and all that. The music is great, the art style. You could look at a video of this, like you're watching right now, for I think 30 seconds, and you probably know if this is for you.
Absolutely, yeah. It's your typical sort of late 90s 2D platformer. There's not a lot to not love about that sort of genre. But it, like you say, you know, it's very clear. Is this game for me? Is not a question you will need to ask for a long time.
And we can see IPK here, obviously famous, accomplished speedrunner with a bunch of other games, and no surprise, he's already looking pretty comfortable. I say that, of course, as he hits a bunch of spikes, but very much in the experimentation mode, and when he's not hitting spikes, he's moving pretty quickly.
I did enjoy, this sounds really horrible actually as I start to say it, but I did enjoy watching the dog's pained face. It's very well animated, but now I feel bad for implying that I like seeing dogs in pain. That's not going to be a good one.
Well, I mean, it's like the old physical comedy thing. As long as the protagonist gets right back up, you don't have to feel bad about it, right? You know, Bugs Bunny or whatever can get hit by a train, but as long as he gets right back up, Wile E. Coyote rather, I should say, as long as they get right back up, it's funny rather than sad.
Yeah,
and actually, and not speaking of getting right back up, I don't know if you've noticed, when you quote unquote die, you go pretty much right back to the last platform you were on. It is very quick. There's no load times, nothing like that. You have to get hit quite a few times before you actually kind of have to restart any kind of level. It is very much designed to keep you in the game and keep you focused, because when you die like that, usually it's just a tiny little mistake. You want to do over immediately while it's still fresh in your mind, and this game is specifically built to let you do that.
Absolutely, it's something that we've seen becoming more more popular in recent platformers, where the cost of death is quite low because it gives more opportunity for you to let the players showcase their abilities. If you're not sending them back 2 minutes in time every time they die, then they've got more opportunities to, like I say, experiment, find out what you can and can't do, and actually just enjoy the game. Whereas, so if you take, for example, Celeste, single screen, if you mess it up, great. And what that means is that this game, although we'll only see World 1 for this race, as you progress through it, the challenges can be so much more precise, because the cost of failure is pretty low.
Yeah, well, that's one way in which a lot of these kind of retro homage platformers, they do not copy the classics in one regard, which is the death state, the failure state, the fact where you can pretty easily die and then lose a lot of progress and start all the way over, or just straight up get a game over. That is one thing that I think games have changed in pretty heavily, and mostly for the better.
I don't feel like I need to be over there.
Definitely for the better. I think, you know, like I've just said, the extra precision you can ask for the player without frustrating them is just such a useful thing to be doing. I mean,
Got it.
here you can see Easy Escape going around the same area over and over again. He's still just messing around. Whereas if he was playing, say, an older game, there'd be a time limit ticking down saying, if you don't move forward, you're not going to be playing. And taking that away and just letting the player explore is such a big deal. That was so cute coming out of the cannon.
Happy to be a part of this.
Yeah. I said Super Mario World vibes. How about Sonic vibes sometimes, the way he turns into a little ball?
Yeah, you're right. It is a perfect sphere as well that he turns into.
Yeah.
It's quite satisfying on the eyes.
So yeah, you're right. No timer, and very hard to like actually completely die. I mean, this is gonna sound shocking, I know, but this little cartoon dog named Pablo, this isn't actually a Souls-like, believe it or not. Like you actually get a lot of chances.
I'm so bored of every game trying to be Souls-like. Like, yes, a challenge is fun, but sometimes you just want to play a game.
Yeah. And we got all types, of course, and again, it's pretty obvious which type this is.
Appreciate that.
Well, so far, because like I said, I haven't got to the end game yet, but I can see some real good challenges coming with this grapple hook. The grapple hook itself is so fun to play with.
I mean, you say it right there as Lil Curbs gets hit by a robot that actually shoots rockets. So they're getting a little trickier, and I'm really interested in particular, because again, the runners are blind, we're pretty blind here too. Really interested to see what that boss fight is like, because after the first 5 stages, they need to go through an actual boss fight to complete their run. And no runners have completed any of their runs yet, as you can see. They have a lot of time here, it's no big deal, but these are not little 1 or 2 minute runs, or like we saw with that EN Drive tournament, sometimes 7 seconds once they were a little optimized. That's not an exaggeration, by the way. You can tell it's going to take a little while to get through at least the first few runs, and it's probably going to be, I don't know, at least another 10 or 15 minutes, if not longer, until we have even our first clear.
Ooh, jeez.
Absolutely. What do you think of their current technique? They all seem to be taking a similar idea of just playing through all of the levels so they can get a feel of everything, rather than just picking one level and grinding it to learn that level. Which would you take when you played this game, Track? Would you rather go through each level and then try and optimize later, or would you have just picked one to optimize now?
That's a really good question. I think I would start just grinding the one level, just because I like to have that kind of degree of comfort before I move forward. By the way, and that's how you move forward right there. You hit a big old bell. How satisfying is that? Jeez, and great sound effects too. Yeah, that's more my style, is to sort of master one thing and then move on. When I play an open world game, for example, I like to clear out an entire area and do all the quests in that area before moving on, stuff like that. But that's just a personal preference kind of thing. And obviously, these guys, not only do they know better how to speedrun in general, but they know better how they like to speedrun in particular. And we have Lil Curbs here up on the big screen, and you probably saw just a minute ago, kind of not really worrying about getting hit. Hitting the spikes a lot, but just wants to get the layout of these levels before actually trying to perfect them. So I gave my answer, but Lil Curbs obviously giving the other answer of the two you asked about.
Most definitely, yeah. And Little Curbs there, it's interesting you brought up that he was landing on spikes a lot. He's recently been trying to play some SM64, and some of the techniques around that game do actually require you to take damage to get through the levels faster. So it'll be interesting to see what this game has for damage boosting. Is there going to be advantages to hitting spikes in certain situations, or is it all going to be about the speed?
Yeah, for SM64, you're probably thinking of lava burns and things like that calculated. Yeah. Well, not just that. He might not be, an SM64 expert by trade, but he's a good speedrunner in general. And he did play a little crowd control SM64 in the NRG CLG Showdown back in November, too. So he's no stranger to it. Might not be one of the best in that game. Definitely one of the best in the best at SFM2. But as we've said before, the kind of things that make for a good speedrunner, it's really about persistence and mastery as a habit, and not really about a particular game. So if someone is good at speedrunning one game, usually it's up to them if they want to get good at another one. They're usually able to.
Yeah, and that is another big thing with speedrunning, is that barrier to entry. You have to put hours into some games to even get close to a decent time. Which is why that if you guys do want to get in on this tournament, not this particular one we're streaming at the moment, but the one that's running through all of February, you can go and get the game now and start grinding your times, and you can be put in for a $3,000 prize pool. Like I said, it's the end of February it closes, but if you want to go for it, type !comp. It's got all of the information you need about that run, or that competition, sorry, on that website. You pick up the game now, start grinding it, and you can be competing with these guys for their times and for the money as well.
Yeah, and if you're modest, if you're thinking, hey, I'm not really a speedrunner, I don't know if I can compete with these guys, well, you don't necessarily have to. This game is brand new, and when a game like this is brand new, sometimes it takes a little while for the advanced strats to come out, for people to find the exploits, for some of the big-name runners to get involved. You know, it's just a couple of weeks, and if you really try hard at this, and you're one of the early adopters, who knows? And it's not just, you know, first prize and nothing else if you finish below that. You know, if you kind of even make your way into, like, the top 10, you could earn yourself a little money, and hey, in the meantime, you're playing a pretty great game.
Interesting.
And that's exactly it, is that, you know, we're talking about the speedrunning side of it because that's what we're all here for, that's what we all love. But this game is good on its own. It doesn't need to be speedrun, it's just a cute little platformer. And you can absolutely enjoy it. I mean, you've got so many interesting mechanics, like these little cross boxes that we've got very handily showcased at the moment, where you have to go and explore the level looking for the switch to turn those boxes on. Sometimes it's not in the best place. Sometimes it will only lead to bonuses. But that's all of for these runners to learn. And there you go, you saw just how much momentum Little Curbs could get. This is where the speed comes in, as the grapple, as he tries to repeat it.
So when
you absolutely read my mind. Just as you were saying that, he just started to fling himself across there, and the fact that he already kind of has that level of comfort with the momentum shows me that he is starting to pick this game up pretty quick. Speedrunners tend to do that.
Yeah, they tend to find the little mechanics that make the game fun. So we have had a question in chat, actually, about whether this is a glitchless run or not. And I'll be honest, I don't think any glitches have been discovered. Right. The game is brand new. These guys are blind to it. They've never played it before. So if there are glitches that come up, I guess it's something we'll have to deal with at the time.
Yeah, I guess it would probably have to be pretty bad, because I think because it's brand new, I think we're just going to say, hey, good for you discovering a glitch during a live time attack for a game you've never played before. I mean, that would be that'd be pretty hype.
Part of the QA.
Right, yeah. Hey, there's one way to QA your game. Get speedrunners to try to break it. I can't think of a better way, because they are the best people in the world at breaking games.
And as you saw there, Oshi on the main screen at the moment there, as he swung, he hit that X so that he could create a platform for himself. But then when he went back to go through it again, he actually gained enough momentum from the grapple hook to not need to have hit the X. So he would have noticed that, logged it away in his head, and he'll think, when I'm coming through this level at full speed, that's an area I can knock off some seconds. I don't need to hit that platform, I can just zoom over the top of it.
Yeah, I mentioned Sonic vibes earlier, but there is one key distinction, which is that in Sonic, and this is one of the things we like about Sonic, of course, is that you can kind of just go, and the level will kind of let that work for you, because that's fun, to just go. In this one, it's like, the first time you go through, you need to be a little more cautious maybe and scout it out, but you're right. The second time, he thinks, okay, as long as I have enough speed coming into this area, I can get through it quicker. You couldn't possibly know that the first time, and you would never fling yourself forward without knowing what's ahead either, but once you know what's ahead, it kind of changes your perspective there. So there's even a little element of memory here.
Absolutely. Well, with all speedrunning, it all comes down to, how well you know the game, and that's what makes these blind runs so interesting, to me at least, is because without that prior game knowledge, this is all just watching the runners learn, develop, and you get to watch how they think about the game and how they work through it and stuff, and that's why I like these so much. So this next section here, this is where Little Curbs found out how much momentum he could make. So we'll see if Oshi plays with that at all, but he's not. He's still grinding along the top there.
Yeah, pretty good though. I would say he didn't look quite as quick as Curbs, but the movement is very precise otherwise. So, yeah, pretty impressive. And I know you're right. Obviously, if someone's grinding a game for weeks or months, the memory part fades into the background very quickly, right? They just obviously memorize all the things they're doing, and it becomes about execution and/or RNG. But here, this is something they have to learn on the fly. So I could definitely see memory being a bigger part, a bigger challenge to the speedrunning, because they are just learning it now. They don't have this in their bones because they've been grinding it every day for weeks and months.
Yeah, and there's like little techniques that, for example, Oshi just learned there that you can slide down walls if you want to. You don't have to wait for your character to just naturally fall. You can slide down yourself. So that is something that he can log away again in his brain, and he'll know that if another runner doesn't pick that up, if there's any sections where you have to slide down a wall, Oshi there's gained a couple of seconds.
Yeah, great point. And we just went past a couple of razor blades. So I've mentioned possible homages to Super Mario World and Sonic. How about Super Meat Boy while we're at it?
There's so many games that look like Super Meat Boy at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, I could definitely see the dev saying, "Well, hey, why don't I just throw in just a couple of little homages here? You know, it's still a different game, but why not throw in a razor blade? Because you know they've played it and certainly probably admire it." Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and it's lovely when it is just that little homage. It's just that little. We all know you played this game because we love it, and it did help us create this amazing game. But ours is so unique. I mean, does Super Meat Boy have a grappling hook and a dog? Because that is what makes this game the best platformer for me.
You can see Oshi there takes what I'm calling the full death. They don't just go back to the previous platform. If you keep hitting spikes, you don't just go back to the previous platform. Eventually, you do kind of fully die, and all those oranges scatter around like in The Godfather, all over the screen, or again like Sonic's rings.
Yeah, so the health is actually the dog paw in the top left. You can see JJ's lost 2 of his toes, which is a horrific thought when you think about the implications. You know, you step on a spike and you lose a toe. But as you can see, Oshi now 3 toes down, and he may be facing another reset death. And removing those from the runs is what's going to make a big difference.
3 toes down, I love it. I think we're seeing why the dog is so cute now. It's so that when we throw in razor blades and missing toes, it doesn't bother anyone too much. If the dog were not super cute, I think this would all be a lot more upsetting.
Or maybe it's just a technique to encourage players to save the dog, you know?
Yeah.
Do you want
dog
this
really?
cute animal to lose his toes? And if you're saying yes to that, then there's bigger problems here.
There's bigger problems than your speedrunning times. Ugh. Now, there's another death for Oshi. I mean, I'm just going to say it. I think like actual dogs, this game is both adorable and sporadically frustrating. I love my dog, but he could be a pain in the butt sometimes. And this game, in addition to being cute, can be tough.
Do you reckon if your dog had a grappling hook, he'd go on these epic adventures?
I think if my dog had a grappling hook, he would be my boss after a couple of days. He would run the household. I don't think I could stand up to him if he had a grappling hook. Please do not give my dog a grappling hook.
I was just thinking what the Twitch sub goal should be to get your dog a grappling hook.
Oh God. I don't know, one of those little sideways 8s? There we go. So you can see Oshi still getting pretty comfortable. There's so many little things here. So obviously you have the big blue blocks that you can hang on. You guys have probably all noticed those little weather balloons. Those are just like temporary kind of grapple hook targets that you can kind of fly off of. But I particularly like these kind of collect the X's to create the solid blocks that you're going to need later. Particularly the way, as you mentioned, that once you get a little more comfortable with momentum, once you add a little bit of speed, you don't necessarily need them in some places. So the platforms are not, it's not just linear. Not only do you double back, but depending on how you approach a section, you might not need every little kind of platform that is presented to you.
Yeah, I mean, we've missed the part where Easy was going through that himself now, but there is a point just before the section Easy's on where you create yourself a wall jumping section. However, if you had the momentum and used the grapple hook correctly, you could completely skip that section and just go straight across to the cannon with the grappling hook rather than having to go up and over. And little saves like that are going to make such a big difference in the overall game.
And by the way, Oshi here is in level 5. This is Cavern Crash, and this is the last one before the boss. So you can see 3 of the runners actually in Cavern Crash right now. So we are getting pretty darn close to that first boss fight and the first actual completion for several of our runners.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what times come out of those. It's going to definitely be a lot slower than what we'll be seeing towards the end of tomorrow, that's for sure.
I mean, yeah, they're coming up on half an hour already. Let's say another 5 or 6 minutes at least, depending on how difficult this is and how difficult the boss fight is. It would not surprise me if by the end of tomorrow we're looking at something closer to 15 or 20, but... You know, I'm being very cautious here because I know anytime you say a runner can't do something, it almost always happens.
Absolutely, and I just saw on Oshi's screen there, he picked up some health that he got from a robot, and it's a big doggy treat. It's so sweet. Just everything in this game is you know, it's tight, intense platforming with momentum-based grapple mechanics and awkward jumps and horrible spiky things. But then on the other side, it's a cute little dog with little doggy treats.
Yeah, you dodge a razor blade and pick up a milk bone within a few seconds. It's like the dissonance. I can't even handle it, man.
So someone in chat has just pointed out something rather interesting, or at least I find it rather interesting. So we saw at the very beginning when they're exploring the overworld, you could go and visit the boss's stage early, but you needed a certain amount of gems to actually get into the stage. All right, so there has been some pink gems dotted around playing the game.
Oh, what the
So someone in chat's highlighted that he's not sure, or they're not sure, that there's actually been enough gems collected for them to get into the boss. Now,
Yeah.
which gems you collect when we get to actual, zooming through this as quick as possible, which gems do you collect and which gems do you leave? This is something the runners are going to have to face into.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that feels particularly Celeste-like to me. And JJ, I see there with picks up 3, has 9 total now. You might be looking pretty smart with that Dark Horse thing you were talking about. I think JJ is kind of onto the critical path aspect of this boss fight.
Yeah, I'm Team JJ at the moment. I think the Sunshine community is too small, and more people should be running Super Mario Sunshine anyway. So JJ could win this and use his money that he wins from this to go and train some more Super Mario Sunshine runners. To be clear, I'm not endorsed by JJ. He's not going to do that when he wins the money. He's going to do something else with it, I'm sure, like pay rent or something super exciting and adult like that.
Well, if he has a dog, I say he spends it all on the dog.
Try joystick.
That is a great idea.
That's a great idea, yeah. Get him a little sweater or something. Do you have a dog, Avalon?
I don't, unfortunately. I used to have a beautiful golden Shar-Pei, but unfortunately she got stomach cancer and
Oh, I'm
had to
sorry.
be put down. It was a sad time.
A Shar-Pei, you say?
Yeah, golden. Beautiful dog it was.
Very cute. Yeah, it's a
And
lovely
what
breed.
breed is yours?
Half Labrador, half Pit Bull.
I died right.
And
Oh,
that
that's an
makes
interesting combo.
it is. Those are 2 of the loyalist breeds there are, which means this dog never leaves me alone. Not for a second. Not for a second, which is why he must not have a grappling hook. Do not give my dog a grappling hook.
Well, I mean, having a grappling hook is one thing, but the end of the level that IPK is currently making his way through, as you'll see, you swing from these blue fluting... I don't know what they are. They've got little fires on them, but the bell is in the air. So you have to get
We
it
just missed it.
perfect and
Look at
ring
him
the
shrug.
bell.
Look at him
And
throw
he-
his hands up in frustration.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to do this? He's thinking.
No, dude.
Weird that he's thinking that when we've seen him do much more precise things in super expert runs on
yeah.
Super Mario Maker, but
Yeah.
he's really struggling to hit this bell.
I think that's his point. That's what he's thinking, right? He's thinking, I know I can do this. Come on. But, like, you got to get used to the specifics of this movement right here. There he goes. He's
There
got
we
it that
go.
time. There it is. I got to be honest, kind of all that height and that sort of fall and start over thing. A little bit of a Bennett Foddy vibe there, too.
Get there.
Oh, God, that game.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
Sorry,
game
did I give
gives me
everyone
flashbacks,
PTSD
yeah.
flashbacks just now?
And
Yeah, I
there you
did.
go. He has
Yeah, I
come to
did.
the boss and realized he is being turned away. You only have 6 gems, which means that a debug testing in chat was 100% correct.
Wait, let's go to my
You
ship.
must,
Check out my
the runners
crew.
haven't got enough gems, and they must get them.
I mean, this is actually the either fun or frustrating, or I'm going to say fun-strating. It's both. The aspect of the blind run, right? Is you see the super talented runner zoom through the game, and then the game says, no, 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 no. I know how you guys like to do this. Go back and put in a little more work.
Yeah, but it's like I said though, they had the opportunity to go and explore the map, before they started. They could have learnt this information.
Well, that's
Yeah,
not
here
how
we
they.
are.
That's not how they do, is it?
But he has learned the information now, and it'll be interesting. Like I've said previously, it'll be interesting to see what gems should be picked up and what gems should be avoided.
Yeah, which ones are worth it? Which ones are the easy ones? I mean, they're going to get that all down in the weeks and months to come, certainly. But they don't have weeks and months. They have 12 hours, closer to 11 now, by the way. And they're just now learning, of course, that they need a lot more gems, and they're going to try to figure out which ones they need and where. And that's going to be a little bit of a grindy aspect to it at first, in particular. Yeah.
As much as I want.
Yeah, the Mexican runner there taking another carrot too. I think that's a different goat to the first one. Yeah, it is. It's a different goat to the first one to get that extra gem there as well. As he just taking a look around, seeing what's going on, trying
Multiple
to find his way
goats.
behind the goal.
There
which
we
is
go.
a good idea because a lot of games do hide things behind the goal.
Yes, yes. But we have confirmed multiple goats for this game in the blind run. We know there are at least 2 goats.
Oh, wow. As we switch to Hendrix, you see just how much momentum you can get if you use this grapple hook correctly.
I think
That was
a
a
really
very sudden switch.
Yeah, a really key aspect is going to be kind of getting the sense of the length of the grapple hook. you know, like, so you can see you're going to need to swing. If you want to keep your momentum, you're going to swing just so to stay above those razor blades. I can't believe I'm saying that in Grapple Dog, but the giant razor blades that could kill this cute little dog. And that's the kind of thing that is just going to take time. It's just going to take hours. It's just going to take days to kind of have a feel for how far to let that grapple hook out, how far to let that line out. I meant to mention earlier that I think you can use it to kill certain enemies too. The runners don't seem terribly interested in that. It's not really a speedrunning thing. Enemies are something to be avoided rather than killed almost always. But you can use the grapple as a weapon.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if there's any sort of tight sections that could be made a lot faster
Not sure what that
by
does.
runners using their grapple in that way. They're similar to, again, Aeon Drive, another tournament we ran blind. Runners found that sometimes it was faster to avoid enemies, and sometimes it was faster to actually fight them.
Bonus level again. So
we mentioned earlier, just kind of rushing towards the boss stage, then realizing you need more gems. I mean, this is both for good and bad a very gamer thing. Yeah, there's a tutorial, I know. Just let me play. I want to learn as I'm playing. I want to learn on the go, and so many games are kind of built to allow that anyway. The first stage here is sort of a tutorial stage, so I would expect nothing less from any gamer, a speedrunner in particular, to just say, let me get into it, and I'll learn the hard way as I go, especially this early when I have this many hours left.
Absolutely, and it's interesting to see actually Lil Curbs here learning about this bonus stage. So this is a 3-gem stage if you can do it correctly. There's 21 enemies in this room. Some are blue, so can be hit with grapple hooks. Some aren't, and they're immune. So when we start getting into the nitty-gritty of this, when we start really driving for those 30 gems, we can start looking at, is it faster to get those 3 gems from the bonus room, or to go and grind them out in the levels?
Yeah, and since the levels load pretty quick, it's going to be a question. Are there going to be some places where you're going to go, you know what, I just want to get 1 gem here? You know, I want to try to get all 3 here. Is it going to be about minimizing the number of levels you go into or how often you go into them? Or, you know, are we going to get a little quicker to kind of mix and match? These are things that we're all just going to have to discover as a community.
Yeah, you gotta go back to the start.
Yeah, and this level that Lil Curbs is on now as well is another bonus level, another 3 gems on the board if you can beat it. But this one is different. Instead of being enemies, obviously, it's about getting through and being fast. So this is where that precision platforming is really going to come in for these runners. Those guys who are used to this sort of stuff. Obviously, they're not used to grappling with dogs.
Okay, we're good.
Ooh, that was a nice recovery right there.
Yeah, that was a good
nut
recovery.
He was gonna die, and he thought, you know what? I have just enough room to wall kick and re-grapple. Very smart thinking from Curbs.
But yeah, so if he can, if he can get this one done quickly as well, maybe it would be faster to completely ignore the gems in the levels and just come and play through bonus levels to quickly increase your gem count.
This one's definitely really long.
I might be misjudging the timing, but it looks like Curbs, if this is a thing, don't quote me yet, we're still learning this, same as the runners and same as all you. I think he realized that if he's not going to make a platform and he's falling too fast, even just throwing the grapple out with nothing to connect to kind of slows the fall just enough that he can maybe make the jump.
See, I didn't notice that, but
I might be imagining
the case, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but it certainly looked like that because I thought he's not going to make this, and he threw a grapple out to nowhere in particular, and he made the jump, and I thought interesting. And this does not seem like one of those games, and this is very common in games, platformers in particular. They give you a little bit of wiggle room at the end of platforms. We've probably all seen those videos about how you can kind of run off a platform in a game like Celeste for a few pixels, right? And it's still a little forgiving, and sometimes if you are about to hit spikes but you don't quite, it gives you that little wiggle room, and it feels real good, and it's still pretty fair. I feel like this game is pretty precise, though, because there were a couple times where I thought, I didn't think I was going to hit those spikes, and I did. I think it might be pixel perfect in that regard. I'm not sure with the hitboxes.
I think you might be right on the hitboxes for the spikes, but they definitely have that little grace period with the edge of platforms. You can definitely jump slightly after falling off a platform, which it sounds like they're not creating their platforms correctly or the game isn't working correctly, but that microsecond, it deals with a lot of the issues that you get from like controller latency, monitor latency, as well as just general game feel. So it is kind of key to have. So it sounds like I'm complaining about that, and I'm not. I think it's fantastic. It absolutely needs it in.
Definitely gonna be.
Oh yeah. I mean, these games, let's be clear, they can be pixel perfect if they want to. That is almost always a deliberate game design choice to do that. And it makes most games feel a lot better. I think you're right, too. It was the spikes in particular that I was thinking of when I was playing it. I remember thinking, I think I'm going to get away with this because I played enough games that do have that kind of wiggle room around some of the enemies or some of the obstacles. And this one, no. If you're not sure you're going to hit the spikes, you're probably about to hit the spikes.
but they're not janky like Super Mario Maker spikes, where it feels like you shouldn't have hit them. I've never once felt like, when I've played this game, I've never felt like I've died and I shouldn't have.
Right. Yes, yes, and that's something we said about Eon Drive as well, is that it might feel harsh at first if you're used to a forgiving game, but it is fair when you actually understand that what you see is what you get, not just in terms of the game's theming and platforming, but also in terms of its obstacles.
Yeah, and that, you know what, again, going back to what we were talking about earlier, that might be something that comes with the cutesy display of this. But we talk about, you know, the speed side of this game, but those sort of things, that clear design choice, that clear communication to other players is also really important for the casual guys, because like we've talked about, this game does have a really cute little storyline. It had a nice book at the beginning that you could read if you know, were that way inclined, and it's a good game to actually just enjoy, even if you're not into this whole get through a game as quick as you can side of things.
Totally something here.
Yeah, I mean, so there is that one level that we mentioned, the kind of lava level, where you kind of do have to go quick. It's built more like a speedrunning thing, and unsurprisingly, we saw little curbs kind of fly through that, because I think that's more the speedrunner's speed. That's something that they're used to, that makes sense to them. But a lot of these other levels, you can see this. If you want to go fast, you can go fast, but you can take your time, double back. You don't have to rush through this game if you don't want to.
Yeah, even that particular level that you're referencing there with all of the lava and stuff, that was a bonus level. So, I mean, you know, if you were struggling with it, you could just not do it.
And there's little Curbs picking up another gem, getting pretty high up there. I think we are probably mere minutes away from an actual attempt at a boss fight on one of these screens.
Yeah, Little Curbs is learning how the game communicates with you and how, like, these extra layers exist. So the level in the background there, it's got the squares and similar, and then sometimes it's got overlaying squares that are semi-solid, you can walk behind them. And Little Curbs there, he recognized that, which is why he spent so much time there going through and getting behind that to see what it was, because the game's already communicated to him there's something there. And of course there was a gem, and he finished that level with all of the gems for it.
That's a good point. It's a good way to, I like the way you put it, you know, speaking to the game, communicating. I mean, every game is sort of its own little language, and you have to learn it. And it's a fitting analogy too, because speedrunners, in a sense, they already speak a lot of languages, so they notice the linguistic patterns, they know what to look for, even if it's a new game, and that's one of the reasons they can pick it up so quick, even if it's new to them.
Yeah, and you know, we've mentioned it before in this very stream, but this is new to all of them, completely blind. None of them have played this game before. The majority of the public haven't seen this game before. It's brand new. You can check it out on Steam for just 15 quid, which I think is $20. I don't really know American money.
Just about, yeah. And on Switch too, Nintendo Switch. Great choice for the Switch, obviously.
Definitely.
And
but yeah, so you know, the blind running of it is interesting because it's new, and you've just seen Easy Escape there. He's restarted the level or restarted the section. How often is that going to be used in the actual, when they start getting into the technical parts of it? We've talked about optional gems. They've got 6 from bonus stages, so can you skip away from levels midway through? If you rush through to unlock a bonus level, then just drop out of it.
We are definitely seeing some experimentation. That was the first restart I can remember seeing, and we're getting at the point, we're going to see way more and more of them as this goes on, obviously. And you can see him playing with the mechanics. He kind of tried to see, can I jump off this wall? He tried it 3 or 4 times, trying to get the feel of the distance. This is where they are really going to kind of apply their skills and start to learn about this game more and more as we go on.
Yeah, and if you guys are seeing stuff in this game that you think, I've learned something there, I've seen something these runners haven't noticed, then there is a separate competition going on with a $3,000 prize pool. If you type !comp, it'll give you all of the rules and stuff, but basically, if you can run through World 1 and get a good PB, submit it to that and see if you can win some money yourself.
And there are some very good accessibility options, some ease of difficulty options. I saw one, which I did not turn on or try yet, something about basically allowing infinite jumps in the air. So if you do just want to traverse the levels and have fun moving around, because in a lot of games like this, moving around, unrelated to the challenge of the thing, it can be pleasurable just to move through the levels. So if that's what you want to do, if you care a little about the story, if you want to see all the art and hear all the music, and you want to make the platforming a little easier, there are options for that.
Absolutely, and you know, accessibility is everything. It is absolutely everything when it comes to games at the moment. You need to make sure that everyone can enjoy your game, and having those options in there, even if it you know, it makes the game a bit easier for some people. For others, it makes it something they can actually play. And it's great that they've considered that when they've built this game, and they've considered that in the design options.
Do you remember that meme, if a dog wore pants, would they wear it like this or like that? Do you remember that meme? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yes. I guess the answer here, if this game is to be believed, is that he would wear a full-body armless jumpsuit with a belt. I'm speechless. I love it. That's perfect. There's nothing to say. Don't worry. There's no appropriate response to what I just said.
Yeah, that has thrown me through a loop. That's
a meme callback. That's a few years old, at least, which is in internet time is decades.
Yeah, that you've blown my mind. You know, I'd completely removed that meme from my head. It was gone, and now you've brought it up.
It's a classic, though. It's a classic. It's one of my favorites.
It is a classic.
It was designed to be argued about, which is why it was so popular.
Recently, there was a similar take on that meme, I guess, that was asking about raccoons and whether their hands are feet or hands.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same format.
Superb. So I've just had some information actually from the developers of the game. So we've been talking about all of the gems and how to collect them and stuff, and we did watch Little Curbs giving this a try, but I've just had it confirmed that by collecting the fruit in the levels, the little oranges, if you get enough of them, that's another gem. So some of these levels where the oranges are easier to collect as you go through the level are going to be worth getting that extra gem that way to unlock the boss a little bit faster.
Yeah, and I know the kind of the lore, the storybook in the beginning. There's about this inventor who creates these little inventions to help people, and then scatters them across the world so that the evil robots cannot take advantage of them. So, you know, I'm just going to continue the game reference homage train and say there's a little bit of Peekman there, sort of recovering your missing parts. But yeah, all sorts of stuff going on here. It's kind of I like that. It's a very standard, but you could also say classic sort of frame story.
There was a hidden area here.
Definitely.
And everything about this feels kind of classic.
And I've just been also informed that if you ignore the audio and the soundtrack and stuff, and the fact that it did get ported to the Switch, you ignore all that, this game was made by one person.
Jeez.
It's here. That's where it is.
One person came up with this story, this beautiful artwork, and then this gameplay that we're watching now.
And the horrific animation when you hit the spikes, too. One person. Yeah. The same person came up with the cute dog and the razor blades.
So we've got to ask this one person, you know, are they a fan of dogs or not?
Oh, I'm guessing they're a huge fan. But yes, yeah, you're right, though. If they weren't, would it look that different? So Chad is asking LTA. That's a live time attack. That means within the allotted time, your best run is your score. So you could get your best run of the day in the first run, not going to happen in a blind format, but it could happen, and none of your other runs matter. It's just whatever your best time was during the entire time period, which in this case is 6 hours today and 6 hours tomorrow. Best time wins, period, reset whenever you want.
Yeah, and you know, another person has asked about who's winning at the moment, and at the moment, no one's really winning. We haven't actually seen one successful person get through World 1, and that's because they've all learned the hard way by not reading that they didn't have enough gems to go through the boss. So we're now currently watching them grind for gems, and the first person to get through the boss is technically in the lead, as they'll have the first time on the board.
Yeah, first and only, and it is a little trolly, isn't it? It's like, yeah, why don't you speedrun this? I know you're not going to read this stuff. I know it. I'm positive that nobody's going to read it until they try to go to the boss stage and realize that they need 30 gems to get there. And speaking of, Lil Curbs, I see, has 26 now. He has absolutely been flying. Once he realized he needed those gems, he has just been on a mission to get them.
Yeah, and, you know, like I said, Lil Curbs was one of the people that we saw doing the collect all of the fruit to get a gem. So it'll be interesting to see if he continues with that technique when we start getting into the actual lowering of times, and which gems will be moved away from Little Curb's priority, because it's looking like he might actually just go and get all of the gems. Because that's something you're going to need to do. At some point, you're going to need to understand what every single gem takes to get.
Interesting. So basically you're saying Lil Curbs is not particularly interested in just kind of getting that first finishing time because there's no way that's going to be his best or the best over the 2 days. He just wants to find out where all the gems are. He wants to get a rough idea of where the harder or easier ones are so that when he's trying to optimize later, he's not going to know where the 30 best ones to get are, but he wants to have some idea so he's not flying blind.
Exactly that, exactly that. I mean, you see it in, for example, SM64 runs, where some levels, if you're doing a 70-star run, it's worth getting all of the coins for some levels. But it's definitely not worth getting all of the coins in Dry Dye Docks, for example, because there's so many of them. Although, having said that, I'm pretty sure that's one of the levels they get all of the coins in now. But, you know, there's some levels where it's worth doing, and some levels where it's not.
Right. And you can't possibly figure out in a mere matter of hours exactly what the best route is here. But if you are willing to lose a little more time up front and spend your first couple of hours kind of researching and kind of learning the lore of the game, as we like to say sometimes, not the literal lore, not the storybook, but sort of the way the game wants to be played, the way it wants to be speedrun eventually, I would think these guys also probably have very good instincts for that kind of thing. So I think if you give Lil Curbs 2 or 3 runs, or any of these guys 2 or 3 runs, they're going to have an idea of, okay, this is a better source over here for gems than this one, at least. Maybe you rule out some of the worst ones, and you're not going to nail it right away, but you're going to get a better idea, and your future runs are going to be a lot quicker.
Exactly, and that's something, you know, we've talked about the players tournament that's going on in the background as well, until the 28th February, get your best time in. This is also an opportunity for, you know, if you see a good time or a good route in this, then great, you can use that for your run, but you've got more time than these guys have, so you might see things that they don't. So when you are looking at the times they get, see how you could make it faster, see what you could do differently, and then you can get yourself a time up on that leaderboard as well.
You know, I was tempted to say that for downloadable content we should have different breeds of dog, but I guess that's kind of sacrilegious, right? It's like saying you could get different plumbers instead of Mario or something.
I mean, there's also the other question of, you know, if you take away from Pablo, you open the floodgates on all of the different breeds of dogs, like you say. But what if they miss out your favorite breed?
Yeah, that's true.
And you open that whole discussion point there.
That's a great point. If you can't put every single dog breed in here, you're going to get some angry emails.
Although I would love to see this with a Chihuahua. That would be cute.
Do you want to see that more than the Golden Shar-Pei, though?
I don't want to see a Golden Shar-Pei spike their paw on a
yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I kind of want a big dog, like a Saint Bernard. Like, you know, different skills, of course, right? Like, can take more damage, but maybe not as fast.
Yeah, or maybe they can't jump as high, but they gain more momentum based on weight when they're grappling.
Yeah, I like that. You get like a tank class in a platformer.
Yeah. But then that would make some really interesting things for the speedrunning community. But we're talking complete pointless stuff.
Complete nonsense. I want to be clear. We're talking complete nonsense right now. We're talking complete nonsense because it's fun to think about lots of different dogs in video games. That's all.
But the publishers are in chat, so if you want it,
you could lobby for it. Yeah, that's true. You could pressure them. We could start a pressure campaign right here in chat. Although I think Pablo pretty good is like, you've heard the phrase every man. Pablo a pretty good every dog.
Okay. Definitely, and like the color palette on him is really well selected. It's you know, the dungarees and the dog contrast in color, so when you've got a blue level, the dog's very obvious, and if you have a yellow level, then his dungarees are.
That's a really good point. Yeah, that's it's just that little level of care. You know the game feels better, but until you think about it, you don't necessarily know why. And that is the hallmark. I'm occasionally a web developer by trade, and that is the hallmark of good design, is that a thing feels better even if you're not sure why.
Exactly that. And when you're dealing with games that are built around speed and momentum like this one is, you don't want to lose track of your character. And little things like that, they make a big difference.
Yeah, there's a lot of really nice contrast here between background and foreground, to your point right there. It is, I'm noticing now that you mentioned it, same thing. It felt good, but I wasn't sure why. It's not very easy to lose your character. You can almost always see them even when there's a lot going on.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's that sort of communication that's going to make it a lot easier for these guys to learn the game. Then it's going to make it a lot easier for them to find the little tricks. For example, IPK not that long ago was showcased as the big screen, and he just caught the corner of one of the blue boxes and he flung Pablo forwards with such speed.
Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of it yet because it's going to take some time, but I'm very much looking forward to the coming hours and obviously today, tomorrow, of right there. You just saw on the big screen from Oshi, that little fling forward. I mean, right now, you guys are seeing like the awkward kind of baby horse standing up for the first time kind of thing, right? Like it's not going to be pretty. We're just trying to get it done, but give it a couple more hours, especially by the end of tomorrow, and I think you're just going to see that buttery smooth platforming that is the hallmark of good speedrunning in games like this. This is the unseen part. This is the thing they have to do. All the speedrunners have to do before they show up on Twitch to show them grinding the game, before you see their world record run, before you see the YouTube video about their world record run. This is the hard part where you have to start from scratch with these games and grind it out and optimize. And it might be a little less glamorous at first, but I really like the behind the scenes aspect of it, because this is what these guys have to go through, the part we don't see normally.
Yeah, and I'm just watching Oshi fail this section over and over again, and like you say, you know, this is the sort of stuff that if you were doing a YouTube video, these are the bits you'd edit out. You'd hide this. And we're getting to be there for these intimate moments of these guys actually learning the game, and that is so unfortunate. Losing his last toe literally millimeters away from the bell.
I mean, your timing could not have been better there. It's not just that he got hit right before he reached the bell. It's that he had one toe left, I guess we're going to say.
Yeah, because, you know, like we've talked about already, the game's quite forgiving. So normally, he would have lost the toe, hit the bell, everyone would have been happy except for the three-toed dog. But because he'd made those mistakes in this section that he's back in now, it all accumulated together, and he got sent all the way back. And you could just feel the pain.
Yeah, it does seem like a nice balance, because you don't want to have to start over every hit. You don't want it to be too hard, but you can't just forget about it. If you make too many mistakes, like you said, it could leave you with no margin at the end of the stage. But there we go. We're over to JJ, who has 26 gems. Reminder, 30 needed for the boss. Is this easy, headed into the boss stage up there? I think they are. I think we have maybe Lil Curbs and Easy getting near the end, at least. Not sure yet, but we are getting very, very close to that first boss fight. And the nice thing is, once we get through to that, and once the runners start in on like their second and third runs, we're going to spend a lot less time grinding and a lot more time flying.
Absolutely, yeah. They're still learning the game. Cool, that was a lot of
Did you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Making me look smart with that timing right there. As soon as we say flying, JJ absolutely soaring through the air. And that was the area that was giving IPK a little bit of trouble earlier. And JJ making you look smart too, by the way.
Yeah, but Little Curbs has entered the boss arena with 32 gems to his name. This is the final level in World 1 that he's about to go into. Oh, no, he's about to exit out of. What?
Can't even get up.
There he goes. JJ is entering it. Lil Curbs, I think, was able to, but I think he's not really interested in completing it. I think he still wants to grind these, but I think JJ maybe wants to get the whole first run in here. Let's see. I think that a lot of them are thinking better of it.
Oh, no, the transition starts, then goes away for a semi-cutscene thing, it looks like.
I see.
But yeah, so we get to see, this is obviously, there's still a whole level before you get to the boss. You still have to get this platforming down. So there's still another section that will need to be optimized and understood. And more gems just to rub it in their runners' faces.
I mean, I guess they could be useful later, but who knows? We're not interested in the later parts of the game this weekend. You know, you might be as a player, we might all be eventually, but right now they just care about these first 5 stages and that boss.
Yeah, and like Little Curbs there, he just learned that was actually a bonus section for a gem, which is great to know, but not conducive towards speed.
No, I mean, I'm sure when we get the 100% world record runs, we're going to care about all this, but part of good speedrunning, especially going in blind, is knowing the format, knowing the minimum of what you have to get to proceed.
Yeah, so, you know, like we said, Lil Curbs, he had 32 gems going into this, and we'd already discussed he was looking for all of the gems to see what he could cut out and similar. But, you know, in his actual runs, when we get to the point where he's optimizing his time, you don't want to have 2 extra gems. That means you've wasted time somewhere. And that could be the difference between a first and second place if you've wasted time.
So this time I'll ask you, if it were you doing this, would you do it the Little Curbs way? Would you say, you know what, I don't really care about getting my first complete time in there, it's not going to be my best anyway? Or would you get a little bit of maybe like psychological satisfaction from doing the whole run through and then restarting?
So for me, I would be, the first time I go through it would be 100% completion. I'd need to learn everything that I could. before moving forwards. You know, I would probably even grind out one level over and over until I had all of the gems in that level and understood what was going on there. So the advantage to not doing that is, of course, that you learn more techniques by playing more advanced levels, which could come back and help you in earlier ones. But for me, I'd want to grind out everything in each level so that I know exactly what I'm dealing with for the rest of the run.
I think you're in good company then, from the looks of things, with some of these runners, because that seems to be what most of them prefer.
This is already the boss stage.
Oh boy, so there's a robot with a grappling hook too, almost. I mean, it's not quite the same thing. He's not attaching it to anything. He's just trying to kill you with it. But
I was just finding it interesting that Little Curve spent time there to go and look down the secret area for this. Like, we know that we don't need the gems now. We're in the boss level, so the secret area is just that. It's a secret area. So I find it interesting that he spent the time to go and look through it.
Yeah, I mean, like, hypothetically, it's hard to say what you would be hoping to find there that might help you at this point, but I guess you never know. And that has definitely been Lil Curb's style, as we've seen, is he is curious. He wants to look absolutely everywhere before getting that first finish. And we are still waiting for our first finish, although it seems to be awfully close because we do have several players with the requisite number of gems, 30, to go into that boss. Rex, I believe the boss stage is called, and I think we might be headed there right now on the big screen with Lil Curbs. Sure looks like it. I was going to say, the only way this could look more like a boss fight is if we had a bunch of health packs sitting there waiting for us.
Great. So we get a little bit of dialogue. Little Curbs, not here to read it, though.
No, we'll read later.
Skipping through that. Yeah, we'll read it when we're not having a race.
The only kind of reading speedrunners do is speed reading.
Okay.
Something is happening.
Yeah, something's happened. This is the first time I've seen...
Aha. This is why this is called Rex, I guess.
I see.
Oh, I like it. Look at this. It's gonna eat the side of the left screen. It's gonna charge down, and you're gonna have to keep ahead of it with platforming. So it's actually gonna be. I mean, we'll see if it involves hitting the boss, which is what you assume when you think boss fight, right? It's when are they vulnerable? When do I hit them? But it might be one of those. It's all gonna be about platforming to survive.
Oh no, you do have to hit them. You have to shoot yourself backwards into them like that. That's quite an interesting sort of balance there, because you saw Lil Curbs actually avoided that initially because it's pointing backwards. Why would you go backwards in a race?
Yep. But then again, why would it be there if you didn't have to, too, right? Is it just a fake? Is it just trying to, trick a runner?
Most certainly. I thought it was a fake. I thought it was trying to trick you into going through it personally, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, some games do it, certainly. That's interesting there, by the way. Lil Curbs, I thought they were going to wait until they were positive that the boss had kind of cleared that wall. They kind of timed it right on the edge right away.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if you even need the boss to clear the wall in order to go through. Because, if you consider, like we've talked about, how every second's going to count, that extra bit of weight might have been a bit too much. And you don't need to, as we've just learned.
Yeah, and also how much benefit is there if you have to wait for them to get on the screen anyway? At a certain point, getting ahead of the boss might only help you so much because you still need to hit them. And by the way, I'm pretty much convinced at this point that you do, in fact, slow your fall a little bit with that grappling hook, because Lil Curbs looked like they were not going to make that jump at all, and they did it twice to nothing in particular. Grapple did not catch anything, but they made the jump instead. So I think that is absolutely part of the mechanics here.
So you can do it as fast as you can.
Yeah, and as we actually look here, JJ is actually ever so slightly ahead of Lil Curbs in this boss run. Literally, we're talking frames, but Rex broke the wall ever so slightly ahead, although JJ did just miss the blue cannon. So now Lil Curbs, first to defeat the boss, technically the first place runner, fastest time for World 1 is on the board.
We're just about an hour in, and we have our first completes, and they're going to come fast and furious after this, I'm sure. And yeah, that is maybe, what, a second apart?
That was very close. Very, very close. And now they've got telephones, so they can, pretend that they're a little bit closer to the future.
That is a pretty old style phone.
I'm assuming that's time. Yeah, when we go to the...
So if we look at the other runners here, you've got, for example, Hendrix is only just entering the boss run.
Sweet.
Both IPK and the Mexican runner are still looking for gems. They're still really struggling to find it, and Easy is not quite at the point where you fight the boss, but he is in the right level.
But you said earlier, and you said this is correct, I think, we still don't really know who's in the lead. Two people have a score. They're technically in the lead. If the event ended now, God forbid, they would be first and second. But, these people who are still getting gems, still collecting, we actually don't know, because if they are getting very good at the mechanics, if they are formulating a better plan than the other runners, they could be meaningfully ahead already, despite not having a time.
Exactly, yeah, and we saw it with the Aeon Drive tournament where, you know, you'd have 30 minutes to run a level and optimize it and research and everything, and often the person who finished it first wasn't necessarily the person who went on to find the best route. Sometimes that extra bit of time learning the level, learning the mechanics does work well, and we'll see that fairly soon, because now we know that 3 runners have got to the boss, and well, assuming Hendrix doesn't mess up, 3 runners will have beaten the boss. It's now looking at how they optimize and how they increase their skill at playing the game.
I'm going to be looking to see whether or not anyone other than Lil Curbs has kind of figured out this grapple slow fall thing that I've mentioned, because it seems to have served them very well. We did not see Lil Curbs die as much as some of the other runners, and I think that's why they've been much better at salvaging these and continuing to swing. Even if you redo a platform, it's a lot better than getting hit. It's a lot better than dying and starting the stage over, certainly. So to that point about who's really ahead, if one of the runners has kind of figured out that little mechanical quirk and the others haven't, that makes me think of them as having a structural advantage going forward.
Absolutely, and it's every single one of those little changes that makes the difference. I mean, the scores have now been posted, and you see JJ is literally ahead by 0.08 seconds. I know, I make it sound exciting, but we're going to see much lower times, but for a first run, that is very, very close. And these little extra techniques, maybe Lil Curbs was overusing this slow fall that has created that time disparity, or maybe it's something else. We just don't know until we start seeing them get really technical and really precise.
I mean, it's foolish of me to try to predict what the final times are going to look like, but I feel pretty confident already saying that the winning time here by the end of tomorrow is probably going to be half that or less easy.
I reckon you could get, depending on how the gems come into, you know, optimization and similar, I think we could see a sub 15 over this weekend.
Yeah, I was even going to say even 20 might not be particularly aggressive on my part. I think you're probably a lot closer.
But you never know. I mean, there could be something that we're not seeing here that means that you can't get 30 gems in less than 20 minutes, and then however you optimize the boss level, you might not be able to grind it faster than 25 minutes.
Yeah, the gem requirement in particular, if you spread them across enough levels, I mean, I could see that being the kind of thing that a dev puts in specifically to kind of control speed running and stop it from getting too crazy. And by too crazy, I mean some crazy exploit where the game gets beaten 90 seconds, right? Those are the kind of speed runs that are fun to watch once, but they don't tend to have a lot of staying power in the speedrunning community when they get down to like a minute here, a minute there. There's a few of those. You get some of that in GoldenEye, of course, but for the most part, I think the ones that end up being, you know, between, let's say, 10 minutes and an hour, the ones where they're just long enough to kind of be interesting and involve a lot of decisions, but they're not so long that killing a run kills your entire day, not so short that, you know, you have to get into the ridiculous minutia of like ancient code. I think those are the ones that tend to have a lot of staying power and stay interesting over time, and I think a good way to kind of fall into that kind of middle range of speedrun times is definitely to have things like the gem requirement.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be interesting now that we've seen a few runners finish this. It's going to be interesting to see how they use that gem requirement to their advantage. It has been suggested in chat that there's a seed that you don't need to collect all of the gems for the players tournament. I'm going to actually have to refer that question back because I don't know the answer to it. But it makes sense that we as players experience the game the same way these guys are, and that the boss still needs the gems to collect. But you never know. I'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is a blind run for them. It's a somewhat blind run for us as well. The dev might answer some questions. Hey, they might leave it up to mystery. Part of the fun is discovering these things.
Absolutely, and with the game, you know, available on Steam right now, go and start discovering yourself. Just type in !Grapple Dog, because it's a game about a dog with a grapple, and then you can go and start getting your own times on the board.
Yeah, you can go play it. Why would you watch it? I know that sounds like a very kind of your parents thing to say. Why would you watch people play video games? Why don't you just play them? Well, you can do both. You can watch this for a while, and then you can go play the game right after.
Well, I mean, with so many devices now, you could do both.
You could do both simultaneously.
On your phone and just on your computer, or you could go get it on the Switch. I appreciate you can't get it on Steam on the Switch. You could get it from the Nintendo store, but you could have it on your Switch and see how you do in these sections. For example, if you were in this water section of Easy Escape, who actually beats it faster, you or him?
Yeah, you could try to sync it up and start at the same time.
Oh, come on. Hold up.
That would be quite the challenge, though. I'd be very impressed if they managed to
Me
sync
too.
it up perfectly like that.
Yeah, if that happens, I would highly recommend you submit to speedrun.com and get in on the contest, which you mentioned before. There's some money to be made for new players to this game.
Yeah, so for those of you who are interested, it's !comp in chat, and that'll give you all of the details you need for that. It's a $3,000 prize pool with a $1,000 first place prize. So if you are interested in trying to get a time on the board, do it. I think it's like the top 8 times, I think, are all going to get prize money. But if you type !comp, it will tell you the rules and what prize money's there and available to you.
Something over there.
Top 10, yeah.
Top 10, nice.
Yeah, that's right. But prizes 7 through 10 all get the same prize, $100. Obviously, you'd rather be 7th anyway. But first prize is $1,000, and you have until February 28th to do it. And hey, it's a brand new game. Everyone's still learning it. So I think it's very plausible, even if you don't think of yourself as a speedrunner, that if you really dedicate yourself to this for just a couple of weeks, maybe you actually make a little money on buying the game.
Yeah, it'd be wonderful to, I mean, there's one thing that I've always done getting into YouTube stuff is, you have to say I've made money from my hobby is wicked, and it's a really strong bit of motivation really to go and take a game that if you enjoy it, you can go and see how far you can enjoy it, because when you do start speedrunning games, when you start messing around with them and stuff, you get to see them in a different light. I tried to speedrun Celeste and very badly. But it did really teach me a lot about how the game was built and the mechanics around it, and it gave me a whole new appreciation for the game.
Something over there.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard there's criticism sometimes of speedrunning where people say, why would you want to rush through a game? It's not the right way to play it. And they forget that the people who rush through it, they've usually already played through it the slow way 50 times. They are usually the biggest fans of these games. And it's once you've done absolutely everything in a game, it's how do you give it new life? For some people, it's like modding. They'll mod Skyrim until it's a completely different game. And it's kind of a way to keep playing the game that they've learned everything about. And speedrunning is the same thing. It's taking a title you love and finding a new way to challenge yourself in it.
Yeah, it's good that you brought up modding, because these sort of games, these 2D platform games, they are ripe for the modding community. Finding out that only one person has made this game means that if people do start getting into this game and they start getting the opportunity to make their own levels, we could see some really interesting stuff.
Oh boy, yeah. You open up fan-made levels and you have people vote on them, and within a couple of months, the kind of insanity you're going to get. I mean, we've seen it with Super Mario Maker 2, right? It's exactly the same kind of thing, and you definitely get some craziness, but even the crazy, ridiculous ones end up being fun too. And after a while, you get some curated lists, and it gets really fun really quick.
I knew it. I had such a...
Yeah, exactly, and GSA fans will know that a good curated list of levels in Mario Maker can be really good fun to watch. We get some really great level lists, and sometimes we don't. And that's the beauty of player creation, is some of it is just garbage, and when you add in grappling hooks and momentum to pure garbage, you can end up with some really fun stuff.
Yeah. Well, look, 95% of anything is not that good, but that's the whole point. If you can curate it, if you can find your way to the top, it can be excellent and really add to the core game already there. 2 more runners have their first finishes. That's going to be Hendrix with a 106 and something or other, and Oshi with 111.21. Those are not particularly meaningful. Obviously, it sounds a little funny to say we're looking for our first sub 1 hour. Almost not usually a thing, not really a sentence for speedrunning, almost ever, for that matter. But that is what we're looking at right now. It took about an hour for these runners to get through it as they were learning about the game, as they were collecting the gems. We expect that to come way, way down.
Exactly, yeah, and like you say, it's interesting. It's weird to say we're looking for that sub 1 hour, but again, this is the first hour these guys have played, seen, experienced this game. It's the first time they've been through any of this, and they need to start really lowering their times.
Yeah, I mean, especially, and this is one of the things that's exciting about it, you'll watch speedrun videos and someone's trying to beat something by a few frames, a second or two, a fraction of a second, a millisecond, retime. One of the fun things about this is we could see a swing. We could see a 20-minute drop out of nowhere. And at some point over this weekend, we probably will, because this is all brand new. There is so much fat left on these runs to trim. They can get so much leaner, so much more optimized. it would not surprise me if we saw a huge drop at some point, and then that becomes the mark for everyone else to beat. I don't know when, I don't know which of the casters it's going to be this weekend that's going to take the bullet and say the risky thing of that. The first time that I think could be the winning time. It's a scary thing to say, but there is going to be a run at some point where you allow yourself to think for the first time, it wouldn't shock me if this is the one that wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, if for those of you who've been following the chat as well, what actually is going to be the winning time is going to be significantly less than the times we've got now. We're seeing IPK going through the boss for the first time here, but Hendrix, on completing his run, asked, do I need to get the gems in future runs? To which the tournament officials have said, no. So now, all of that conversation we had about optimizing gem collection, which gems do you ignore, which gems do you get, do you have to collect all of the fruit? All of that's completely out of the window. Now it is just how quickly can you get through levels 1-1 to 1 Rex.
Wow. Well, in that case, I guess the 15 minutes, that's suddenly looking way too high.
Yeah, I feel a bit foolish for that now. But
No. Well, I think it's interesting, too, because even if that's not what's happening, it's interesting for us to talk about the theory of what slows a game down or what speeds it up. Is there's that sort of, which things as a developer do you want to gatekeep like that, right? And kind of control how fast players can go. It's a legitimate question.
Exactly, and as this game kind of grows, it's also what categories of speedrunning are they going to be? Is there going to be a 1-1 to 1 Rex with and without gems, or is the community just going to say, with gems is pointless, we'll ignore it?
That's a great question. I could totally see the gem thing being just as interesting, frankly, you know, as like the any percent, for lack of a better term right now. Just because there's so much more decision making to go into that, which I think makes it, frankly, a lot more interesting. Otherwise, it becomes one of those potentially 2 or 3 minute world record kind of things where it's just frame by frame, and that's great. Some people are really into that, but personally, just a personal preference thing, I really like it when there are speed runs where even the best times you can make a good case for one decision rather than another, as opposed to almost every runner making the same choices and just trying to execute better, where there's more of a strategic and time management kind of aspect to the run. And I think any run involving those gems, those initial collection of the 30 gems to unlock the boss, I think it involves a lot of decisions, which I personally find really interesting.
Absolutely, and I think we might, you know, as this game grows, as the community behind it grows, we might end up seeing multiple categories similar to SM64, where you've got the base number of stars in the 70-star run you need to complete the game normally, and then you'll have a 16-star run, which is just how quickly can you get through this game, although slightly different if the bosses are unlocked instead of having to glitch through. And then you'll have the 100% completion, get all 120 stars or however many gems are actually in the game.
I think that's the right comparison, right? And obviously, insofar as you have to pick a most popular Super Mario category, I guess 16-star does kind of take the day there. It is sort of just the any percent that wins out, but I think that's partially because it's still a little long. It's still about 15 minutes. I think if there were an any percent that was like 90 seconds, like you get with some of the really glitched ones, I don't think it would be as interesting and be as popular. And then maybe the 70-star would have been, a little more popular. So it's an open question, kind of which format for this is going to be the most interesting to people. But I do think it's going to not necessarily be just the fastest one. I think it's usually the fastest one if the fastest one is still a decent length.
Yeah, and you still want that challenge and the opportunities for players to express themselves. So these levels, although they are kind of following a set path, you are seeing there is some non-linearity here to your progression. So there is a few different ways you could do things. So there is still going to be that little bit of tactical decision making. There's still going to be those few little changes, like I mentioned earlier about the X blocks. Some of them you don't need to summon to progress. You could do it faster without. But it is, a lot of this is going to come down to technical ability now that we are removing gems and that decision making from the tournament.
Yeah, the most interesting record runs. Yeah, the most interesting, I think, kind of sweet spot there is where you have a lot of mechanical precision, but it's not all mechanical precision. It's still choices, and those for me are the world record runs that are always the most interesting. Obviously, some people super into just the technical aspect and exploits in particular, and that's great. Speedrunning can accommodate all that, but again, just a personal preference thing for interest level. I like kind of the mix of the two as opposed to the 90 seconds, everything has to be perfect run, even though those are very impressive in their own right.
And that's why I love new games like this coming out, because, you look at, for example, we'll stick with the Super Mario 64 example. a lot of people are running the same route, the same stars are collected, it's the same thing because we know what's optimal. We know what you need to do to be fast. Whereas this, there's still so much learning to do. And like, we're only looking at world 1 of this game. There is many worlds to go through, and there are going to be many opportunities to optimize and build your game knowledge and skill going through it. So it's going to be fun to see where people find what they should and shouldn't optimize.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, a lot of other worlds too. We're only seeing kind of the first world here, and still fairly lengthy. There's still a lot going on. This is a surprisingly big game. It doesn't have to be because of the nature of it and because of the replayability and the different avenues, but boy, there's a lot here if you want to really get into this and play it for a while.
Yeah, and again, if you exclude the sound, the audio, and the Switch port, one person. Just one.
Wow. A crazy person, I guess, then. to take this on by themselves. Although we are seeing this more, we're definitely seeing indie developers do this, but boy, it never ceases to impress me. I mean, given how much... I don't know if people understand, even a game that looks straightforward, it's a lot of work to make a game that looks simple. I mean, it just takes a lot of work, period. Making games is unbelievably difficult.
Yeah, it's something that, passion project sort of thing, and it is so impressive that this has come out of one person. So even, after I've been doing it for a year or so, I could maybe put some of the code behind this, but to do all of the art, all of the level design, all of the story design, narration, and how you convince the player to play your game is all so much work. It's genuinely very, very impressive that someone's got the passion and the drive to go and make something like this. And we should absolutely be supporting any indie developers that are making projects that are this well polished. You can see how good this game looks, how good it looks to play. I can tell you from playing it, it feels great to play. And when you get an indie developer doing something like this, it needs to be celebrated.
In my experience, indie developers are almost always game fans first, and their love of games, they're just gamers at heart who wanted to add something to that. And hence all those little homages I keep either seeing or thinking I'm seeing. Probably a mix. I might be imagining a few, but some of them clearly in here. And that's where you kind of see that love of games come out. And you just don't get more gamer-type people than indie game developers,
Yeah, and it's like when you get those sort of people, they know what players want to play because they know what they like to play. Especially when you're looking at a 2D platformer. This individual's probably gone and thought, I like 2D platformers, but there's not enough dogs. So now we've got one with a dog.
Now we got all the dog, and they don't have enough tools, whatever dogs there are. There's a lack of dogs and tools, and I'm going to fix both problems at once. JJ, by the way, is really looking good here, but is having a little trouble with this last jump. There we go. I think JJ realized I cannot actually fling myself all the way across this. There's an interesting little quirk there. Maybe they'll, by the end of this, they're going to be able to fly across that entire section, but it's almost like it's designed to be run very fast, but at the very end, you need to pull up and kind of jump a little shorter, which is almost like a weird little trick.
Yeah, it definitely tests your ability to use your grappling hook effectively. And this is what we're seeing now. We talked about it earlier on, is that now the players have done their first run, they've got the time on the board, job done, moving on. Now it's all about that optimization and getting it as close to perfect as they can. And those sort of sections there that we saw JJ going through, those are the sections that runners will keep coming back to and thinking, how much faster can I do this? How many seconds can I knock off here?
Yeah, and even, this is going to sound really silly, but even this little kind of in-between where they navigate the ship to the next island, even that's going to get faster. I mean, I'm kind of thinking of like the castle movement in Super Mario 64, right? Where it becomes, other than the actual glitch stuff, other than like LBLJs or what have you, I mean, they basically just get it close to perfect after a while. Even that, there's extra seconds even in the ship movement right now still.
Yeah, and that's something that, some of these runners, they might not consider, which could be very detrimental to their speed. It might be something that, say, Lil Curbs, he takes stage 1-1 and blasts it out in half a second, or something stupid like that, but then doesn't understand the second part of that, which is, of course, getting through the overworld and getting to the next level. An interesting thing is just seeing IPK there bounce his way up through boxes. However, we saw Lil Curbs take that same set of boxes and he went around them, which meant he only took one jump against IPK's 4. And again, it's those sort of changes, those differences, that will create the gap between these runners.
Yeah, and speaking of the gap, IPK 116 with their finish, Mexican runner with 116. So every runner but one now has a finish. I think who are we still waiting for?
Easy.
Yeah, that's right, Easy, the one on the big screen, and he is just about to finish. It looks like, hey, perfect timing. There we go. And all runners have now finished, and the gap between them still only about, I would say the gap between 7th and 1st right now, I think the eventual winning time is going to be smaller than that gap even.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely going to be a tiny gap between them, especially if we take out the gems and the decision-making process there. It's going to be all about how quickly they go through each of those levels. And these guys, we talked about this before, they are very, very good at platforming, all of them. And yeah, it's different types of platforming. They've got different areas of expertise, but that level of precision is what we're going to really enjoy seeing build together as we go through this next, like, how many hours we've got left now? Like just over 10 and a half?
Yeah, 10 and a half. We are about an hour and a half into this, and as you can see, those first initial runs took an hour, but that involved a lot of gem collection that they do not have to do over, so we expect that to come down, maybe end up being a fourth of what it is now. But we're going to know a lot more about what's possible when we get the second and third runs in from a lot of these runners. That's when I think we're not going to know the time then, but I think we're going to start to get the range of the eventual winning time, right? Are we looking at 10 minutes? Are we looking at 20 minutes? Something in between? I would say really good bet it's going to be between those two right now. But right now, we don't know if it's 10, 20, 30 potentially.
Yeah, and you know, we're seeing the, like you say, the speed run, the time trial sort of nature, and you can see what the actual suggested gold medal time is.
Yeah, I can jump up a little bit on that.
From my experience, that is set for a lot of variety of gamers. Is probably the polite way to say that, in that most players could get that gold medal. So Lil Curbs there, just short of the 2 minutes. I reckon that we could be seeing significantly lower times than that.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting the gold medal as suggested, built into the game there, one of their first times playing it, you know, and that really tells you all you need to know about Lil Curbs and about players of this caliber who have been invited to play, and you see why they've been invited to play, because they're some of the best.
So I'm probably gonna go from the
Absolutely, you know, they've earned their position here. This is an incredible game, great good fun, but in order to compete at this level, you need to be known to be fantastic, and that's exactly what Lil Curbs, Easyscape, the Mexican runner, Oshi, IPK, JJ, and Hendrix all are, as they are all fantastic platform runners.
Yeah, and again, we haven't gotten to see too much of it because this is brand new, so you're looking at this and you're thinking, really, these guys? Oh yeah, no, don't let it fool you. This is blind. For those coming in late, this is a blind run. They had never seen any of this before today. We hadn't either, really, and so they are learning this as they go, and they are already looking smoother and smoother with each minute that passes, and there are still over 10 hours to go, so by even the middle of tomorrow, I expect this to look buttery smooth. Yeah,
I just can't wait to see what the times look like towards the end of today. I mean, we'll be running today, you know, for another 4.5 hours. That'll be the halfway point. That'll be where our runners get a break, and they get to go and sort of compress some of the information in their head. So I'd like to see a snapshot of the times at that point to then when we start on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, and they can spend the time between the end of today and the beginning of tomorrow planning things out, deciding on routes. You know, they don't have to learn on the fly anymore. That's where the grinding and the kind of research and the kind of off hours training type stuff that frankly is most of speedrunning. You know, most of it's not like blind runs. Most of it's that boring behind the scenes stuff where they're just kind of them in the game and they just grind away at it. That's the time they're going to have between today and tomorrow. So it's going to be a completely different skill set than the one we're seeing now. We're seeing them react in real time and try to learn it. But the kind of thing that most speedrunners are more used to is what they're going to be able to do before tomorrow. So it would not surprise me if it's kind of like halftime adjustments at a football game, right? Is you come out tomorrow and like, I want to see who comes out tomorrow looking like a completely different player. It would not shock me if someone's in 5th or 6th today and they come out tomorrow and just blow the doors off the place immediately because of that adjustment period.
Exactly, and that's something that, for example, Oshi is fantastic with, is he gets to know a game. You know, he might not be the fastest the first time through, but he really understands what he's doing with games. He really understands the detail that is needed in games, and that might be him and his strength coming through.
I mentioned earlier that Lil Curbs had kind of noticed that you can use the grapple to slow your fall, and we have Hendrix on the big screen, and you can see he's doing the exact same thing and avoided a couple hits earlier with it. So that is the kind of thing, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously now, it's not just Lil Curbs who knows it. It's possible several of the other runners have figured it out too, although I haven't seen them do it yet. It might not be, does only one figure it out? It might be, does only one or two not? But it seems like one of those things that's going to be very valuable to notice, and at a certain point, even just by accident over 12 hours, something you got to figure out to kind of really optimize your runs.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting that you pointed out Hendrix doing it there, because I didn't see it with Little Curbs at any point. However, now with Hendrix, it is very, very obvious, very, very clear. So, on top of that, one thing that has come up in chat is regarding the prize pool for this. So this particular Invitational has a £3,000 prize pool for these 7 runners, depending on who puts up the best lifetime attack time. So whoever gets the best time over these 2 days, if Lil Curbs finishes it in an hour and then finishes it again in an hour and a half, the hour time will be taken, and that's how this one will be scored. But then separately to that, completely separate prize pool, completely different currency for some reason, is that there is a $3,000 prize pool for the everyman, for you, me, everyone to go and get this game and put a time up. You've got until the end of February to get a time up, and there's a $3,000 prize pool for that one.
Yeah, and I think worth a try if you're thinking about getting this game anyway. You know, it's on sale, it's brand new, it's on Steam, it's on Switch, and if you even finish in the top 10, you know, in those trials through the end of the month, you make $100, or frankly, maybe a lot more. And again, it's new. You have a chance to kind of get it on the ground floor here and help discover some of these speedrunning strats early on while people are still figuring out what they can do with it. There's Hendrix fruitlessly trying to use the grapple to slow the fall. And in that case, I think, unfortunately, you'd actually rather fall faster because death is inevitable.
Yeah, that was a big time waste there. If you're, you know, when we start talking about pixel perfection, there's a lot of time wasted in that freefall where he'd already missed the opportunity to go and hit the bell. And it's this level, though, that bell at the end is going to be really interesting, because as we saw with IPK earlier, nearly,
yeah,
as we saw with IPK earlier, he swung a little bit too fast and went too far past the bell. So this is going to be a good show of control, where they need to get there quickly, but they need to be precise with their movement, as Hendrix again misses the same grapple point.
That's 3 in a row. Yeah, I think if we flash forward, there it is. I was just about to say, if we flash forward to tomorrow, when we see people fall there, not only are they not going to do the grapple, they're going to do the ground pound to get there faster. And he just did it. He said, okay, if I'm going to keep dying here, let's at least get it over with.
Yep, and unfortunately, Hendrix's dog lost all his toes. Pablo was a toeless dog. Ugh. And so he has to go even further back in the level. And this is something that we'll see really come to fruition as these guys get better, is these deaths, that'll be the end of the run. You know?
Right.
That'll be that.
Yes. Yeah. We're going to start seeing resets. It's going to be, no, this isn't worth it anymore. They don't have a sense yet of whether or not one death is unacceptable. Probably not, especially not this first weekend. But how many deaths are acceptable before you want to restart the whole thing? We haven't really seen any of that yet, because the runners don't know yet. You know, they don't know how optimized this has to be to win.
Yeah, and you know, like you've just said, it'll be interesting to see how things work when you get to the optimizations. Hendrix missing the bell there that I had previously spoken about. That there, if you fall there, do you run the section again, or do you just throw the run away? Because these guys, they've got unlimited resets during this. They can reset their game or their run as often as they like. So is it better just to go through, oh, Hendrix, that was bad. Interrupting my point, but that was bad.
Yeah, I mean, he's punching the air. Yeah, he's frustrated.
Yeah. But is it better to continuously reset and just get a perfect run, no deaths? Or for this tournament, where realistically there's not a lot of time, can you afford a couple of mistakes?
Can he do? Oh, he's really taking his time with this one now. Yeah, he's not going to miss that again, no matter how slow it is.
At least he's laughing about it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, right? You gotta throw your hands up, punch the air, and then celebrate, and then move on. That is, I mean, I've said it before, like, second to execution, the most important thing in speedrunning is persistence.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, you've got to have the mindset that, yeah, it went wrong, but you can pull it back up. Do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, you gotta get back on the horse, as they say. Or the goat, or the dog, I don't know. You probably shouldn't ride your dog. Don't ride your dog, people. Forget I said that. I know there's some pretty big dogs out there, but don't ride your dog.
What about goats? Where do you stand on riding goats?
Well, I don't stand on them, first of all. But I don't know. How big do goats get? I'm not a goat expert, believe it or not.
I suppose it depends on how many carrots they get to eat.
That's right. You got to feed the... Yeah, it's fair. Offer them enough carrots that they don't mind.
Okay.
We are very far afield now here. You're very far afield. But Hendrix is looking pretty good. I'm surprised to see just the differences, right? I think every time we've cut to easy on the big screen, he's been very deliberate. He is, swinging back and forth, making sure he hits it. Not often super fast, but fewer deaths in a lot of places. Whereas Hendrix, you can see, is really going for it. He's trying to hit the optimized swing, like, right out of the gate. And then failing a lot, and then sort of easing up a little bit. And, to be perfectly honest, I don't know which strategy is better, and it's entirely possible that the way Easy's doing it is the way that's best for Easy, and the way Hendrix is doing it is the best way for him.
Absolutely, yeah. And, I was just thinking, Hendrix here, this is the boss stage that he's going through now, so he'll be facing Rex again in a minute. And he'd knocked 40 minutes off the time, but not having to collect those gems this time round means that we actually have no idea what this means. If he does this in 25 minutes, as an example, is that 35 minutes plus saved because of the lack of gem collecting, or is it because his skills got better? We don't actually know what this time is going to mean. We're going to need to see another run from these guys after their first plus hour ones.
I agree. I'm thinking, just to kind of pick a number out of the air, I think the third or fourth runs are going to be the ones that are very telling.
Yeah, that's where you'll start to see that they've learnt the game and they're playing with pure speed.
Yeah. Again, assuming that nobody finds any crazy skip or exploit or some strat that we haven't considered yet, I'm going to say unlikely in a game's opening kind of weekend here. But if anyone can do it, it's guys like this who specialize in breaking games and finding edge cases. I got to imagine that even though as a dev, you're fine with people doing that, especially if you have clearly designed the game knowing about speedrunning and conducive to it, there must still be a part of you that's like sweating it out. Like, what are they going to figure out that I didn't think of?
Yeah, because it's something that is often faced by a lot of developers during QA and similar, is that the people will do stuff, and you just be sitting there wondering, why on earth would anyone ever do this? But those are the sort of glitches that really increase speed on speedruns. For example, why would anyone ever drop a bomb and then try and shield the damage in Legend of Zelda? But that became bomb running, which became one of the most crutch techniques for moving around the map.
Yeah. I mean, if you've ever seen on YouTube those kind of videos where they show the developers of the game the world record, if they haven't seen it, right, and to see the exploits, I mean, half the time they're laughing, right? They usually have a good sense of humor about it, but half the time you can hear them go like, oh man, yeah, I gotta patch that. Oh, geez, I didn't think of that, Well,
that's one thing that some speedrunners do talk about within the community is how frustrating it is to find a good route or a good technique or something, and they're getting themselves these new world records, and then they go back to it the next day or something, and developers patched it out because they watched their video. And it is a tough balance for developers, what glitches are acceptable and which ones aren't, because speedrunners, they categorize it into glitchless and glitched anyway, but for speedrunners it matters a lot.
It matters a lot, and I kind of joked earlier that there's newer games designed with speedrunning in mind, or at least aware of speedrunning, and then there's a lot of older games which are still among the most popular for speedrunning, and that might be one of the reasons the older ones are popular. No one's about to patch Ocarina of Time.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen.
No one's ever going to do that, are they?
It is what it is. So what you're getting, and no one's going to have like a hot fix coming out, to stop the bomb exploit.
Although I do have to say, I do appreciate the guys over at speedrun.com separating out this new cartridge glitch thing. I don't understand it. I don't know enough about how it works. But the long and short of it is you open another video game, you do something, it stores a memory cache somewhere, and then you open up Ocarina of Time and you spawn at the end credits. It's ridiculous and very, like you were saying earlier, it's too quick to be fun. It's not competitive. It's just how fast can you menu at the beginning.
I mean, everybody has a level at which they become the grumpy old man, get off my lawn about speedrunning, or the right way to play the game, right? Everyone has their level. I think we just found yours, and it's probably the same as mine, too, yeah. But you still need to be playing the game and demonstrating mastery, is my bare minimum.
Exactly, and if they find a glitch in this that does speed them up significantly, as long as it doesn't drop the time to less than 5 seconds, then more power to them, because they've only got 12 hours to look at these games. So if they do manage to find a glitch and then how to use it in a speedrun, because just finding a glitch isn't always enough, then that'll be a big deal. And I think having the overworld separating them will stop, like, for example, massive level skips. You won't be able to skip from screen 1 in World 1-1 to screen, like, 8 in World 1-4 or something like that, because you've got to go back to that level select screen.
And Hendrix is finishing up a second run there, and that is looking like 24 and a half minutes. So the quote-unquote record has been cut in half.
Yeah, insanely quick time there. Well, in comparison.
We think so. We think it's insanely quick, yeah.
Like I said a moment ago, we're going to see it get a lot faster now that they can start mastering without the gems and similar, but that is a big, big drop, and it's going to make Hendrix look like he is leaps and bounds ahead of the competition with JJ now in second of 1 hour and 3.
Yeah, so we are kind of already getting the range of outcomes here. I still think there are many, many minutes to be shaved off there. Even today, obviously in the long run, this is going to get so much shorter. But even today and tomorrow, I think we're going to get probably easily a sub 20, and 15 or 10 wouldn't surprise me, because we were watching Hendrix. You know, they missed that bell 3 or 4 times in a row. And there were a number of other places too for improvement. There's IPK with coming up on the boss fight for their second finish here. And as you can see, they're running. Wow, look at that. They're under 18 minutes right now. So we're almost certainly about to get a new mark. Minutes after I say it, it's going to go down several more minutes.
Yeah, very, very fast run from IPK, and Hendrix has complained about it in chat. He's not happy with the end of that 1-5 with the bell. Like you said, we missed it a few times, and IPK did not. And that's the difference here. That's where that time's come in. And, you know, like we said, when we start getting into the final, like 3 hours or so of this, when people are looking for that pixel perfect run, I think that Hendrix would have abandoned that run in that 1-5 when he missed it the first time. And there, like IPK hitting the grapple hook twice, that could have been the difference between first and second tomorrow.
That's right. That's right. He's about to take first here, it looks like, almost certainly. But tomorrow, that might be death. I think it's probably going to take a few more days and weeks for kind of that to be the level of precision we're looking for, right? A couple missed grapples probably going to be okay this weekend, but for how long?
Yeah, and what sort of times will we see in the community challenge, you know? Some people really impress me with their relentless ability to quickly learn how games work. So, you know, IPK here looking for that sub 20, probably going to happen. But once the community gets their hands on this, once they start messing around with it and stuff, could we see sub 10s? What could we see? We just don't know. It's too new.
Oh, look at that. IPK, he's already ground pounding rather than falling at every little bit, and he's flinging right into that cannon at the end. He's looking really smooth here. Obviously, his first run, 5th, 116, little slow, but this is what we were talking about with that investment in time up front, getting to learn the game, and then just executing at a high level that the way only the best runners can. And already it has come all the way down under, it looks like 20 minutes. Yep, just under 20. 1936 is the preliminary time. We are under 20, less than 2 hours in.
It's exactly what we expect. As soon as you remove the gems and that section where you're looking around for things, the time was going to topple away. And now it's just going to be how much faster can these guys get it. I still think that sub 15 is going to be what we're looking at.
Yeah.
For the end of this, I think we'll start seeing them bring off a couple of minutes at a time here and a couple of minutes at a time there, down to that sort of like 14, maybe 13 at a push minutes. But I don't think we'll see a sub 10. And if we do, I'll be incredibly shocked.
Yeah. If we see a sub 10, I just don't see. I think it's going to have to involve something we haven't seen yet. I'm not sure if we can get sub 10. Definitely not this weekend. If you can get sub 10, just playing the game in the standard way we're seeing right now, I think it's plausible after months or even a year that could happen. But it's not going to happen today. And I think you're probably right. I was going to ask you, what do you think, 13, 14? Which of us is willing to predict lower, right? At what point are we no longer sure? And I think you nailed it in one, though. I think 15, 14, 13, I think you're in the right range. And I could end up eating those words by tomorrow.
I was going to say, though, if you think that a sub 10 is going to take a year, then I think I'll be taking that community prize fund away from you. I reckon that we might see a sub 10 that early on, depending on how many people get into it.
Even if a major exploit isn't found, you're saying?
Even if a major exploit isn't found, I reckon that if you run a perfect run, you could get a sub 10.
I think
from what I've seen so far.
Oh, yeah. Well, you could very well be right. Very well be right. I'm always happy to help the hype thing happen by predicting it won't. That is a win-win for me. Either I look smart or something really cool happens. So I'll take it.
But we're seeing the really cool things starting to happen now as, you know, IPK and Hendrix are going into the third run. This is where we're going to start looking at a lot of optimization. This is where we'll start seeing where they know the game, they know what they're dealing with, they know what they're going to expect. How can they do it faster?
Yeah, this is where speedrunners really live. You know, it's fun to do the blind thing, and I like it, and I want to see how they react in real time because we don't get to see that. But at the same time, once that's happened, I am happy to see them kind of move into the area they're comfortable in, which is that optimizing the thing they are already familiar with, because that's most of what they do already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing that you know, the GSA Super Mario Maker tournaments, they're often blind. And it's something that you often see. Sometimes the best or the better runner doesn't win because of how they've dealt with that blind section. It's a very intimate thing to display, is how you learn a game or a level or whatever. Yeah. And it's a very special thing for us. What is happening on JJ's screen?
Uh-oh.
What on earth has gone on there? There you go. He's managed to get himself free. Those are the exploits that are going to make the difference.
Was he stuck on a wall there? What was that?
He got his grapple hook stuck on a non-grappleable surface.
Oh boy. Oh, that is, if you're going to talk about a way to exploit, being able to grapple somewhere you're not supposed to, that has a lot of potential.
So in that moment, it was a big detriment to him because it almost worked like a big rubber band stuck to his butt, stopping him get away from that red platform. But if he can find somewhere else to do that, that could make a huge difference.
So I'm tempted to say the Mexican runner is about to finish their first run. It's not their first run. Everyone already finished, but this kind of is their first run, right? It's the first run after the first run. And this is going to give us a better idea of where they're at than that first run actually did. And you can see in his case, a ways off the pace here, looking at around 25 minutes-ish. Close enough that, you know, it doesn't feel too significant either way, but already about a 5-minute spread here on some of these second runs.
Yeah, exactly. We're already seeing that gap get smaller and smaller and smaller. And I think that, you know, by the end of this 12 hours race, we're going to see some of these guys separated by fractions of a second. I think it is going to get that close.
We're going to see very, very soon. And Mexican runner, one more hit, I think, on that boss, if I'm counting right.
I believe so.
And yeah, it is going to be already over 25, so going to be mid-25s. Oh, unless they... still plenty of pause. We're going to make it. We should be cool. There we go.
Yeah, not quite the sub-25 that Hendrix has put out, or the sub-20 that IPK's put out, but again, still very early into this. It's only been an hour 45 that these guys have even been able to play the game, you know, let alone start optimizing it. So this is really, really early on. You know, and that's the fun of blinds, is that, you know, they haven't seen it. They've just got to learn it and run it.
Yeah, we're getting some good runs in here, and we're starting to really see what these runners are capable of. Of course, we're going to be stepping out in a little while here, too, another 10 minutes or so. And of course, we have to take a little break right when they're getting really good and juicy, right?
It was always going to be that way, wasn't it? It was always going to be. I bet you, as soon as we sign off, someone's going to get like 12 or something ridiculous like that. It's just going to drop off the charts.
That is what happened to me on one of the events I cast recently. Yeah, I left in the middle of a run, and 5 minutes later, someone put up a new day best. You know what? I'll take it because it's good fun, and I like seeing these runners do well. And boy, they are. I mean, they are showing why they're here so far. I am particularly interested in the next runs from JJ and Lil Kerps because we have seen them kind of show a lot of mastery over that platforming, but neither has shown a lot of interest in finishing too much yet. They still seem to be doing that research phase, and that's always the real shocker, right? Is you're trying to figure out how someone's doing, and because they're not interested in finishing yet, it's like they're behind, they're fifth, sixth, and then boom, first, boom, second. You know, when they finally decide to kind of cash in the knowledge they've been amassing.
Yeah, and that's something that we're seeing with Little Curbs at the moment. You know, he did the first run, he got that squared away, job done. And now he's going through the time trial stages, and he keeps resetting the stages. So these other guys, Hendrix, IPK, they've put up their second time. You know, they finished the whole game again. But Curbs, he's going through each level and mastering it. And I think that's the better way to do it. I think that knowledge is going to be more valuable for when you actually do a full run. But will he end up finding himself getting tired towards the end of a full run? There is still, you know, 6 levels to get through. So just being perfect at one isn't the whole skill here. But I do think that Lil Curbs has the right idea.
And not just tired towards a run, but towards this entire day, towards this entire weekend. You know, you're not part of a team here. You're one guy, 6 hours each day. It wouldn't surprise me if, you know, the best time, obviously you expect it to get better as you go. There's JJ missing that bell. That has given a lot of runners a lot of trouble. You know, the best time might not come at the very end. It might come at the very end of the first day or the very beginning of the second is kind of where my money is.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even consider the day exhaustion that would go on, only the individual run. It's not something I'd even thought of.
I mean, the runners are good at that, though, right? Like, they're used to that grind, but they're also human.
Exactly, yeah. And, you know, again, it's a new game. You know, they haven't got the muscle memory that they would have built up with other games that they've played for long periods of time. So when they do start to get tired,
Yeah, I know.
they're still having to think about their inputs. It's not quite the same.
Yeah, and that muscle memory is probably makes the grinding a little easier, right? When you're doing the same thing over and over again, you don't have to think about it as much. But given that they have to be on this entire time, they have to be very focused. They can't do any of this kind of without thinking. That kind of thing. If you've ever driven somewhere and gone, I don't remember driving here because you were on autopilot. Maybe it was your commute or something, right? And you don't have to think about it anymore. You know, it's not as tiring for a speedrunner to do the same thing 1,000 times because they don't have to think about most of it after a while. But thinking about things actively is very exhausting. And in this game right now, nobody gets to be on autopilot for these first couple of days.
No, and I think a lot of the learning curve from this game is going to come from the grapple hook. We've talked about it already, but the momentum that you can get if you use it correctly is just monumental. You can get some real speed out of that hook. And I think that is what we'll start to see separating runners towards the end of the day, is those who learn how to use the hook faster against those who don't.
It's interesting, by the way, I think almost everybody has hit those spikes that JJ just hit, and none of them care. They just say, it's fine. I'll take that hit almost always because I don't want to slow the jump.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about earlier on with the lava jumps in Super Mario 64. Sometimes taking damage is the faster option, and by giving the dog 4 toes to lose, you know, you've got those opportunities to take damage and find optimization around that.
So we've talked about glitchless, any, maybe with or without gems. How about a humane option? One where you don't get the dog to lose his toes. I would love to see a split for humane runs.
Yeah, or like RSPCA sponsored or something like that.
Right, yes, exactly. No dogs were harmed in the making of this speedrun.
But for now, we're seeing JJ choose to just climb up these vines rather than go for the jump route, which I find surprising. I would always assume it's faster to jump through that.
I think it is, but it kind of reminds me of, you know, there's almost always the fastest possible option with the uncertainty of making a mistake versus this guarantees me an okay time. So what that tells me, if I had to guess, is that JJ thinks this is a good run that they do not need to risk and don't want to risk right now with something risky. I think they feel like they're ahead in this run. And I think they might be right, because every time I look over, JJ's moving very smoothly.
Yeah, and, you know, this is the boss stage or leading up to the fight with Rex. And we're only just seeing 16 minutes come up, so it's not going to be IPK's time, I don't think, especially not if he falls all the way to the bottom of the stage again. Yeah, it's not going to be IPK's time, but it's definitely a good time to get on this early into our tournament.
Yeah. But it is interesting when you see what causes a reset. Are they taking kind of the risky swings? Are they taking the safe option? It tells you something about their mindset, not just here, but with this particular run, right? Like, does this run need this? Because if you make a couple mistakes in a run, you might go for the risky thing to sort of salvage the run with the understanding that you can't afford to play it safe. So when someone does kind of play it safe a little bit, I kind of think that means that they feel they're doing pretty well, and this could be a pretty good time. And it sure looks like it could. Are we actually into the boss fight? We are, and there's 16:40 left. They've got about 3 minutes to finish this boss fight to top IPK's 1936.
It's going to be a close one. I'm not sure that he'll be able to do it. I don't think there's any way. The thing is with this boss fight, and it was highlighted earlier that this is the sort of thing that frustrates speedrunners, is that they aren't in control of the speed of this boss fight. It's an auto-scrolling boss fight. You have to wait for the boss to reach those stages. You have to wait for the cannons to be seen on screen for you to hit this boss. So no matter what you do, this boss is always going to take similar amounts of time. It'll be interesting to know how quickly you can hit the cannons from when they appear, but that's going to be the only difference, because as I've said that, I've realised it has nothing to do with auto-scrolling, because as JJ runs through this, he's just leaving Rex behind.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're right in that there might be a very obvious hard cap into how fast you can do this. It might be one of those things that becomes optimized very early, and that's fine. Every speedrun has some sort of things that are rote and that speedrunners almost always hit, and that almost everyone takes the same amount of time at. But at the same time, it just becomes this thing at the end that you're supposed to do perfectly, but it's just an occasion to mess up a good run, right? And that can kind of feel bad, because there's no glory in doing it perfectly, and it's all downside if you mess it up.
Exactly, yeah, and you saw there, actually, Jay using his grapple to pull himself into the cannon faster, and all of that speed as well. So it does appear like you can do this quickly, but
this is close. You know, I think you called it. I think 3 minutes is right around how long this takes, because he's got about 1:20 left, and it looks like I think he needs 2 more hits. This could be extremely close.
Yeah, really exciting to see how close he'll be to IPK. And again, this is before optimization, you know, before they've really started learning everything, and we're already seeing times this close together.
Oh, 1 more hit in 1 minute. I think this might just make it. This might just make it.
Just this long section of swinging and swinging and swinging. There it is.
Here we go. I don't think it's going to take nearly that long for this actual boss death animation to complete. I think we're going to have it. I don't know if it's going to be sub 19, but I think we are going to have a new leader, and it's your dark horse, JJ.
Sub 19 maybe?
But there's also, you got to pick up the phone.
You do got to pick up the phone. It's like the star at the end that you can miss. Ouija, you fool. Yeah. My God. There it is, JJ. Let's see. I forget. I should look up again here when the exact end is. Timer stopped when the results screen appears after the World 1 boss. That's the time, and there it is, 19:10, 26 seconds ahead of IPK's time. We know this isn't going to be the winner, but some of these runners flexing a little early and showing us what they're going to be capable of.
Yeah, definitely an exciting point to have a quick break for ourselves, I think. We are going to take a wee step away here from the booth and let Electric and Markinator99 come in and enjoy this game as well. But for you, Track, what's been the highlight of this early learning phase for you?
It's definitely seeing the different learning styles of the players, right? I like that we look over and they're doing completely different things, and we don't know who's ahead, we don't know who's behind, we just know how each player likes to learn. And I think it's very fascinating to see that there is no right way, that how you learn is a personal thing, and it's whatever works for you. And there are different ways to speedrun, and many different styles of speedrunning and all that. And just to see the diversity of speedrunning and learning simultaneously has been a real joy. And I really envy Electric and Markinator getting to come in here and see these more and more optimized runs.
Absolutely. And, it's like, we've used the word a few times already, but it's just intimate. It's a very special and close thing that we're learning what these speedrunners do and how that they think as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, as you said, we're going to step away for a bit, but we're going to leave you viewers in the capable hands of Markinator99 and Electric. Have fun, guys.
Yeah, like he had a month to do it.
Fine.
All right, cool. All right, awesome. So we just jumped in here. What is going on?
Okay.
I didn't hear the transition, so that is my fault. I am Markinator99, joined here with Electric. We are relieving Warding Track and Avalon. So we are very excited to be coming here today. Grapple Dog seems like a super exciting game. Been watching it. Electric, what are your thoughts about the game?
It seems like a really interesting momentum-based platformer where there's a lot of balance between like the sort of floaty general movement and the ability to go really fast in certain directions and build up momentum, especially with the grapple hook. And we're getting into this phase here where the runners have had a little bit of experience with the game. They're not super pro speedrunners just quite yet, but we should be starting to see some kind of interesting optimizations over the course of their World 1 speedruns here.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember I was watching the first part of it, and all the runners had to get the gems, the little purple gems, to unlock the last boss. But in order to do the speed run, we're not actually doing that. We're doing a more any % style run. So they're just starting it up and proceeding through, which is going to be sub 20 definitely. Already got 2 sub 20 times, I think. We got 1936 and we got 1910. And so I'm excited. I think Avalon was saying potentially sub 10. That seems pretty fast.
Yeah, I think that might take some time, but I'm excited to see where we're able to take things over this weekend. But of course, this weekend is not the only competition in Grapple Dog. Over the course of the first month of its development, or rather, the first month after its release, we're going to be having another tournament. Exclamation point Grapple Dog in the chat, and you can get some more details about that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's going to be really exciting. That's definitely a reason to be picking up this game. I believe it's on. There's got a little sale going on right now if you want to pick it up. Under $20 for sure. And it's a really fun game. I was playing it a little bit last night and going through the stages, and there really is a lot of fun tricks with the momentum and stuff like that. We've seen a few of the tricks done here already today, and even these water sections that you see Easyscape going on right now, like those are pretty fun. Like you can like dash through the water, and especially like if you're picking up the gems, there's some sections for you to be doing that. Little challenge sections.
Yeah, any platforming game that involves dashing through water sections like that is doing water sections correctly. Like anything you can do to get out of the water again faster is a good design choice in my book. Falling right into the thorns though. But it's certainly there are a few of these sort of platforming games that like the main gimmick, if you will, is a grapple hook of some kind. But this game does a really good job of like transferring the grapple hook momentum and allowing you, if you have like multiple grapple points in a row, to really start to feel like Spider-Man almost, kind of just swinging through the stage. And at the end of the day, it's just a heckin' cute boy. And can you really argue with that?
Absolutely not. It really is a fun game all around. Very lighthearted, very hard, very difficult. It's very challenging. So really fantastic. As you can see, Easyscape here having a little bit of trouble with that momentum we were just talking about. Jumping onto these walls, you can keep momentum going upward. You can like, if you're going downwards, you'll slide down a little bit. So it actually does a really good job of like maintaining that momentum for that speedrunning type skill.
Yeah, and I really like the visual design of this game too. It seems like there was a lot of attention taken to make sure everything is as obvious as it can be. Like there's no like vagueness at all between what is going to hurt Grapple Dog, what is going to be a grappleable surface, what's going to bounce, what's going to allow you to wall climb. And I think for especially like early speedrun development like this, it can kind of give you a better sense of what can be possible on a stage. Some games that might have like a bit more of a like I don't know exactly what the word would be. I guess like a more vague design aesthetic. It might be a little harder to kind of tell what things are possible whenever like everything looks very similar, and it's hard to kind of get in your mind, okay, this is where the spikes end and the wall begins. But with this game, it both like it looks nice, but it also kind of serves a nice utility for speedrunning too. And there's a lot of variation in the levels too. Easyscape there showing off a section that was exclusively grapple up to the ending there. I mean, that would kind of be like in a Mario game where you would get a level that would involve just a bunch of rope climbing and such, where most of the game was your standard horizontal platforming. And so it's nice to see a speedrun involving multiple kinds of movement like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you're saying, very technical, very mechanical based versus maybe a game that was designed to be like beautiful and ended up with some good technical stuff. Maybe is a bit more challenging. So yeah, absolutely. The intentionality of this game to have you go quick and the momentum changes and stuff. Very nice. Very fun to play. And Easyscape, I see, is not doing the time trial ones. He's still doing all of the like the main category ones. I don't know if there's a difference other than you can still collect stuff. I'm not sure if you've noticed that, but you can go into a time trial where there are no collectibles, but I think the enemies are still there. I'm not sure if there's an actual difference between the two.
It'll be interesting seeing like which modes end up being the absolute best for speedrunning. And it seems like the game is pretty lenient with damage too. Damage doesn't even really like knock you back so much, and you got, it looks like at least 4 units of health. So that can sort of play into strats over time as well. Just seeing where you can damage yourself for a slight advantage there. Easyscape just not even really dealing with those enemies. Slowing down and trying to properly defeat them. No, just take the damage and move on.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a few damage boost spots. I think there was one section, there was like a wall with some spikes on it, and just getting hit by the spikes, you just blast through the other spikes. So pretty nice design there. Coming up to these these cycle-based sections right here with like these robots. I think there's another one towards the end of the stage. Those would be nice sections too to watch. Because yeah, look, they're taking that little damage, and you do pause every time you take damage. There's a slight pause.
I'm climbing.
So interrupting that momentum.
Barely too late to be able to get past the saw blade there, but nice use of the iframes in order to skip over that spike section. It's kind of funny, like, games like this, whenever you speedrun one of them for a long time, which pretty much all the runners here have a fair amount of experience with 2D speed games, a lot of the tricks are going to carry over, like the use of iframes to skip damage sources like spikes. Like just general platforming mechanics. It's really interesting to see how just some of those natural skills just immediately carry over once they get a feel for the controls of a new game.
Yeah, it could be very flow statey.
I keep thinking the boss is like...
You can just get the hang of it and you can just keep going. Let's see, Easy Escape coming up to the end here. Going to be his first, I think, playthrough without the gems. Let's see what his time will be.
So it's stark improvement over that 1 hour, 24-minute exploratory time, if you will. And as our commentators earlier were kind of discussing, this fight is sort of just kind of a extended, straight along movement section. It's kind of hard to speed this up because it's really just a matter of getting to the cannons as fast as you can and hoping to not really mess up a lot of movement along the way. But it seems to be very, very linear made here. Which, I mean, for a casual experience, this, would be perfectly fine boss fight, especially for the end of a World 1. But I'm sure over time for speedrunning, this will be looked at more or less like a ruined kingdom in Mario Odyssey, where, it's kind of, you'll assume the runner's going to get through it, and maybe every once in a while they'll get careless and lose a little bit of time. But overall, we'll see this as kind of a consistent final time section here. But
yeah, I think that's definitely true. Do what?
Easy Escape making some nice time towards these cannons.
Yeah, he's actually doing really well. You definitely see some time differences right here in these sections where you get the grapple. And keeping that momentum, not taking damage. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, and you can get there pretty early. Like the mech hadn't even like almost touched that giant brick that he smashed through.
Yeah, luckily Grapple Dog also has the ability to smash bricks, so Big Mecha T-Rex isn't even that strong. Or Grapple Dog is just Super Dogman. Who knows?
Yeah, Pablo. Pablo is his official name. So we got Pablo, and his friends that you see throughout, if you play this casually, will be Tony, which is the rabbit, and the Professor, which is the chicken. So you get so Pablo here is the main character that you're playing with. But it actually has like a decent story to it. I know we kind of just blew through it. We didn't do too much here, being speedrunners and all. But there's actually some fun lore to it. You got to collect all of these different items after you beat these bosses, as Easy Escape has. They're going to be right at 21. These cutscenes take a brief moment to get through here on this final boss fight. But there it is, the phone. Grabbing the phone here, one of the inventor's tools that you're trying to collect before. The evil bad guy, Null, I think is his name.
One of the many inventions that you'll need to collect before completing the game here. Been kind of interesting. A 2D platforming game involving animals fighting robots throughout nature. It sounds a little familiar. I'm not saying that it's plagiarism or anything like that.
Classic game design. It's very nice and simplistic.
The traditional animals fighting against the robot overlords always a treat.
Where it was at, but...
And I don't think Sonic is anywhere near this cute. Sonic's got nothing on Pablo.
Yeah, so the runners don't even have to go back to the main screen to start a new run, or is Easy Escape just playing around? Do they just start level 1 again, and then that's like the start of the new run, or do they have to go back to the file?
Let's see, I think he hasn't...
Okay. Alright, official word from the admins. It starts as soon as they click the level 1. So Easy Escape didn't reset his timer, but does have an official run going technically. No need to go all the way back to the main screen.
Might not quite reset his timer. Let's see what Hendrix's final time is, though, as they go ahead and start up the Rex fight here.
Oh, get over!
Struggling to get over. There we go.
Yeah, those are going to be the time losses here at the very end. They're going to be like those little corners and the momentum changes and stuff. And those are going to be like the few seconds at the very end.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see how this world fits into a full game run, too. Since this is only World 1 of... how many worlds in the game? I believe 5 worlds or so? Although there may be a little bit of other material lurking around here and there. You didn't hear it from us.
There's definitely a lot of ideas floating around. Earlier comms we're talking about maybe some free level design potentially in the future. That would be fun. Fan-made levels, playing through some of those. But yeah, this game, said it a few times earlier, it was made by one person, and then I think some side effects like music and stuff, some extra people. But as far as game design and everything, it was a one-man show. So very awesome there. Hopefully we can have some more fan-made stuff. That'd be really cool, I think.
It's always awesome to see these one-man passion projects, and especially like development teams and developers individually that pay a lot of attention to the little nuances of momentum. Because there are a lot of indie devs that, like, not to bash any of them, that they're so focused on like another aspect of their game, like the story or just the visual presentation, that they'll just kind of grab movement from somewhere else or like just use a very general template for their movement. But you can definitely tell there's a lot of deliberate attention taken to making sure that Pablo moves very, very well and maintains momentum well. I mean, there are a lot of like sort of just hacky ways that you can do things, like set speed to specific values on certain moves and stuff like that. But you can tell that there was time and patience taken to make sure things just felt good, and that's invaluable. It takes work to do that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% agree.
And speaking of work, we've got Hendrix putting in the work for a 20-minute time there. I'm not sure why they stopping their timer on the results screen there at 2023.
Yep, I believe there's some cheats that you can actually turn on in this game, like infinite jumps and stuff. And then this result screen might be bottom left corner. But when it pops up, it'll say if you were using cheats or not. So that's a little check ends at the result screen.
It's always really nice to see games that have those like inbuilt checks like that.
Yeah, we don't have to go through, analyze frame data, all that stuff. But yeah, fresh run here from JJ. Speeding straight through. It already has like the first 2 worlds done. Is -4 minutes. Speeding right through. Yeah, this is what we're gonna be seeing. Oh, okay.
It reminds me a lot of Zora swimming in Zelda. Like I really like that boost swimming. Like it's such a good way to handle swimming, I think.
Yeah. It is nice. It is very nice.
Do you remember this Flash game where you were a dolphin trying to like swim your way into space or something? It kind of had like similar sort of water physics where you were trying to like boost your way out of the water and do like flips in the air and stuff. I don't know why this game just reminded me of that.
Is it one of those games where like you had to like unlock more power-ups as like you did your jumps out of the water and stuff?
It was just momentum based. It was like every time you'd hop up in the air, if you handled things right and like curved yourself properly, you'd go faster going back into the water and you could shoot out higher the next time that you came back up. And like you would just keep repeating that, and eventually you'd fly right through space instead of the sky.
Yeah, I remember playing a lot of games like that, where you had to like just eventually beat the entire game going too far. But yeah, a lot of good, like you were saying, like basically the momentum from that. You see a lot of that in not just the swimming, but like the grappling and stuff too. And as well as like the bouncing off the boxes and stuff when you see them like smashing the grounds. Oh, JJ! He's trying to go so fast, it's just instantly falling off the ledge. Just has to slow down.
You're gonna take a full death there too.
Yeah, I think he's like already back to exactly where he was.
Oh, okay. He knew he was close to the checkpoint, so just didn't really mind there.
Yeah, not too bad. But yeah, that's such clean momentum through that section, second try. It's like it's very satisfying to like feel it out too when you're playing the game, not just to watch it.
Absolutely. And one thing that like is definitely going to be interesting to see the decision-making process kind of over time. A lot of Pablo's tendency, as you see with some of these like extended bouncing sections, is to be kind of floaty in the air. But that ground pound moves so fast and gets you back down on the ground so fast. But it seems to pretty much only move straight down, maybe like in the diagonal directions. So you have to really balance like the amount of time that you're letting Pablo float along in the air in order to get very precise positions, and then like drop down very quickly with that ground pound motion.
Yeah, it's definitely an optimization that we're seeing some of these runners pick up here. Yeah, it looks like you can start the ground pound. I guess I'm not sure what you'd call it, but yeah, that ground pound type animation. As soon as like you walk off a plank, like right there, boom, you just saw it from JJ twice. Quick break.
You just quick jump
right up onto these,
boom.
and is a good bit faster than just kind of like floating yourself like to jump up and down on it. So little things like that are going to add up all throughout the run. So just things to keep your eye out for.
He's still -4 despite that little bobble in the last stage. So definitely still got a lot of time to be able to make up here. Grapple a little bit too short there, though. That seems to be one thing that might be messing with players a fair bit, is the fact that the grapple extends diagonally, but like almost feels like it has a vertical cap. And so like you have to throw it a bit earlier than you might think in order to make sure that it's going to end up hitting some of these rooftops here. But you also do want to throw it a bit late so that you'll get as much distance as possible out of it.
That is true. It might follow your momentum. Like as you're, like if you're falling down, the grapple also might come down with you.
It looks like that, yeah.
It might be what's happening. Oh, that was a good optimization.
About, like the different ways that you would be able to handle a grapple hook in a game like this, like whether like it stays reference pointed on your player character like Pablo here, or whether you have it like going out just from a point in space only, even as your character falls.
What was the question there?
Nice
I missed it. What?
Oh, that's a really cool section there, having to go all the way to the end of that tunnel just to be able to unlock the little wall platform that you're going to have to jump off of there.
Yeah, do that quick turnaround. Yeah, and this is just World 1 for anyone jumping in. Like we said it a bit earlier, there's like 5 more that get progressively harder. It's we were only seeing part of it, and we're already seeing like some pretty complicated momentum strats being implicated.
Yeah, this definitely looks like that sort of platforming game for people that have played too many platforming games. Like I Want to Be the Guy and all of its clones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's on that sort of tier, but it's definitely got some challenge to it. I think it'd be comparable to some levels of Celeste for sure.
Yeah, I heard there's a lot of comparison going on first 2 comps. I never really played Celeste, so I don't have too much knowledge.
Rather than having a grapple mechanic, it has a dash mechanic, but it does have a lot of similar like flow of momentum that's hugely important in speedruns. And there's a lot of little mechanical things in that game that let you go really fast from just having a high degree of precision. Yeah. I could talk a little bit about that game, but the comparisons are apt for sure. I think a lot of it specifically has to do with the ways that you're able to maintain momentum with Pablo and navigate your way around certain obstacles with a high degree of precision, especially like with a lot of this wall bouncing tech and wall climbing tech too. That's a big commonality with Celeste. One like kind of interesting thing with Celeste. Like when you grab a wall, you can jump up a few times just on the same wall. You don't have to have a second wall to jump off of. You are limited in it, and you'll eventually start falling back down. But that's kind of like a neat mechanic that you'll see used here and there throughout a given run. And I think I've seen like a little bit of that here. If not, like wall kicks are super important in this game.
Yeah, and you can get I think timing just on a lot of your stuff is important too. Like entering these cannons, like you won't shoot out of the cannons just automatically. Like you actually have to like hit a button to do it. And then on the wall kicks as well, you can just kind of grab the wall and slide. So if your wall kick isn't early, you'll spend some extra time on the wall. So It's definitely a high skill cap game. There's like a lot of those small elements to it.
Absolutely.
I've been enjoying like watching it and like kind of watching the little things here and there.
Split platform is kind of interesting how they fall back down. So if you get a little bit of a weird jump and need to reset a certain jump up, you may not even be able to on those spring platforms since they fall.
Yeah, it's like you have to keep it.
I went left. Let's go.
All right, yeah, JJ flying through this section is really ahead.
Oh, but misses the cannon there, so gonna have to just take a quick respawn.
Yeah, the grapple doesn't go down, so if you overshoot something on top like that, it's pretty punishing.
Shit,
I'm flying right back into that saw blade. Ooh, narrowly avoiding taking even more damage on that saw blade. Jeez.
Yeah, the momentum through this section is going to be interesting to watch people lab out and figure out what's actually fastest.
Oh, for sure.
I'm sure there's going to be like some of those grapple skips. You're skipping every other grapple spot, zooming.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I'm sure we're gonna reach a point where it's very precision routed that you're gonna have like almost no health at the very end of the run. You know, which specific cycle taking damage at these particular points, you know, gets you the fastest end time kind of deals. Because I'm sure that one interesting thing that's gonna come up with routing is there are probably gonna be like, say 5 or 6 different choices for things to take damage and go faster out of, but like which ones all together will end up with the fastest possible route, right there, you know?
Claiming it.
And also I like how there's a speed meter too in this game, right underneath Pablo's little health indicator there on the top left corner.
Yeah, it's like a Mario P meter from like Mario 3.
Yeah. And speaking of Mario, like it's kind of interesting when you go back to old Mario games how like wall kicking wasn't really a thing there. So like it's really nice to see wall kicking being present in a lot of modern 2D platforming games like this, because I think it's a really natural mechanic, especially when you're gonna have like very vertical stages like this. So definitely, you know, props for giving Pablo a very varied moveset. I think that's always welcome, especially for speedrunners, because it gives speedrunners a lot of tools to work with in formulating how exactly they're going to run a game. You know, if a game just has one jump and one attack, it's going to be kind of boring to route the speedrun for, because you're just going to be doing those two things over and over. But if you got like 5 different kinds of jumps, 3 different kinds of attacks, you know, so on and so forth, it's going to be a lot more exciting because you have a lot more variation.
Yeah, exactly. No, that was very well put, and we just saw it there from JJ actually as you were talking about it. He's climbing up that section with the robots. Mixed up his timing, did some climbing, did some wall kicks, then grappled at the end to get a nice momentum clean out. It was very nice. You see a whole lot of mix of movements there and precision timings, along with like, you know, the knowledge of those cycles right there. Like we've been seeing runners jump straight through it and you just can't. You have to think a little bit about what the next robot's going to be doing.
Exactly.
So those spots are going to be great. And JJ looking to finish it out. We got we're looking at what, like 2.5 minutes, 2:45 maybe. It's just under 3.
It's something like that. So I would expect us to see definitely the first sub 19 and almost certainly the first sub 18 as well. You know, I don't want to curse things, of course, but we'll see what JJ's able to pull out on this quick little Rex fight. And you got to remember too that there's still plenty of room for improvement over this run as well. Nicely done there, the little brick skip. Rex not even having a chance to break that little brick.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing like cycles in these sections here.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah.
On the very end, like how far did Rex go?
Seeing like how fast runners get through these sections. Like people are gonna talk about it in terms of how many bricks are left over. Like right there, that would be called like a 1 brick or something.
I got the 2 brick cycle, Pog.
I hit all 33 bricks. Oh my god!
The ending of the world record.
Oh man, that's gonna happen someday. I definitely can see it. I wonder if Rex tries to start speeding up to try to catch up a little bit, or if Rex always just kind of marches the same speed. Because I feel like with that long
Yeah.
grapple section, Rex must have kind of sped up just a little bit off screen.
Probably. There's a little bit of rubber banding, yeah. He's not too far behind. Oh, but there he is.
Yeah, very nearly just decking him in the face. That'd be kind of an interesting little boss fight to close things out. Just having to grapple the robot repeatedly. I'm sure one of the later boss fights in this game has to have a format like that, where you're using the grapple hook against them a lot. But there we go. And we're going to head on over to the results screen. That was honestly pretty close to being a sub 17 as well.
Yeah, that was... I think he's got another like 10, 15 seconds here, but yeah, I mean, that was like super clean. That was definitely like, right at 2.5 minutes.
Yep. We got the phone. And let's head on over to the results screen, and it's going to be time right there. 17-18 from JJ. GG's.
Yeah, almost 2 minutes. And you see there's still so much time. We went from -4 minutes to -30 seconds. Like there was like a big gap on level 4 there. So there's definitely sub 15. And then I think what we'll see is we'll approach like 12, 13 minutes perhaps once runs get pretty clean. And then it'll be intense.
I think 1-3 has a lot of room for improvement with that repeated checkpoint death over and over. I think JJ definitely has a lot of room to go ahead and just fire things up even more beyond here. As we see TMR now on the main screen here. Actually advancing over to Rex pretty shortly here. Well, let's see what sort of time TMR is able to pull out. 2 minutes ahead according to their most recent split time. Having some trouble getting up this little vertical hallway though.
Yeah, sometimes those grapple areas you have to go up a little bit, and the minimum will get a little weird on you. And also the spacing of like the grapple, like once you're on the grapple, you can go up and down as you swing even, and the spacing can be pretty important.
Oh yeah, I think that's like is that Metroid style grappling? I don't know if Metroid came up with that, but I believe that like in Super Metroid, the grapple has a similar kind of thing where like holding down will increase the length of the rope on it. And that's another thing that like will be pretty important in like, some strategies you may, to do them safely, want to extend the grapple rope all the way to its maximum length. But then if you want to do things quickly, you might want to end up trying to do a jump with like a much shorter grapple length at the risk of potentially undershooting your jump. So that'll be kind of an interesting bit of decision making as well over time.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like we were talking about, more tools. Grapple Dog definitely presenting itself as one of these games. It's got a pretty varied toolbox. We got the big Snap-on truck rolling right into the station. Pablo saying, "Yo, what up? Get in. We're going grapple shopping."
That is what's happening right here. No, but it's honestly a lot of fun. It's really cool, and I'm very excited to see what's in store. Is this he's on the final level, right? This one's very vertical. Yep. Yeah, there it is. Very ends.
You're going to be advancing now onto the Rex fight, and I think we're looking at like a little bit slower of a pace than JJ's run, because I think JJ got to this cutscene at around like 15 flat or so. But we're still going to be seeing a really nice improvement here from 5th to 2nd place for sure. Given a good Rex, of course. Don't want to curse things.
Yeah, exactly. And I like how we're looking at the times. We still have little curbs and Oshi with the hour longs with their initial runs through. They seem to be putting more time into practice, a little more optimizations before starting out some good runs. We'll see how that pays out for them.
Yeah, I think that in the long term, that strategy will honestly certainly pay some dividends, because I think that whenever you're just doing runs back to back to back, it can be easy to not be as introspective as you kind of should be about like certain movement patterns and things. So taking the time to like really study a level and like just spend a couple of minutes on one little section of movement alone sometimes even can definitely help a lot in being able to like get really good times once you do start going ahead and hammering down attempts. It's just you want to avoid, of course, practicing until you only have an hour left and then you're not even able to get one solid attempt through.
Yeah, exactly. All about time management. And these runners do have tomorrow as well. So even if they did spend all time today routing and everything, I mean, you'll have 6 hours tomorrow as well. So today is definitely a lot of learning, a lot of exploring, and the runners are kind of taking it as they are. You know, each one is doing kind of their own deal.
Well, Little Curb seeing there that they're able to go ahead and skip that climbing section on the left-hand side there with a really well-timed grapple. And go ahead and take that damage boost, skip one grapple point there. Taking a short rope, little jump there, and narrowly missing that one in order to hit the bell, though.
All right. Oh, you can reset to your last checkpoint. Little Curb's taking advantage. That's gonna be really nice for practice. I didn't realize that's what Little Curbs was doing.
One interesting thing regarding checkpoints and such. I know Celeste has a couple of glitches involving like checkpoint respawn abuses. I wonder if this game has any sort of like similar types of potential. I think the ones that are useful for speedruns are the result of like kind of weird room ID situations, but I mean, who knows? Maybe over time we'll discover something similar to that in this game.
Yeah, potentially.
It's going to be really interesting just seeing all the ways that runners, routers, strat finders, etc. just approach this game and all the different little things that kind of break at the seams.
It is definitely going to be interesting.
Oh, and Little Curb's confirming there that you cannot grapple your way into the bell, unfortunately. Kind of wish you could. That feels natural, I would think.
Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, think about it.
I don't know.
Big
Definitely
metal
the
grapple hook slamming right into a bell, like that would ring the bell.
Well, yeah, I mean, the grapple definitely only attaches to like the blue walls and then the enemies where the little circles appear over them. So, I mean, the grapple is very specific. We're definitely going to see specific, like, I guess, pinpoint positions where you want to hit your grapple. But it's not as dexterous as you might initially think. It definitely has its unique uses.
And I'm seeing a couple points where like runners will almost certainly wish that it would be able to grab the bell, just because like on the ending of this, I think it's 1-3. Like in order to hit the bell, you have to like do a swing back on the like final little grapple hook point. And it's like you have all this nice momentum, you're able to grapple pretty cleanly through that whole section, and at the very end you gotta just lazily swing there for a little bit before you can actually end the stage. All because you can't grapple the bell.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge for sure.
I am curious though if there's some sort of way to like, you know, once players get a really good feel for momentum out of the grapple hook, if we will be able to see someone use one of the previous points to just like swing a really fast swing into the bell there.
That's what I'm looking forward to. It's like the really quick, like clean grapples through like the large open sections. Like that's gonna be fun because you can reach some solid speeds we've seen. Some well timed. Absolutely. It looks like the longer the grapple, yeah, definitely the more speed you get.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure exactly how like the speed cap itself would work, but if something else is going to give Pablo a lot of speed, then you're able to maintain that speed into a grapple a lot of the times, and that's hugely important for just having, you know, certain really fast tricks be possible at all.
Yeah, just keeping. That's the name of the game, really, right? It's keeping that speed.
Exactly. So Oshi tries keeping that speed vertically here, going on through the final part of World 1, trying to navigate their way past all these robots.
Yeah, difficult little section there.
Very, very low grapple there, right over the spikes.
Yeah, that was clean. These runners are definitely getting more comfortable with the grapple spots for sure. We're seeing more instant momentums. Looks like Oshi is messing around with this section a bit. But yeah, definitely getting more precise with all of it. Looking real nice.
Almost made their way up to the wall. Okay, there we go. Managed to make their way up to the little climbing wall there. And I wonder if you're able to hang on to those grass walls indefinitely, or if there is eventually like kind of a cooldown time where you have to let go if you've hung on to it for too long.
No, I think you can it's just like a climbing section. You can go up and down. So yeah, you could definitely hold it. But I think you do have to like at least grab it first, because I've seen runners like have downward momentum when they reach like the bottom of one, and then Pablo doesn't actually grab the grassy section. He just like slides down. So there's a little tech there.
I think my goal is sub 18 right now. That's like a good pace. Sub 18 is like
All
spectacular.
right, is she coming in to Rex here? You definitely saw. I saw a couple spots in this run where he was testing some stuff out, looking at the momentum, see how it would work. So I definitely am looking for multiple minutes subtracted on the next run or two from Oshi.
Oh, same here. Yeah. I think that we're still, like we've been saying, just in the very, very early development phases. So a lot of these times very volatile and subject to change. But it's just interesting, seeing all of the different little approaches, the different ways players are kind of like favoring certain moves over other moves. Some players will use the grapple more than others. Some players will use the grab pound more than others. Different things like that. I'm just awesome seeing all the different developments throughout this game. And if you want to pick this game up for yourself, as I understand it, it is out right now.
That's pretty rough.
Definitely a really nice little indie title. And I think like all of the games I've been buying within the past like year or so have been all indie titles. I haven't really found any kind of lemon so far. These sort of games are always just really nicely satisfying, and you're not having to pay $60 for them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this one, I'm just looking it up. $13.49 is 10% off currently. Don't know how long that's going to last. It says offer ends February 24th. So you have a couple weeks to grab this game at the discounted price. But yeah, $15 is not bad for this game. And like we're only seeing World 1. There's a ton of other worlds out there to be had with more abilities and stuff too, I would imagine. It gets a bit more tricky.
Absolutely. And if you want to check this game out for yourself, you can go ahead and check out the Steam link at !GrappleDog in the chat, and I'll bring up the Steam link. And also, if you're interested in participating in our public competition, go ahead and put !comp in the chat. Like we were touching on earlier, we've got a public $3,000 prize pool competition for whoever's got the best PB in the leaderboard on World 1 in this game by the end of the month. So top 10 times we're going to get a share of the prize there. Definitely go ahead and check that out. Like I said, !comp. A lot of cool stuff surrounding this game, and just big props to Super Rare for all of the support that they're putting behind this game. It's really awesome to see developers drop games like this and then also go ahead and just start trying to kickstart communities with events like this, tournaments, little public leaderboard challenges. Just it's awesome to see.
Yeah, for sure. It is amazing. I love being able to commentate these types of events, especially with the new games. We had Eon Drive not too long ago. That was a lot of fun. Now we have Grapple Dog. I'm looking forward to more events like this. Some more instant competitions as games coming out. We get to explore them. We get to test them out. See how they are in the early stages. See if you can't figure something out for yourself.
A bunch of other ground pound cancels.
That's the real fun of a lot of games. Like once everything's figured out and everything is optimized, there are definitely some fun to be had with all that. But really digging deep into a game that nobody's figured out yet, that's definitely something special.
Oh, absolutely. And there's a lot of people within the speedrun community at large that get a lot of, like, they don't really focus a ton on one game. They focus on, like, routing and exploring as many games as they can. And that they're absolutely invaluable members because they're largely responsible for a lot of the strats that we see in really long established games,
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's a lot of places for people in the speedrun community that may not be immediately obvious. Like when you say speedrun community, a lot of people immediately just think of like, oh, people running the really popular games like Minecraft or Mario or something. But like there's certainly a place for people that just really like routing like long RPGs or like other, RNG heavy games or whatever else. And just exploring new titles. I've even seen entire Discord servers dedicated for like just blind racing of like different speed games. Like people get together, all agree on a game they've never played before, and just see how fast they can get on it in a week. Like it's really cool how varied this hobby is generally, and this sort of tournament kind of just fits right into that. The exploration of a brand new game like this.
Oh, 100%. It's so great. It really is. It's fantastic. All right, we're seeing JJ, I think, pick up a lot of that lost time here.
Yeah, 41
Yeah,
seconds
negative
are
40.
carrying on over. Let's see how they're able to handle the cavern, though. As we were seeing on, I believe it was IPK or Little Curbs' screen, is still messing around in practice. I think we got Little Curbs going on in on time trials now.
We're zooming.
If they weren't already.
Shit.
But
Yeah, Little Curbs
this
definitely
seems to
on
be
the
a challenging one.
the one that JJ's on.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's not another 40 seconds. I saved.
Yeah, this one, a
It's
lot of
the previous
grappling. It's
segment.
mostly
I'll look at
grappling.
How much time I saved in that specific segment?
Especially, I mean,
So I
especially at the
saved
ending
0.7
section. This is the one with like the bell
Yeah.
floating in the air. But it looks like this is going to be one of those types of stages that will be very optimized as far as what you can do, but you know, you're not gonna see a ton of runners be able to execute it every time. There's gonna be a lot of time saved to be had in this stage.
I think this will be one of those stages that, like, a year or two from now, it's going to have this absolutely
go
incredible
up.
individual level record that, like, no one is ever going to attempt to do in, like, a real-time full game speed run. Like,
Yeah.
it's just that kind of level. You're going to have a couple of frame perfect strats or like, just this ridiculous grapple. Yeah, it just feels like one of those stages that's going to have, like, some just hyper-optimized route through it like that available.
Yeah, super fun, especially with like the cannon timings. Like I was saying earlier, you have to actually shoot yourself out of the cannon. So how frame perfect can you be?
Yep, and like JJ, they're making it almost looking like a bounce pad or something with how quick he shot out.
Why do I always do it?
And overshooting just a little bit there. Like you said, can't grapple down. That's always kind of a weird feeling, like overshooting a jump like that. But I mean, you got your ground pound available.
You do. You definitely have your ground pound, and that's something that I don't think a lot of people would really utilize fully.
Point. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I feel like that may almost be why you can't grapple down, is because you already have your ground pound. Why would you want to grapple down?
True. You'd be able to get some pretty crazy momentums going on too with these like circular, like grapple spots. You'd be able to like circle around the whole deal. That would be something. You'd fly yourself around the map. Oh gosh.
Yeah, once you
Maybe
build up enough
good.
speed to like do one complete circle. Oh man.
I can't do it.
Maybe it's a good
Okay,
thing.
there we go. JJ tried to ground pound there. Okay, maybe you aren't able to ground pound quickly enough to actually land in that spot, because he did try to ground pound pretty early there, but ended up still overshooting that spot. And now having to take the time to set up this final little bell jump. It's unfortunate, but I mean that it's just part of the game.
Yeah. No, I mean there's definitely some like skippable grapples there
Still
that.
ahead. It's okay.
I mean, it's just got to be right. It's got to be.
Still good.
Right. And as
We'll
JJ
see.
just said, we are still ahead at least. So we'll see how this
0.6.
run finishes out. But this stage, I've definitely noticed a lot of runners having a lot of trouble here. And I think it's just all the vertical platforming. It's hard stuff.
Yeah, no, vertical stuff is not easy at all. Mostly because, missing something isn't just like getting over a ledge, it's like reclimbing.
Yeah, I mean, there are entire games founded on like vertical platforming where you take one fall, you're all the way back at the beginning, like Jump King, getting over it. Like, it's vertical platforming. It's just unique sense of nervousness because all of your progress can be taken away at any moment. I mean, obviously this game does have like a lot of sort of checkpointing, but like in terms of speed running, it's very, very easy to lose seconds over seconds just from a little tiny mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's really what it is. It's like that whole speedrunning aspect of, reclimbing a section, and instead of like, for the same mistake, it is not half a second. Reclimbing the section is like 5 seconds.
Exactly. Yeah. On a vertical stage or on a horizontal stage, you make that same mistake and like you just dust yourself off and keep going right over again. You're probably landing about exactly where you were before anyway.
Right. So yeah, these definitely a big deal. And with these cycles here, with these robots, I like the addition to that because it kind of makes you think a little bit. Like right here, if you were to keep going, you definitely hit that top one. So just waiting it out a little bit there.
A really nice little juggling. Still getting through that top enemy very quickly. Because when you're trying to avoid enemies like that, it's really easy to end up still like bleeding an extra 2 or 3 cycles over what you would realistically need to. Oh, now having to get some extra momentum off the grapple to make sure that he's able to go ahead and get the wall jump.
Oh. Yeah, I'm seeing like a lot of tiny time saves on most every section. Just because of momentum, and it's not super easy. I see you're just gonna reset.
Time there, yeah. Lost enough time there that you're just gonna go ahead and start a new one. That's completely understandable.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of goes to how flow statey this game actually is, because JJ was doing really well, and then he hit that section to where you have to keep your momentum going, and ended up like stopping in place a few times and just couldn't get it back.
Yeah,
just couldn't keep climbing.
It's also interesting to see, like, it looks like for sure the grapple is locked into diagonals or just going straight up. And I think it'd be interesting to see what some of these strats would look like if the grapple was omnidirectional. It could go like any angle as long as you were pointing your stick upwards. I'm also curious, like if runners are going on keyboard or an actual controller.
It is definitely locked in place. I was playing on keyboard and stuff. I don't think you can map. Currently, I don't think you can map new keybinds. I think that was something that was said that was, going to be like one of the first updates. But for now, for this tournament and everything, I think it's just keyboard, and I think you're just set to whatever the devs have you set to, which is like WSD, and then I think JKL on the other side is for your abilities.
JK lol.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't feel bad when I was playing it, so I wasn't too unhappy with it.
Yeah. Easy's on a very, very nice time improvement pace here.
I don't know why the
See if he's able to go ahead and carry this on through the ending of this section here. Having a little bit of trouble. A lot of these like chimney tunnels here keep giving players a lot of problems.
Yeah, it is. I really like how Easy Escape's in this event. I really do. Easy Escape does a lot of like his own stuff. He's, I think, primarily a YouTuber and streamer, but he does a lot of like smaller games. He'll get people to play games nobody cares about, like iCarly or something stupid like that.
Different meme games, or like give representation to like small communities. Like he held like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories tournament at some point.
Yeah,
I think it was. I think that's the name of that game. The PSX game that's like infamous. And I remember I watched a bit of that, and it was really fascinating. He had like some top-level runners on, and there's a lot of depth to that game. It's an absolute RNG cluster, but it's one of those games with a lot of depth that you wouldn't really be able to realize unless you had someone kind of sitting down and explaining it to you. So like huge props for like showing off smaller communities like that may not otherwise get that sort of attention.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great. It's fantastic. Easy Escape, great guy. Look him up on YouTube and Twitch. I really enjoy it. Just great guy all around.
Speedrunning highlight content creators. Way back in when did that channel even start? Like 2017, 2018? I don't even know at this point.
Which one?
A long-time member. Easy Escape's channel. I forget how long he's been around for, but
a little while.
No, definitely.
At least like 4 or 5 years.
But now we're in this final Rex fight here, just a couple minutes away from finishing out this. I think this is Easy's third run here.
Go!
Oh, there we go. Barely managing to make it through. I don't know how close you're able to cut it there. If Rex's hitbox is just as big as his visual model, but that looks like it was cutting it plenty close.
It was definitely close. Yeah, I'm not sure either. It looks like there's a little bit of wiggle room, but yeah, I wouldn't want to test my luck here.
What? Oh,
looking to grab that 19. I think it's possible.
Surely I tried that before.
Easy almost was able to skip that little set of ground pound blocks there. Almost had enough height to be able to just clear the platform right to the right without them, but no dice on this one at least. All right, getting pretty close to the end here. He's got some long grapples.
Yeah.
Okay, that Rex definitely does some rubber banding with how long that grapple was.
Yeah. Definitely a little bit. I do. Easy escape is throwing in some ground pounds here for those downward momentum areas, and I like that. I think we've seen most runners just kind of grab the walls and go down, but easy escape's kind of throwing it in there early.
I'm taking the damage, but able to go ahead and still make it through. Almost got a 2-brick there.
Almost a 2-brick. Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe suited up we'll start seeing the 2 bricks.
Oh, got stuck.
Yeah,
got stuck
that's a
right
new one there. But that's going to be a GG on Rex. Going to be able to clutch out the 19 here. Let's see when the results screen pops on up.
Yeah, it looks to be about mid 19. Not bad at all. Definitely that sub 20. Gonna put him in 4th place, beating out Hendrix. And still, Little Curb's the only one not doing runs.
Alright, 1930, baby.
I think is now doing runs. But doing the time trials, not doing the standard collectibles that we see the other runners do.
1826.
So I want to see Little Curb's time once that gets a lot closer. See how all that practice actually helped out.
Absolutely, because I'm sure it's gonna for sure help out. I mean, spending this much time just kind of analyzing the stages is definitely going to give you a very tactical advantage for your first couple of runs.
Yeah, see how that carries over. But Oshi Kurosu, I think I said that right. Oshi Kurosu.
That's not the one.
A crazy looking streamer right here. We got the green beard going on with the green screen.
Yeah,
see, I was skipping an entire section.
It's like chroma keyed out along with the green screen. It looks like it would be a different enough shade, but
maybe. I don't know.
That'd be an interesting idea, though. A green screen beard. I mean, I don't know exactly what you'd be able to put on it that would look decent, but surely you'd be able to put some kind of footage on it.
You just have a beard green screened into like something going on.
Beard's green screened as your controller cam.
That was some crazy momentum.
The auto tracking is jank.
Oh, trying to manage to make their way up into this upper section here. There we almost go.
You got it. There it is. Oh, a little upward.
Yeah, you got to angle yourself just right to be able to get that like almost upwards jump off the grapple.
Yeah, even though he took damage there, I mean, the grapple gave him so much speed. I don't think it mattered.
Right.
So those, yeah, things like that, I think we're going to see a lot more of.
Section, we got a bus left.
We're seeing Oshi skip a lot of sections. That's like the second one in this one level that he skipped. And just kind of just blasted through.
Almost was able to go ahead and skip to that next grapple there.
Yeah.
Oshi's definitely got like a good sense of the grapple movement. Was able to skip another little grapple pad right back there.
Yeah. See, okay, that was much cleaner than we've seen.
Yeah, I think Oshi's like one of the first people I've seen actually manage to get through that last grapple point. Definitely taking a little bit of pride in managing to finish out the level with that.
That was a much better time.
Yeah, it looks like his PB is 21 seconds. That's actually insane. It's plus 14 minutes. It's
on another level compared to all these other runners. I don't really understand what sort of strats Oshi was using in his PB, but
game skip strats. That's what he was using.
He's on the go ahead and close your game out on this particular frame while saving, and when you reopen it, you'll just be at the end.
Yeah, Oshi's already credit warping. But no, on the real note, 15 minutes in, last section, see how fast we can get through this. Vertical section, very difficult.
Because current record, JJ managed to get to the Rex fight at about like 15 minutes flat, so it's kind of about like the baseline of comparison for like runners entering this like final stage and getting into the final Rex boss fight. Just all these enemies meticulously placed to get right in your way unless you wait.
Ooh, that was good. Yeah, there's some good backups being had as well. Like you miss like a grapple spot or something, you take like a wall kick and re-grapple.
The frame animation thing, but
Really, a little bit unclean grapple, but I was gonna say clean movement throughout there.
Yeah, it looks like you have to wait for the little circles to appear before the game wants you to grapple onto the objects. Not the blue blocks, but the enemies and like balloons.
Nice.
There we go, the lock on. Oh,
Get up there.
One little toe left.
Nice.
And that's gonna do it for that life.
Salty.
Yeah, I just have to slow down a bit through that
The
section.
very first time I went through it, and I'm trying
Just
to
a little
see it
bit.
again, where I basically just wall jump left and right.
Is he gonna reset, or is that just gonna do a retry? Okay, keep going. Okay, just right here. Not too bad.
There we go, hopping on up and down.
Yeah. Oh my
okay,
gosh.
there's damage.
All right, here we go.
Narrowly avoiding damage from that spike wheel. These robots that are like inset a little bit more into the like little cliff face there, they're definitely a little bit more insidious with their little spike wheel. Like unless it's fully extended, it's gonna be right in your way.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can climb and jump like within it, like you know, between it and the robot. But yeah, good enemies I think to add to that section.
Oh, absolutely, very good enemy placement.
No, it's not nice.
Just needs a little bit more height off this grapple. There we go.
Yeah, had to get the max
I know you guys
extension.
know me for my non-facetious behavior, but I'm being very facetious.
And there he
I
is.
feel like our time is
Just under 18 minutes, so probably like
I think we were like
I don't think he's going to be able to beat the PB, but good practice regardless.
We'll get like a sub 20.
His
Yeah,
PB is
absolutely.
2028.
Yeah, rough. Come on, baby. Skip the dialogue.
But yeah, JJ sitting at 17-18 is actually insane. No runners come even close.
Yeah, I'm curious how that time is going to improve over these next few attempts because it looks like this run's decently spicy too.
So wait, I'm actually slower? I died twice this run, so I mean that's gonna make sense, right?
Alright, making his way. Alright, this first grapple section's been an issue for everyone. Runner's not quite sure how to get there.
I did have terrible sections.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, I hate.
Yeah, I think Oshi may not quite be able to go ahead for the PB.
Off the top of the boxes.
JJ getting to okay, not taking a death
I feel
there.
like I'm slower this
Very,
time.
very nice.
1000%.
Ooh. Okay, it's playing things safe here, but
Hey,
oh,
let's go.
wow! That was an incredible grab from JJ there.
All hell.
It's
Wasn't
playing
able to
things
see
safe
it.
on the ending, but man, there was one point where you skipped 2 grapple points.
Wow. Yeah, oh, in that vertical like only grapple section.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. And then the last level
Yeah, what did I say? I was like
before like I can't quite see his timer, it's a little short, but sub 12-minute entry.
I mean, this is definitely a very impressive pace from JJ. We'll be switching over more than likely right as soon as Oshi's done with his run here. One brick.
Oh, look at that skip from JJ. Jeez, it's insane. I know Oshi is on the main screen. JJ will be there soon enough. But Little Curb's looking to be in the same section as JJ. Both of them going to finish up pretty similarly.
timer stops at the results screen, so
JJ gonna go ahead and take damage. Was trying to avoid and just go ahead and kill that little robot, but not quite able to. Really nice use of the grapple hook as like a floating mechanic there. So like JJ knew that
Yep.
he wasn't gonna land on the enemy normally, so just used a grapple hook to have a little bit of extra hang time in the air.
Yeah, I've seen that in a couple of different spots. Yeah, you get like this moment of
same run.
like you slow down, you get a little floaty. Yeah, it's very nice. It's probably a bit slower because you just kind of end up floating there, but yeah, if you're about to like barely miss something.
Yeah, it's faster than missing it.
I think it'll definitely come in handy in multiple spots. Yeah, look how clean
nice
that section is from JJ.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
wow. That's incredible.
There's ground pounds too coming in to like just speed up ever so slightly.
All right, and JJ is now very, very near the summit here. The segment just needs a grapple hook on this final little... Okay, there we go.
Yeah, keeping that momentum too. Like JJ's really figuring out this momentum on the grapple. 14 touch on that. It was like 1402 on that red circle.
Yeah, this is about a minute ahead or so of PB's entrance on this Rex fight, so
wow.
We'll see what JJ's able to go ahead and pull out here. But I would ultimately expect for sure a sub 17, if not maybe the slight potential for a sub 16. Just slight potential.
Yeah, we'll see. See how it goes. Here you go, JJ. Okay, that was good. You actually just have to throw your grapple straight up there. You literally don't have enough height if you throw it at an angle. But JJ probably figuring that out. That was definitely quicker than most sections there. Can you actually make it up there just from jumping? I'm not sure. Yeah, JJ on a spectacular pace here. 15-20 coming in. Already has 2 hits. Oh, come on. Keeping the pace. Bit of a mistap there. It's no big deal. Coming out through this last section. Missing these, like, just barely missing these grapples. Just trying to get him at the max range he can. And I think there's one more hit. Maybe 2. But yeah, JJ really figuring out this section here. It's doing some mishaps, but the range and angles at which he's attempting to do these jumps is giving him plenty of momentum and is making his way through. Yeah, there's one more.
Almost there here.
Oh, look at that.
And
just
that's
floating
gonna
over
be
that
it.
section.
Very nice sub 17 here from JJ. Just pulling ahead on this leaderboard here, 2 minutes ahead of the other competitors.
Yeah, so it looks like what he touched right at 1402, did I say, that red circle? So, yeah, 2.5 minutes, 2:45 from that touch. That's what we're looking at.
Alright.
I think so, yeah. Sounds about right.
Yeah, not bad at all. 16:44, the sub 17. Nobody else has even touched 17. The Mexican runner got close, but has not since been doing runs, just been doing some practice, it seems.
Yeah, I'm really kind of thinking that Little Curbs is going to end up being the one that may end up kind of starting to dethrone JJ once they go ahead and start doing some runs.
Definitely seems to be the one to do it. Little Curbs, did they finish that last one? They did. I just wasn't able to see it. They were like neck and neck with JJ. It does have a new PB. I can't see what it is. The screen is just too small. I have to wait for the producers to figure that one out. But yeah, really good run from Little Curbs. As we've got Hendrix here in the final stages, looking at right at 18 minutes here. Has a current PB of 2023, so is on pace to be beaten that.
Yeah, and just working their way nicely through the Rex fight here. It's going to be interesting seeing the little potential optimizations people start to come up with during this fight for sure.
Yeah, I think we saw
not a lot of room, but there's a little room for things that you can improve for sure.
Yeah, I think we saw it from JJ there. there was like a couple sections. He actually ended up getting hit on the spikes, but I think these sections here you can completely skip with like one grapple if you do it well enough.
Yeah, getting like a really, really nice steep momentum grapple. But it's like, I think if you are going to use one grapple to get across, you have to get like dangerously close to the spikes.
Yeah, it's pretty precise. JJ did it to like one of those sections. And it could have been a little shorter than that first one.
A lot of games have that risk-reward kind of mechanics, and that's going to be a big one, I think, some of these grapple hook sections where you can get, really nice, fast movement through them if you manage to take some really, really close to the spike kind of routes.
Yeah, exactly. How risky you willing to play it, and it being the last stage is definitely one. I think it's a good last stage. You got small seconds to save here and there, and you got to be quick. I think it's pretty nice. You can see Hendrix finishing up, grabbing the phone.
You have nice little sub 20 there.
Yeah, about 1950. Yeah, 1950 from Hendrix. Very nice.
GG's.
All right, that'll be bumping Hendrix up one spot or no spots. No spots. 1950 is going to keep him in 5th, but is getting a new PB. So nice to have that sub 20. Do we know what Little Curb's time was? I don't think it's been updated. Okay. So we just got words from the admins. Time trial mode, you actually can't beat the levels in time trial mode. Because at least on the final boss, you can't. Because you can't actually fight the final boss, because apparently you've already done it if you're in time trial mode. So Little Curves did not get an official PB, actually.
Yeah, so still waiting on that practiced run, as it were. But it's going to be exciting for sure, seeing who's going to be able to start taking some of these top spots, and how these runners are going to proceed through, which runners are going to start getting like the sub 18s and the sub 17s first. Because we've already got the groundwork laid, JJ proving that you can start getting some pretty good times pretty quickly without having seen the game for that long. But we'll see what runners and how long it takes them to follow him.
Yeah, and that's a really good precedent to set, is, JJ just running through the game, getting that experience, getting to know the mechanics, not by like practicing each section, but just by playing the game itself. And I think that's going to pay off a lot, because with that knowledge, then you can go into practice and you can really test your stuff. And Easy Escape making that section look easy.
Oh, crap.
Easy Escape getting some of his own movement down. Having a little bit of trouble getting onto this wall kick bit, though. I really like this little room here where like you got to do a lot of navigating around just to kind of establish the walls that you're going to exit the room with. Like, I wouldn't really call it a puzzle, but like it's still, it's satisfying.
It is, yeah. There's a couple little small spots like that too. You gotta maneuver around. It's not just like a quick jump through.
Right.
Okay, that looks like a position where you probably want to take damage. We've seen a lot of runners kind of like fiddle around grabbing that X between those two spikes, but Easy Escape just blasting through the first one. Looks like it might be the way to do it.
There we go, sliding on down. Just was trying to only get 2 of those X's here, but I think he is going to go ahead and just complete the whole little hallway here.
Yeah, I think you do need both of them to get all the way up.
That'd be sick if there was a way to get up without, though. And
that would be really cool.
Bell. Moving on to the next stage.
Well, keep working on it.
All right, 1-5. One before the last. Yeah, tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be like a really good day for this competition here. All these runners are going to be pretty used to.
Like, I feel like a lot of runners are going to practice a lot early tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. They're gonna understand the game. They're gonna have like some kind of basic knowledge, and yeah, maybe even like after this is over tonight, they're gonna look at a couple spots and be like, okay, how does this work exactly? Let me test this out without being on some kind of spotlight.
Fair enough.
It's hard. It actually is hard for me, and I know for some other players to practice like on stream and stuff, because there's like a little distraction going on. But when you're by yourself, you can really just do whatever you want and not worry about anything.
You get into this like flow state of practicing almost.
Let me back.
Yeah, it's like, and you know, I think it's a lot of it too is you're not afraid to like mess anything up, right? You're not like, oh well, that looked stupid. I'll never do that again. Like, you can just, none of it matters.
Or like when you're messing around with a strat for the first time, you know, you're not thinking like, oh, I'm just wasting my time and looking like a fool in front of everyone.
Oh yeah, yeah. And being on a timer, like I'm sure that's like really frustrating as well.
Without a doubt.
All right. Easy Escape really getting the hang of the momentum on these things, overshooting what he needs to on multiple sections.
Just didn't want to die there. Wasn't worth the risk.
And look at that swimming. Those timed dashes like you were talking about make the swimming not just like, oh, I have to like maneuver the slow section. Like, no, I gotta time this out. I gotta make sure I'm not smacking into all these spikes around me.
Right? Like it's weird how it feels like 2D games pretty well figured that out. Like a lot of 2D platformers, even early on, like Fast Waters. Oh no, Easy almost getting to the very end of the grapple section, but then having to go all the way back to the cannon.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that section's hard. I mean, it looks hard. You could like be in a nice state, and then they're positioned in such a way to where, unless you know exactly where you're going, it's not gonna be very easy.
Exactly right. And like these hooks are kind of forgiving-ish. Like you don't have to land the hook right on side of the little grapple point, but you know you have to be pretty accurate, and that's it takes some practice for sure.
I'm gonna try and like really get this down. Try
And
and get it quick.
you see Easy having to go way back. It looks like.
If I'm not holding
Yeah, that
left there,
checkpoint was not nice.
flips, then that's just not gonna happen.
All the way through the section.
Okay, there we go.
again.
Finally managing to get the grapple there. All right, we're at the beginning of the final grapple section again now, but a lot of time lost. But hey,
Oh.
it's just time to say, oh.
That was nuts.
I've seen that happen to like one or two other runners. The only problem is that never happens up. It's always they go that fast but straight down, so it wouldn't be useful in this stage.
Yeah, not right here. There are definitely like some other areas like you can grapple on, and they're not like ones you want to swing. You just want to get as much momentum as possible. That was a lot of momentum. That was a lot.
Yeah.
Not really.
So there's definitely like not much of a cap on the speed you can get. Like I'm sure there is, but you know, if you can just momentum at the right spot off your grapple, I don't know. We're gonna see a lot. We're gonna see a lot of that stuff like just come into play. Precise timings, precise angles and grabs. There's so much potential with this game. I mean, there really is. It's very simple to pick up. When I first picked it up, I was looking. I was like, this seems like pretty easy. I wonder how fast you can actually go. And then once you get some movement down, like these runners have done, like it really does open up.
Wait, why am I even doing?
You know, without a doubt, man. And we see Easy Escape, you know, fumbling around here and there, but we've also seen like some really sick movement out of him. So like even once you have like just a little bit of time with this game, you're going to be able to do some pretty cool stuff, even if you don't manage to get really good strats 100% of the time. You know, it's not like one of those games where you have to invest like hours upon hours before you can start actually finally getting some good movement out of it, like Melee or something like that, you know. Like this is a game that you can pick up and just have casual fun with it, and if you want to speedrun it and take it to that next level, you absolutely can, and this is the time to do it while it's still new and being fully explored.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a fun part too. Still time to figure things out and kind of stake your claim rather.
Exactly right.
Yeah, 15:30 running through the last stage. Just powering through those bots, not even worrying about it. Just getting through.
Nearly getting that wall. Get this. Okay, here we go. That. Oh, okay. There we go. Avoiding the spike on that one.
Oh,
Easy escape.
Right,
What are you
that
doing?
point, but there we go.
you held black. Thank you.
Come on.
What am I doing? Take money.
Yeah, I mean these last like 2 stages are so hard. Like you see it right here. These circular grapple spots are not that easy to hold on to, and then you gotta.
I'm not playing this last
Then you have to like
level.
swing off of them onto the next one.
When you're only able to throw your grapple hook up or at a diagonal, like it's a very big exercise in timing. You know, you have to throw it at exactly the right time to make sure it's gonna hit.
Okay.
Yeah, that timing becomes everything. All right, final boss time. Is looking probably high 18 if done cleanly. So definitely breaking that 19 barrier.
Alright, see if I can just finish strong. Not my proudest run.
Let's see, where is everyone else in the stage? We got Oshi Kurosu. Just kind of messing around at the beginning. Same with Mexican Runner.
If I'm seeing right, Little Curbs is actually in one of the later, like the cavern stage, I believe, at sub 10-minute time.
Until I know.
And I think JJ's in about the same point as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Little Curbs, I want to see him do a run. the time trial, he probably didn't know he could be in time trial. Probably didn't quite realize it. And so that's why definitely completed a run in time trial mode.
Yeah,
but I want to see what the time is without that. And he just like practiced like an entire run too, so it's even better.
I think actually Little Curbs and JJ are on like very comparable pace. It's just like JJ's a bit further on in his run, but I saw like Little Curbs reached about the same point JJ was at whenever JJ reached 10 minutes at Little Curbs is reaching 10 minutes point. So I think the final time on these runs, all things the same, would be pretty similar. Definitely the 2 runners to watch, I would think, right now, because JJ's pretty well ahead of his PB, which is obviously the leaderboard PB at the moment. And Little Curbs looking to set a PB. We could see Little Curbs potentially leapfrog the entire leaderboard if they're able to finish the run on this kind of pace.
Yeah, that would be something. Blast at first.
Yeah, that's pretty gnarly. I don't know if I've really seen that too often in these sort of events.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really happen at all.
Not quite spawning the last platform there, but it's okay. I was able to damage boost his way to the end.
All right, one more section here. Is that going to be the sub 19? Maybe not.
It's
going to be close.
Let's see. Grappling across. Doing like the more shallow kind of grapples just to make sure things stay really safe, keeping them really far away from the spikes.
Yeah, it was keeping good momentum. Didn't look too bad.
After all that, I should have already been done with this.
Alright, yeah, 19 just over. That's okay. Definitely a new PB. Saw a lot of improvements there and optimizations.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite going to advance up the leaderboard anymore, but hey, still an improvement, and that's what counts.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of those like improvements that don't necessarily move up spots, but
exactly.
like with those improvements, you find, you know, those extra like 20 seconds in your stages where it's like, okay, these were my problem spots. I feel pretty good about, you know, maybe these more open, easier sections. Find an extra small skip or 2. It's definitely a process. JJ's figured it out a lot faster, I think, than all the others, but they're all in that little key demo.
And JJ is like really just moving through this stage at the moment. Like, I mean, this is really clean compared to a lot of what we've seen from a lot of different runners here. Having to take a little bit of a fall on these spikes, but no big deal. Oh, okay, narrowly avoiding a secondary fall. 1 paw of health left here. Has to be immensely careful, and you're just gonna have to wait it out with these. But
yeah, it's climbing the whole way.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be able to see a dog bone here pretty soon, but we're seeing JJ be pretty confident in some of these like needing to be well-timed up throws. I've seen a couple of throws that like if he missed the throw he would die, but he's still going for it anyway. So
yeah,
JJ
definitely an experienced
like,
speedrunner.
There's no doubt there. Yeah, If you've been following JJ's career through Sunshine, or I'm not sure what all other games JJ's messed around with, but you know, getting to the top level in a game like Sunshine, you got to be willing to take some risks. And
definitely.
Jeez, gonna be entering this final fight at just under 14 minutes. So I think we're on pace for a sub 16 here.
That'd be insane. That'd be actually insane.
Exactly.
That 15-minute barrier.
And also, I want to go ahead and point out, like, Little Curbs, it looks like, if I'm reading his timer right, he's, like, probably 20 to 25 seconds or so behind JJ. So, like, Little Curbs is about to pull out a run that's immediately going to be second place, I think, which is just ludicrous. Like leapfrogging right from 7th to 2nd is just amazing, and definitely a testament to the work spent practicing.
Yeah, just taking that little extra time. Figuring it all out. Yeah, Little Curbs, bottom left of the 6. Can't quite see the timer.
Yeah, I'm FBI enhancing the pixels here. I think we've got a 14.2x on the timer right now. Yeah, my
Okay.
algorithms might be a little bit off, but I'm being told by the voices in my head that it's correct.
Voices in your head meaning like the admins, right?
Sure, yeah, let's go with that. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, awesome. So they might be like really close then, actually. If Curbs is 20 seconds behind JJ, we'll see. We'll see where they end.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one, I think. Although JJ, I don't think has really made any major mistakes on this section here. Let's see how these final grapples go. Having to do a little swing back there. Of course, commentator's curse coming out in full swing.
Ooh.
No pun intended.
Okay, one more from JJ. Yeah, very slight stumbles really here.
Yeah, but I think the first sub 16 is still going to be in the bag here. Maybe just barely going to be over. Not sure. But there it is. Going to go ahead and finish off the Rex fight. Let's see how fast we can get that result screen to come up.
I think it's going to be the sub 16.
So you got just a couple.
We'll see.
More
Maybe not. It's taking forever. What is happening? It's not. No.
Oh man, 16. It's gonna be like a 16:10, man.
I didn't realize it took so long. Yeah, it takes like 20 seconds.
I think this cutscene takes too long.
But hey, I mean, still a very, very stark improvement. And meanwhile, Little Curbs going to be finishing about the same sort of time. So his timer just crossed 16 minutes here. Let's see it. Yeah,
it's like the same. It's
yeah.
16:9. No, that's not the end screen. Oh, okay, it's a little above.
Yeah, so I think we're going to end up with like a 16.2x, like true final 16:17.
Still, well done, Little Curbs.
Little Curbs getting a run that would be first on the leaderboard if it weren't for JJ's run finished like 10 seconds prior.
Yeah, no, that was literally like a last to first, except JJ sniped it at the last moment.
Right.
Let's do
That's
one more
incredible.
one just so I can be first. I want to be first. There you go.
What a finish, man. What a photo finish.
Yeah.
The only bigger thing we could have asked for is having that happen at the end of the session tomorrow. That would just be ludicrous.
We made a lot of mistakes there.
Yeah, what was that, 45-minute improvement, technically? Crazy.
Yeah, that's... Man. I know, like, that's not realistically how much he improved, considering, like we were talking about earlier, he had that time trial run, but even so, like, that's still, you know, the amount of improvement over such a short time has been just incredible.
Yeah, and I know we can definitely see, I think sub 15 might be possible when stages become more, like, labbed out and movement pretty set, because there's still some sections that aren't figured out yet. Like, especially the section IPK's on right here. This section is not figured out at all.
Oh, yeah. And it definitely seems like there are some little movement nuances that players would be able to make use of once they kind of get a better feel for how Pablo moves. Like, I've noticed that, like, players will sometimes get a like Hail Mary grapple hook grab that looks like it should never have worked in a million years. Like IPK just got one of them there where it really kind of looked like he was just going to be sailing right past the grapple point, but somehow managed to still get a catch. So I think once players start to really get a very firm understanding of the grapple mechanics, we may see more sort of like Hail Mary grapples like that used just normally in order to skip grapple points and just, you know, really soar through that stage with a lot better consistency.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be great. I'm excited. IPK, come on. Okay, you made it up.
Having to grapple all over the place for a moment there.
Yeah, look at that. That grapple started out short, and then as IPK was swinging, was like holding down as well to extend it. I think there's a lot of that stuff too. This game gets very deep very quick. It really does.
Oh, yeah.
We've been playing for what, like 3 hours, 3.5 hours? It's nothing.
I'm having to bounce back here. And then that's one thing too, is like a fair number of the backups involve like having to bounce back over to like re-grapple on a point and swing back and forth. Like it's not quite as simple as just like, oh, I didn't quite align myself right for this hole. Let me grab the wall and just like jump back up to try again. Like you've got to like grapple until you get the proper grapple with the proper swing.
Yeah. It's a lot of timing. A lot of timing and movement for sure.
And IPK kind of, you know, every once in a while he'll have to kind of like stop for a moment, you know, doesn't quite get over a ledge the way that he wants to, or just whatever else happens. Oh, that was really kind of clever there, using the iframes to get really low into the spikes while grappling there. I really think iframes are going to be like pretty big at a point with this game.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
like,
those
we're going to see
invincibility
some
frames.
damage boosts done not in order to avoid an enemy, but like in order to have iframes for something else a bit later on.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that with some spike sections and maybe some robot sections as well, with the ones that like, you know, throw those circular spikes. Yeah, the cycles are going to be something else. But IPK here at the end is looking to pick up a 17-minute time, maybe like right at 18, perhaps.
That's what it's looking like. I feel a little bit unqualified to try to predict times after the JJ thing a moment ago. But.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it looks to be here like within 3 minutes, like under 3 minutes would be a sub 18.
Yeah.
We made a lot of mistakes this run. It's okay. We still have.
And let's see how this segment goes here.
If we don't do it today.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You can grab it off of the first jump. IPK is the first runner I've seen actually grab that off of the very first jump. I was thinking like it was going to be too high.
And little optimizations like that. I think it's pretty early to start calling a lot of stuff impossible. Like, even if it does look like pretty unfeasible, I think that there's a lot of little stuff that once runners start to understand it better, there are little things that are going to cross that bridge from not being possible to barely being possible.
Yeah, just take that first runner to do it, and then people are like, oh, it's actually not impossible.
Right.
It's easy.
You know, once you know that you can do it, then you're going to be pushing that much harder to actually do it. If you don't even know it's possible, it's really easy to be just dismissive.
Yeah, like, very easy.
IPK, I think, has like some of the most optimized Rex movement so far, honestly.
It's looking nice. It really is. Yeah, in-game looking strong.
Yeah, let's see what these last couple of Rex hits look like here. That was like as close as you could probably get to a 2-brick. I'm not even sure if a 2-brick would be possible. I think that leaving the grapple hook unbroken there during that little Rex cutscene is probably the closest we would get.
Yeah, it'd be very difficult.
All right. So
yeah, IPK smashing through those sections was very, very quick. He's gonna have a low 17.
It's like a 2-minute PB.
You're going to be the third runner to join the sub-17 club here. Or sorry, sub 18 club.
Here it is. All right, so it's like about at 20 seconds as the Rex dies to finish it out. So yeah, 17-19.
All right.
Pretty good time. Pretty good time.
You switch on back over to TMR, who's a few seconds ahead of his last personal best attempt here. TMR is in that kind of space where his PB isn't the most optimized, currently sitting now in 4th place, waiting for the leaderboard update. But it is going to be hard to improve upon since he's not still working with like a 20-plus minute time. But pretty smooth moves throughout this ending segment here. I say that, taking a little bit of damage on the robots, but not taking a fall or anything else, which I think is a little bit more important.
Yeah, isn't looking quite as comfortable with the momentum as maybe the other runners, or it could just be having a bad section. Don't want to call it out too quick. That was a nice balloon section. Kind of just jumped over that first one.
Now jumping up this little chimney section here into the cannon. All right. I think it's going to be pretty iffy.
It's close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
PB improvement, little iffy, but I mean, finishing out a no reset run like this, I think is still pretty important.
17.
Like, since you're still so early on, you want to get all the practice you can to build in that kind of consistency.
So what the hell they're doing?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Well, I mean,
And we're definitely seeing it being built from like every single runner here.
20 seconds.
It's happening. We just got to get it to its final stages, to the final form.
Let's see. Just some nice clean movement so far. It's really like there's not a lot to analyze with this stage until we start getting to those grapple sections on the end.
Slowly just learning the level.
Let's kind of see where our other runners are at. It looks like Ocean is about like midway through a pretty decent run here towards the end. Might be a little bit behind now, but it looks like their previous split was ahead. Meanwhile, Hendrick's in the cavern.
Yeah, Hendrick's coming up.
I think about like a minute 30 or so behind like JJ and Little Curves' pace, but like still perfectly acceptable for improving their own PB.
Yeah, it's about those little steps. I think if runners were taking this like super seriously, you could definitely maybe like watch the VOD after this and see what the other runners were doing, and maybe kind of take some tips going into day 2. Because going like every single runner here is blind. Like nobody knows anything. Nobody's talking to anybody. Like everyone's doing their own thing. So there's got to be, some overlap here.
Yeah, and the approaches that certain people are using, like even though they're not directly communicating with each other, they're still using like a similar kind of approach.
Yeah, or just like minute differences that will make all the difference. They'll be able to compare. Maybe overlap was not a good word, but be able to compare with the other runners. Oh, Hendricks. Getting caught up.
It does look like TMR did actually manage to go ahead and clinch out a PB here. So I think that is going to be a sub 18 for TMR.
Nice.
You love to see it. 17,
yeah, bunch of golds.
Not too bad. Yeah, including that last Rex level, that was really, really clean.
Oh yeah, we're definitely getting into that to that area where the runners are comfortable. Everyone's got a sub 20 except for Oshi, which should have it very soon. Last stage here. But yeah, runners are coming very close in times. Each section that you don't fully have down or fully understand is going to become a big deal, I think.
I can definitely agree with that. Yeah, and anything that's increasing inconsistency in any of your attempts is going to be like a very, very big differentiating factor between like the upper pack and the lower pack, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, you got JJ, Little Curbs, and everyone else. That's that's what you got.
IPK like really trying to sneak his way up in there though, especially with like the ending of that Rex level. That was really clean.
Well, yeah, IPK was looking great. I think IPK is a couple sections away from being like right on point.
Oh,
Yeah,
she barely.
It does seem like you could. Yeah.
Like just barely falling under that bell there.
Yeah, she's going back. Stage 1. All right, no big deal. Yeah, gonna be seeing a lot more resets from these runners now, especially JJ and Lil Curbs, I think. Probably won't be seeing them finish too many more runs.
Yeah, because with them, like, I mean, any run that you're taking past the first level or so, like, if it's not actually after doing the first level well, like, you gotta ask yourself, why not just go ahead and start back over, especially when you're already sitting towards the very top of the leaderboard and you don't really have much to prove anyway.
Yeah, leaving like 10-15 seconds behind on like stage 1 or stage 2.
It's just not really tenable for someone in their position.
You gotta scoop it up. Yeah, you see Lil Curbs is playing around, just definitely doing that practice. He's got a good time on the board. Doesn't worry too much about it.
Trying to see what all's possible as you grapple along in that little room there.
It's not that bad. It's just okay. It's a reset. It's fine. It wasn't a god run that happened.
Yeah, JJ is just cranking him out. I don't think this is a bad strategy. Obviously, first place, it's working out for him. But
yeah,
I mean, you're just seeing like the whole game so often, and you're able to make those comparisons. Like, oh yeah, now this section's coming up. I've been messing it up, or you get that better understanding of how the game flows versus like just practicing individual sections and then maybe not being prepared for it when it's time. Because I was trying to do that last night when I was like playing this game. I was like, how fast could I do this level? And then I'd practice a section, and then it would come up on the stage, and I like wouldn't remember it was coming up, so like I wouldn't even help.
Yeah, like it's one thing to practice and know how to do like an individual part of a level, but then like it's another thing to actually do that thing as part of the level.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's I think a big reason why you see like a lot of people whenever they practice like certain levels in certain games and stuff, they'll approach it from a lot of different angles. Like they'll practice just the level, they'll do section practice, they'll do like just really try to approach that bit of the game from as many angles as they can.
Oh yeah, it's a big deal. All right, JJ having to reset.
I did.
This first stage is, I mean, even the first stage right here is not like the easiest. You'll see as you play, you'll jump it over those sections, and you'll try to get the fruits to start out for sure, and just getting the timing and the momentum to grab the fruits is harder than it looks.
Without a doubt. But like, geez, this early game movement is really clean and satisfying. And JJ has like really pulled out this really nice quick route. And a lot of this isn't stuff that I would consider necessarily intuitive either. Like, you can tell that JJ definitely spent at least a bit of time just kind of looking around at like, how can I get through this area pretty quickly? Like, what tools are at my disposal in this little section? How can I go faster in this little section? There aren't really a lot of points where he's just doing a slow thing just because he can't think of anything else to use to get through a section.
Right.
Very nice there. Gonna be, I think, like almost 10. Yeah, like a very nice first split there. 4 seconds ahead of his. Yeah, very good goal.
But yeah, you're right. JJ has definitely just found that nice comfy route of pretty quick, maybe not perfect, but I'm making it through. I'm getting my runs done. I understand how the game flows. Yeah, and also taking just some of these climbing sections seems to be quicker to jump and just do wall kicks back and forth, but if you're having a time with spikes and enemies, maybe it's not that much faster. Maybe you're just wasting time getting hit.
Exactly right. Let's see how JJ ends up finishing this second level here. Making some nice moves here. It would be neat if Pablo had some sort of like spin attack that he could do while grappling on something. Because I feel like whenever you're grappling, you're just very inherently vulnerable to anything that happens to want to try to get in your way. It'd be nice to have some kind of defense against that.
Yeah, you are very vulnerable. Yeah, it could be interesting. All right. Where is everyone else in the run currently? Looks like everyone has kind of hit that point to where they don't necessarily, they're not on PB pace all the time, and we're getting into those resets. Or maybe just, we see a couple runners just practicing sections, feel more comfortable. We've definitely hit that zone.
Yeah. And JJ's definitely hitting the zone where you've gone from like golding every single split and, well, okay, I say that. He is still golding every single split. He's not golding every single split by minutes. And like at this point, his time save is in seconds. It's not like, you know, saving 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So let's see. This level kind of seems to be one of the first ones where things really start to heat up. So we'll see how JJ's able to kind of account for things here. And like the arcs that Pablo jumps in are really important to kind of internalize for stuff like those switches mounted onto a wall. Like you're just going to waste time if you don't have a good sense of the arc Pablo's going to jump in, and like your arc goes a bit too low for the switch. So you see like JJ having a really good sense of like how long he needs to hold the jump button to make sure that Pablo's going to make contact with that button there on the wall.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, just when to jump off. What angle are you going to take? Yeah, just cruising. JJ's going to take first place in both the monthly and the daily with this run. Holy crap.
Yeah, he's going to make it really, really hard for the monthly participants for sure.
All right, here we go. Now, I mean, I am seeing like small mistakes and stuff here and there that don't look like they add up too much now because, yeah, we're still golding basically everything, coming close to it. But give it 2-3 weeks, and you know every single mistake will be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. You know, you're finishing out within 5 seconds of every split.
Oh man, I wonder which level in particular is going to be the Womp's Fortress of this game. Like, which level is going to be the absolute most reset heavy?
Yeah, it looks to be like maybe like the second or third one. I've seen a lot of resets there. The first one seems to be pretty straightforward. Oh, and then like this section right here, like there's some reset spots where like you just are not allowed to just hold left and keep going. You are forced to like stop what you're doing for a brief moment, which is the hardest thing for speedrunners to do. It's so cool.
Oh, I know.
It's so hard to do. You just sit there for like a frame or two, neutral. Like, God, you're wasting my frames here. What are we doing?
I'm so bad about that in casual gameplay too. Like, just run constantly and then die over and over because of it.
Yeah, you're just so impatient. You're like, no, I got it. No, I got it. No, I got it. Okay, well, game over.
Especially once you die once, like very late on in a stage, then you want to just get through the first part of that stage as fast as possible to get to the thing you died at again. And then that makes you be so impatient that you just die earlier in the stage over and over again. And then vicious cycle, man.
I mean, look how that's 30 seconds. Like that little death period. Like it didn't look like it took much time at all, but that was 30 seconds. It's getting crazy. How much time does JJ have? Sum of best is just under 16. So technically is not even PB possible anymore. But obviously you still got golds to get.
Yeah, and we'll see how hard he ends up fighting for these golds here.
So something we haven't touched too much on is like the background of this game. It actually goes and flows very nicely with the game itself. It's very scenic, but there's also like little things, like there's just birds right there and like some confetti. This dandelion, oh, he didn't run over it. All right, we'll watch for another dandelion, but you can run over those dandelions and they like kind of explode. So there's like, I don't know, there's like some little things here and there that make the details. Yeah, they make the game and the art style like very Very unique. You dandelion. I like that stuff. That stuff's cool. It makes the game like scenic and fun to watch.
There's a lot of nice use of dust particles too that I like. Where like you know, anytime Grapple Dog like makes contact with anything, there's that nice little just puff of dust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's like these little circles that you don't notice either that like pop up when you do stuff.
There's a lot of this game's design elements that kind of reminds me of like some different like HAL Labs kind of games, or like one game that I'm thinking of is like Mr. Driller, I think is the name of it. It's like this Game Boy Advance game that has like a very similar, like very colorful, fairly minimalistic kind of art style, but like it works so well, and it's just, you can tell there's a lot of care and detail put in, especially like you were talking about with the background, such nice parallax effects going on.
Yeah, it is really make the game something else. But as you were saying that, JJ had like the cleanest little like cave section where you grab that X. That was like so good. Oh, you can skip one of them. Oh, wow.
That's sick.
All right, JJ.
Yeah, you know, all you really needed was just enough room to get the grapple up there.
Yeah, definitely figuring it out now. Like, it's just, yeah, it is on a ball. All right, who else can we pick at and whatnot? Easy Escape's on a decent run, 9 minutes in. Oshi. Can I just call him Oshi? I don't know what the... Oshi Kurosu.
I feel like Oshi is it makes sense as an abbreviation. I mean, if they have something personally wrong with it, then I mean that's, you know, that's another thing. But
not sure.
I think that's an appropriate nickname.
They're playing it blind.
Yeah. So Oshi seems to be the nickname we're going with. But I know this you have to grab both. I definitely tried to do it just one, but they're too tall.
Right. Grapple Dog just can't quite get up that high. Pablo not quite a super jumper just yet.
Yeah, last little section. Yeah, but this game, like, I'm actually excited to run this game myself a little bit. It's fun. I was playing it a little bit before we got on stream while the stream was just getting started, and I was like kind of upset I was running out of time to practice some stuff. So it's definitely enticing.
Yeah, and if nothing else, it's just visually appealing. It's one of those games that's like fun to look at. Like, I remember when I played like Kirby's Epic Yarn, like the gameplay could have been as boring as ever, but like it was just nice to look at.
Yeah,
I feel like this is definitely a similar kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, look at the background of Oshi's thing. Like, it's just like some waterfalls. Like, you got some like glowing mushrooms, like in a cave level. It's like eerie, but it's not dark.
Right.
You can tell like there's a lot of time put in to these small details.
If you'd like to check the game out for yourself, ! Grapple Dog in the chat for that Steam link.
Yeah. 10% off. And it's only $15 to begin with, so like that's a great price.
I'm wondering what the lore is with this mouse statue down here.
That's the inventor or the creator.
Oh, okay.
In the air, so when you hold forward, your guy's already jumping. So
yeah, that's like that's the head honcho who you're like finding all the devices.
Oh, I didn't do my skip there. That's super cool.
For example, the telephone. He can get a whole statue made of him, but he needs a little dog to grab a telephone for him. I mean, that's...
It's the lore actually goes into somewhat detail. We like skipped completely over it at the start of the day, but essentially it is the inventor was like this ancient person who invented all this stuff, and then his stuff was like too powerful, and so he hid it, and then Pablo at the very beginning like helps out the bad guy unknowingly, and now we're here.
Ah, I see.
But we don't know anything about the inventor other than like he invented stuff and the bad guy's trying to get it.
I got you.
So pretty decent lore here. And I think the grapple that he has is one of the inventions.
That would make sense. Yeah, because it's a pretty nice grapple hook. I mean, it pops out very immediately. There's definitely been some work put into the activation mechanism, as you can tell. And I mean, it seems pretty reliable as long as you do get it to make contact. Okay, as soon as I say it's reliable, he just throws it right through the contact point. There we go.
If you can make contact, yes.
That's the big if. And meanwhile, going ahead and dashing through the water.
Yeah. Now look how clean is dashed through. Yeah, and then like these walls right here, like the quick wall climbs from the grapples, keeping that momentum.
That's a really nice touch for sure. I mean, you do decelerate pretty quickly, but like it's nice that you keep the momentum at all. Too many games, I feel like, as soon as you grab the wall, it's just, you stop immediately.
Yeah, it's like they changed the physics.
Right.
Wow, I only
Yeah. All right, 15:24, last stage.
People are already done this run by
Going to the last stage.
I think we got some room for a PB improvement from Oshi.
People are done within a minute.
As meanwhile, we got a lot of our other runners just kind of
it's like a 4-minute
different points throughout the run. Let's see what this final time is on the run that IPK's messing with here. Let's see. We've got 15 minutes on the timer, so they're actually well within range of a new PB here. Just need 2 more hits on the Rex here, and there's one of them.
That could have been avoided.
So we'll see. I think they've got a sub 17 in store.
Yeah, it looks like a 16-minute. I think you're right.
So IPK also making some pretty big moves here, approaching the JJ and Little Curbs kind of conglomerate. As meanwhile, we got a TMR. I think is just practicing around. It looks like their timer isn't moving. And Hendrick's about like halfway through another run.
Know where we can improve.
Yeah, I think the last section here that our next commentators are going to be having is going to be a little more intense. We had like the first section of today where everyone was figuring it out. We were all like trying to understand. This section is when people really started to figure out, and we saw some extra moves. But the last section that we're going to be coming into, the last 2 hours, we're going to be seeing like the very start of, I think, some very polished movement.
I think that, yeah, I think you're exactly right. We may even start seeing like some good 15-minute times during that. I feel like, not sure if the 15 is gonna have to wait till tomorrow, but you know, we may even, I mean, heck, if we get a really hyper optimized run, we might even see a 14 out of one of these runners. But that's gonna be, I think we're gonna be starting to see a lot more of this art style from the early game stages, because I think runners are gonna have to spend a lot more time getting those runs on a good pace. That are worth going ahead and continuing out to get to this more difficult stuff.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing a lot more resets, a lot more finalities. Let's see.
We got
Oshi having
Escape also on like a pretty stark PB improvement run here. If they're able to go ahead and get to the end and get through that Rex fight pretty quickly, I think they would be able to get well, they're having a pretty big bobble with this little grapple hook room. Just cannot seem to get the hook onto that second. There we go.
This is the whole like shtick of this thing.
It seems like that room is like really counterintuitive, like the way that you have to advance up those grapples. Like you would expect to use an upwards grapple, but you need to use like an up left instead, like just weird stuff like that.
Yeah, the straight up grapples, they definitely like eat your momentum.
So yeah, we're definitely behind pace already.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Side to side. Maybe use the wall.
This boss
something
takes like 3 minutes to do.
All right, final Rex fight. I don't think this is gonna PB. If it'll come close, if it does. But good to finish one out for Oshi here. Yeah, like you pointed out, easy escape. Right there.
Bionic Commando.
Yeah, let's see. After those mistakes, I'm not quite sure if the PB pace is still realistic for easy, but you know, still a pretty decent run to go ahead and finish out. As we got JJ advancing, got another gold on that second stage. Just continuously finding improvements.
Yeah, JJ's the runner to watch for tomorrow, 100%.
I can definitely agree with that, yeah.
Little Curb too. We just haven't seen many runs from Little Curb.
Also, Hendrix is, I think, on some almost PB pace, if not like a pretty decent PB pace.
I've watched Alice play Sly Cooper before, but
Yeah, hard to see like the little timers and stuff. Hard to tell exactly, but yeah, Hendrix looking pretty good. As we can see, our top tier runners showing their strides while they're in here. And for less than 4 hours of gameplay for this entire game, I mean, these runners are looking very, very polished for how long they've actually been playing the game. No,
yeah, no,
Hendrix.
Oh, Hendrix, man. Jeez, at least he was able to go ahead and restart from the cannon there, but that's brutal.
Yeah, it was like, you know, inches away from that last grapple.
There we go. Nicely done with the bell on that second try.
But yeah, this is great. I'm really enjoying this. This is a good time. Definitely something to pick up and play along with everyone here. Like, see how your times are going.
And speaking of picking this game up and playing along with these competitors, there's a competition that you can all enter as well. So the publisher has put up, I believe it's $3,000 of a prize pool for the top 10 times on the World 1 speedrun leaderboard at the end of the first month after release. So definitely go ahead and check that out. I think it's !comp if you want information on the rules for that competition. But yeah, anyone can submit their PBs to that leaderboard too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like a top 10 situation. So yeah, first place is like $1,000, which is insane. That'd be amazing.
So Easy Escape's run just there actually was a PB by 0.7 seconds. So not quite the personal best that he was wanting, but it's still an improvement. That's what counts. That's what matters.
Getting there. Slowly. No, that's I mean, finishing out anything close, you know, I think is a good. Just getting that practice in. Yeah, these sections here. Oh, just couldn't quite get up there.
Oh, very, very nice backup though.
Yeah, those are going to be the sections that really make the difference. Like just like in Mario where you see like, you know, more difficult sections being had. We're going to see all those grapple sections, and it's not going to be like speed kicks, or it's not going to be, you know, dusty rollouts or something. That's going to be, no, your grapple was, you know, a few inches too short or too long, and you took a bump, or you couldn't make the gap, or, you know, it's instead of those rollouts, it's going to be those grapple links, I think.
Yeah. Really nice speed strap from JJ there, taking that intentional damage on the saw blade just to not slow down. And then, like we were kind of talking about earlier, no real way to skip over these X's.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Them all. I'm sure that there will be some sort of like task method found at some point or something like that, but
maybe.
Pretty nicely done though. Let's see what this final time is going to end up being. So I think just barely behind, yeah.
Yeah, JJ's already pulling out the master splits here with being like 0 to 6 seconds between every split.
Yep. And meanwhile, if you look at his best possible time, he's got a 15:48 as that best possible still. So assuming perfect gameplay, which is going to be very brutally difficult with these last couple of stages, but he could certainly still pull out that first sub 16.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at JJ to do that today. Little Curbs possibly. I'm not sure if the idea is to do more runs later on, but Little Curbs prioritizing that practice a little more, or a lot more.
But you have JJ getting through this segment before even the 10-minute mark. This is a really, really solid, clean run. I think this is a little bit faster than his personal best was at this point. So I think he has made up a little bit of that room that he was behind. Oh, having to redo this. That's fine, though. Yeah, very, very nice wide arc back up there. Yeah, a little bit messy on this ending, but that's okay.
Yeah, the swings. Little off kilt there.
All right, let's see. Going through this underwater section.
The other runners are like at 15 minutes at this point. JJ's like less than 11. This
is insane. I think this is the best pace anyone's ever been at this point on the cavern. I'm not exactly sure though. Having to take that quick little intentional or unintentional death, but once he realized he overshot that platform, he realized that was going to be the fastest way to get back where he wanted. Having to really kind of take things a little bit slow. Oh! That's how? Rob, just
2 pixels too short.
Yeah, that was. Oh man, JJ just got robbed.
Again! You have to touch the bell. It's not enough to touch the metal siding. You have to touch the bell itself.
The physical bell. Oh, what a way for that run to end.
That was definitely PB pace. It was like right at it.
Yeah. As Hendrix, meanwhile, finishes out a true PB pace run, I think going to be his first sub 19.
Nice.
Going to go ahead and hop on over easy escape on the leaderboard as well. GG's.
Yeah, all the runners looking to solidify that last final spot here, but looks like time's about to run out on us. Looks like all the other runners are kind of hitting their stride here, got their resets going. Probably a good time to throw it over to our commentators looking for the next section. As always, Electric, a pleasure commentating with you. I believe we have the same time, same slot tomorrow as well.
Exactly right. We'll be right back on here at 3 p.m. Eastern for the second bit of the second round of this little tourney here. And like you said, it's all the pleasure is all mine, Markinator. Thank you so much for commentating with me. I am Electric, and thank you so much everyone in the audience for watching. But we'll be turning it over to Warning Track and ALT Insider in just a moment. So stick around, folks.
See ya.
Hey, welcome back to the Grapple Dog Invitational, at least for me. My name is Warning Track, but this time I'm joined by ALT Insider. We're 4 hours into this event, and I'm looking at this scoreboard, and 6 of the 7 competitors are already sub 20. When I left a couple hours ago, sub 20 was already pretty impressive, so apparently I missed a lot.
Yeah, I think I'm coming in at the right time here, as the players have had now quite a few hours to see the secrets this game has to reveal. Of course, the game is Grapple Dog, as you can see on your screen. Lots of stuff going on. We got a dog, we got a grapple. What else do we have, Warning Track?
Did we need anything else other than those 2 things? I kind of feel like who could ask for anything more? I guess you were talking before about maybe getting some extra dog breeds in there, but as Avalon pointed out, once you do that, you better produce every single dog breed known to man or get some very angry messages.
Yeah, you're almost reaching Nintendo levels of downloadable content there with the just like the Mario Kart, what is it, 48 more tracks coming or something? But that's a different game. We're not here to talk about Mario Kart.
Yeah, you don't need 48 tracks. You have 1 track today, and it's me, and it's 1 is more than enough.
There you go. So yeah, as you can see, guys, we got how many? 7 legendary runners here going at it for a weekend of fun to get some part of that prize pool, of course, provided by the makers of Grapple Dog. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch so far. And of course, this is just day 1. So everything you see here, the leaderboards, everything, there's going to be a lot of changing happening. But as we see, the runners here are just working their way, trying to find the best way to get through this level 1.
Yeah, I was listening to the casters before us, Markinator and Electric, who both are very talented guys, and it was funny. Like I said, I left, and it was 20 minutes was good, and we're talking about how to do basic maneuvering, and then I idly hear one of them say something like, "Oh, he's at water already in 15." So it's not just that the players rather are figuring this out on the fly. The casters have already created general benchmark expectations for various levels. We all work very quick here.
Yeah, definitely. And I've been playing. I played a lot of the game myself to kind of get ready for this. And yeah, I mean, I always say any game can be speedrun. There's no games that are made to be speedrun more than other games. But this game might break that thought. This game is definitely made to be played fast, and it gives you all the tools you need. It's very precise, momentum. It's a lot of fun. And once you feel like you know what you're doing, it gets even more fun. So it's a great speed game. All games are good speed games. This is an especially good speed game.
Yeah, I totally agree. And you mentioned momentum. It's not just momentum. So obviously people understand that you swing fast, you go fast, and that's a big part of moving through the levels fast, fine. But I actually feel like the underappreciated part that's really gotten a lot of these runners is kind of the inverse of the momentum, the inertia, which is to say sometimes they feel like they should be able to control how they fall more than they actually can. It actually is... Look, in real life, you can't just hold left as you fall and just drift all the way 30 feet to a different spot. That's not how it works, right? This feels more like natural falling, and we've seen it lead to some really significant mistakes, especially during that kind of like mid-level where you try to hit the bell up in the air at the end. A lot of people, I can tell, they're expecting video game movement where they can kind of control a little better, but no, they actually have to aim their fall. They can't just adjust in the air as much as maybe they're used to. So that inertia, I think, has snuck up on people because it's less intuitive than the momentum thing.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, just for everyone just catching in here, we can see on the top left of the screen, we have that's the paw there is a multi-feature paw. It is the life meter, which has how many hits you can take before you do die. And it starts out with 4 if you have all 4 toes of the paw, I guess is the scientific term there. Under that is what I call the P switch. It's not the P speed meter. It's not that's not the official name, but that kind of it says how fast you're going. If you have max speed or not, max momentum or not. Anyone that's played Super Mario Bros. 3 knows exactly all about the P speed, and that's obviously you want to see that all the way white as long as possible, or at least the people playing in this competition do.
I think it's just really cruel that they called it pause in a video game context because no one's ever going to know which way we're saying the word. They can't hear the spelling, people. And before I forget, I'm posting a photo of my dog in chat because you need to see this dog. And I had a little visit with him between casting sessions here. He definitely missed me. I mentioned earlier he's one of the neediest creatures in existence, really. And, well, he can afford to be with a face like that.
There you go. We got all kinds of dog power going on here. Our dog in this game is named Pablo, and yeah, it's a brand new game. Everyone just catching this here. Brand new game, just out on Steam now. So if you haven't seen this, you didn't miss anything yet because it's brand new. But yeah, it's a game produced by. Let me get the name of it. Where's that information sheet here? Let me get that all up because I want to share the information correctly here. We got the game is brought to you by Medallion Games, and it's mostly by one person actually. So very cool there. One person made this, except for the soundtrack and the Switch port, of course. Published by Super Rare Originals. Yeah, it's just a brand new game on Steam, and you can check it out. If this game looks cool to you, go buy it. It's available right now.
Yeah, that one man is Joseph Gribben, who was, I think, in chat earlier and has been streaming the game and posting about it on Twitter, of course. Seems like a real labor of love to me. Obviously, I said earlier that indie game developers are almost always game fans first, gamers first, and eventually they fall in love with something and they just want to kind of pay tribute to it, do something like it, give someone else that same feeling they have, and that's why these kind of games are always so lovingly crafted and always filled with little homages and touches, and you can see so many little homages and touches. Right now, shooting out of those cannons, I'm going to say probably at least partially inspired by Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. And with my time with this game, I found like it looks like a precision platformer, which it kind of is, but it's also pretty forgiving, right? I mean, if you're just going through this casually, it gives you plenty of chances to get hit. The continues are all over the place, so it's not like unforgiving that way. But if you want to go fast, though, of course, which is all the players here are trying to do, it can be unforgiving, right? It is very precise, so it's kind of cool how you can attack this in many different ways, right? If you're trying to go as fast as possible, of course, it is very challenging. But if you want to play a platformer that is a little bit more forgiving, right? You're not going to restart every level very often. This is a great one.
It is absolutely striking a balance in several key ways. So, for example, it has the standard thing where you can walk off the platform and maybe you get a little few pixels grace space, right, before you actually fall. But on the other hand, if you hit the spikes, you really hit the spikes. So it's kind of trying to have it both ways there. And as you mentioned, maybe you die, you go right back to one of the previous platforms, maybe you lose 5 seconds. That's forgiving. On the other hand, you can only do that so many times. If you die a whole bunch, you actually do have to restart. So it is trying to be a little forgiving for a couple of mistakes without it being just totally nerfed and too easy. Right? It's still challenging if you make too many mistakes, as Easy just did, getting hit by 3 or 4 things in a 3 or 4 second period.
Yep, and saying that run he's seen enough of that run. Going back to level 1 on the boat, of course. This is a big part of how do you get around the map is this boat. Commandeered by a few of your pals in the story. The story it's not just Guy Save Princess story here. We got a lot of stuff going on. You know, not relevant to our competition, but still interesting if you do choose to pick up the game for sure.
Yeah, it's not Guy Saves Princess. It's Dog with a Grappling Hook Acquires Phone, which, you know, that classic old tale, you know, which has been told so many times over the years. And, oh, I guess we can hear it one more time.
It's coming on Netflix soon for sure.
You know what? You're kidding, but they'll greenlight anything.
Yes. So yeah, as you can see here, we got JJ SRL on the screen, and he has the top time. Of course, this is a 2-day event, so whoever has the best time after these 2 days is the winner, but he is the current proud holder of that first place. And if he does hold that time, he will get a nice prize of £1,000. And this part he's on right now is one of the most difficult. All about keeping that momentum. That X right there in particular has proven to be difficult. And you can see most runners here just saying, I'm going to take the hit and get that X. We're going to see that a lot throughout this run. That part right there is very difficult how to do that. And there's a skip they found. That's not the intended way to play that level, but it is a skip that obviously everyone's already found, so they had quite a few hours now to find it.
Oh, yeah, no, they've had 4 whole hours. Of course they've started to find skips and exploits. What are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Good grief. Good grief.
Yeah. So we'll see who's. I want to. Hopefully, we can catch a person starting a run here. I like to go through a whole run to kind of explain the difficult parts, the kind of parts they're trying. I mean, it's all about keeping momentum. What you want to do in this game, I mean, put it simply, is to keep your momentum as long as possible and just go through the level, right? Like a lot of speed game platforming games. But the maximum speed is given to you by the grapple in this game. And if you're moving downward, of course, you can push B into that ground pound, and that's again a fast way to keep moving. So if you can, you want to be using that grapple as much as possible. Some levels it's very easy to keep using it. Some levels you got to be very creative about when to pop that thing out and avoid just running along the ground, which is pretty much the slowest way to get around.
Yeah, and if you do go in one direction for a little longer, it does start to run from a walk into a run, which is funny because you think the character would love walks. In my experience, most dogs do. What I find interesting is that there's a couple things about this event and maybe some early speedrunning events about this game or speedrunning whatever's around this game that are probably not going to be true for very long, but they're very important right now. So eventually, you got to imagine that whoever the best runners are in this, they're going to be flying through these levels and almost never getting hit. Right? Mm-hmm. Like, just almost never. They're going to have plenty of health. Dying is not really going to be a thing. But it is a thing now, which means that today, tomorrow, and maybe in the coming weeks and just months before we get into years, potentially, managing your health and your lives, like you said, taking the hits on purpose, but not so many that you actually restart with a mistake, is a big part of the strategy. There's still a decision to be made there in addition to the execution question. Eventually, you expect this is going to get to the point like it kind of does with games like Super Mario 64, where deaths are pretty rare. If you're dying or even in danger of dying, you probably messed up real bad. But here that's not the case. Right now you still see these people making these decisions, like right there with JJ, who just says, it's fine, I've got plenty of health, I'm going to take the hit. And that's a legitimate strategic choice, and not every player is deciding that at the same points.
Yep. One important note that I learned when playing is you see those little grappling hook blue kind of balls. There's 2 different kinds there. There's one that has like a target on it, and that kind of, it goes that white circle, and then you can just push your grapple button, it just vacuums right on it, right? It's an easy thing. The blue grappling hooks with the grappling hook sign on them, they, however, you need to aim for manually, right? So it's a little bit different kind of controls there to watch for. Right there, like, it gives you that kind of, with the thing that helps you kind of aim, push the button, your hook is there. But if it doesn't have that, like these ones JJ's on right now, you have to aim manually for those, so it is much harder.
Big moment here. This is the bell in the air. This is giving so many people problems, including JJ, and that's why he took no chances with that one. If you fall there, it's about an 8 to 9 second loss.
Yep, because when you die, you go back to the place where you were last stable, which could be in one of those, shooter guys, cannons things. It could be on a piece of flat ground. So in that case, it's very far back, so you do lose a lot of time there.
I really like the cutesy overworld, although I am admittedly having a little trouble with the whole frame story. So I'm like, there's a phone, there's a dog with a grappling hook, which is pretty funny and weird already. And then it's like, where's he live? Pirate ship, I think? Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? Yeah. Why not? Like, this is becoming the coolest, weirdest dog I've ever heard of.
Yes, good old Pablo here is already building his fan base up. The story of his grappling hook and his valiant deeds on his pirate ship.
The story of his grappling hook. The grappling hook is a character, let's be honest. Can we name the grappling hook? I mean, someone's gonna, right? Someone's gonna come up with it. It's just what name is the community gonna latch onto? So this game is new enough that you can be part of that weird headcanon stuff, guys.
Oh yeah, definitely. And also, this is the time to come up with the speedrunning trick names, right? This is the time.
Right. Yes. Yes.
This is when you have to get in there, guys. Make the names for the skips, for the tricks. There's so much. The world's your canvas right now, guys. You got to get in there.
Yeah, as casters, we're actually shockingly uncreative, so we really just need you guys to come up with this stuff so that we can repeat it and help you popularize it. It seems like we have more influence and power than we do here.
Exactly. That is it. Yeah, unfortunately for this competition, again, we're all World 1, right? So we don't see any other worlds, but they do get more difficult. More awesome music. This world definitely has an awesome song, and all the other worlds have unique songs as well. But yeah, gonna have to pick up the game to check those out because we are just doing World 1 here.
Yeah, it is really good music, and there is another competition. So this one here, there's a £3,000 prize pool, as was mentioned earlier, and there's a $3,000 prize pool open to the public. Anyone between now and February 28th can upload their runs on speedrun.com, and the top 10 are going to make some money. And again, $3,000 total prize pool. There are a couple runs up there already, and check this out, 19 and 17 minutes. Surprise, surprise, the quote-unquote pro speedrunners here, basically almost all of them have already beaten that and would take the first 5 or so spots on that scoreboard. So it's gonna get tougher, but here in the beginning at least there's a real chance here to pick up this game, grind it out, and try to get one of those top 10 spots, maybe make a little money, and if not, well, you'll still have played a pretty fun game.
That was really
Yeah,
solid.
and it's what I like about this competition is it's not, you don't have to learn 30, 40 levels. I mean, this is World 1, right? So as you can see, these players are getting it down in just a few hours, which you can do as well. I mean, there's not that much to learn. You can learn levels in a few hours, then spend the rest of your time just grinding out, trying to find the best routes and pass along the way. And it's definitely a good challenge, great idea by the developer here to get some speedrun hype going for the game, just the day it comes out.
Yeah, World 1 is 5 levels, plus the boss level, which JJ, as you can see, has just started right here. And if he can beat the whole thing in about 2 minutes, he will roughly best his PB and anyone's PB. I guess, not PB, WR, basically, is what we're really looking for. I don't think so, because it looks like it probably takes between 2 and 2.5 minutes normally to finish this. So I think this is going to be close, but if I had to guess, maybe just short. But it's also possible that he's already invented new strats since I last saw this 2 hours ago.
Yeah, this last boss is one of those, it's not an auto scroller for sure. It has kind of it's in the neighborhood though, right?
There's
so
a floor. There's a floor time for
yes,
sure.
Yeah. You got to control how fast you get to that backward shooting cannon, but that's pretty much it, right? So we can't. I don't know how much we can cut the time from this stage, but you can definitely lose time in this stage. That's the danger, right? I mean, you can't gain time, but you can definitely lose time. So got to be careful on this last stage. You can't just sit in your laurels and say, well, final boss time. It's not like that.
Well, I mean, the natural comparison, at least for you and me, is the Super Mario 64 Bowser throws, where it's like you can't necessarily win it there. There's 1 or 2 players who are unusually fast or good at it, but most of the time they're doing it around the same amount of time. The only thing you can do is mess it up.
Yep. And JJ taking hits.
Like that. That swing was not optimal, not necessary, and neither is that hit.
But he's going to be 15-22. He's still going to be okay for sub-16. He'll be right around there.
Yeah, he might get it here. We might have our first sub-16, and he'll knock himself out of first place.
Has to be.
I mean, we're going to only put the PBs down there, but technically, JJ will have first and second.
Yep, that was not even the best ending there, but it's some time to be shade for sure. I mean, that goes without saying with how much time.
Yeah, there were a couple mistakes there at the end. He got through it a little quicker than I expected, certainly, and I only have a rough idea of how long that ending takes, but it looks like it's about 140 if you do it perfect, I think.
And the results screen is when we stop the time. And look at the pound, 15:57. Happy with that. Sub-16, maybe the first in this universe ever you saw that magic happen from JJ, but the other runners, they're not going to be happy with that either, so I'm sure they're going to be coming for that time. But nice. Sub-16 JJ SRL fans are enjoying themselves as we get Easyscape on the main stage.
Yeah, and with 12 hours, you've got to assume, of course, that a lot of people are. It's the kind of thing where they can stop and look and see their progress, right? There are certain time trials where you're just going to focus on your own thing, and you can't really afford to go looking at other people's streams or other people's numbers. But with 12 hours, you absolutely can, and that's got to be tough when you're sitting there, you're chasing JJ. You're 8 seconds behind, you're 12 seconds behind, some other guy's 30 seconds behind. You look up, and he's bettered his own number. He beat his own mark. That has got to be tough.
I think it seems to me like JJ SRL is the most happy with just grinding out total runs here too, as well. As I was watching a few other runners like IPK and Lil Curb, they were kind of working on stages, right? Of course, runners can do whatever they want with their time. So some are going to be working on stages, some are just going to be, hey, I just want to do runs. So it seems like JJ is definitely doing the latter.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely been willing to reset. He missed that bell in the air I mentioned earlier, and I saw him hard reset. And I noticed in particular because when I was doing this earlier today, there were basically 0 resets in the first couple of runs, and that is not true anymore. We are absolutely at the point where the runners are developing a sense of how many mistakes they can tolerate before it's pointless to continue.
Yeah, I can see Oshi up there on your top right of your screen, kind of in the 7th place here. He looks like he has been heavily resetting here, just wanting to get a time he's happy with without just getting any time that's better than 20 minutes. Because really, right now, it doesn't matter, right? The place is there just for a reference, but really doesn't matter right now what the times are.
I mean, it wouldn't be shocking either if we saw the best time of the 2 days come out today. I don't think it would, but my money is on the first third or first half tomorrow. Because I think at that point they'll been able to grind it overnight if they want. I mean, a lot of them are going to want to break, but they can think about it, they can plot their routes, and they can kind of form a new game plan overnight, where sort of that work can come out, that prep, which is what most speedrunning is about. Most of it's not playing things blind live on stream, right? This is a little atypical, and that's one of the fun things about it is that we're seeing a different skill set. But the overnight sort of how much time do I want to do this? How do I want to come at this? What do I want to practice? What do I want to grind a little bit? Not that one night is that much time to grind, but it's closer to what these guys are used to and what they're good at. And I was liking it earlier. And this is appropriate for those of you who follow not just esports but actual sports. Tomorrow is the Super Bowl, and a big thing in football is halftime adjustments. A lot of times, the team that goes into the locker room at halftime is completely different than the one that comes out with an all-new game plan now that they've seen their opponents, seen what they're up against, and they adjust. So I want to see who comes out of that locker room, so to speak, tomorrow, who comes out with a new game plan and maybe wows us with a PB or a WR or whatever. And so if I had to bet, I would say that the winning time maybe comes out in the first couple hours tomorrow.
Yeah, I would agree. It would be, I mean, the most exciting time to watch is right now, of course. But second most exciting time to watch might be when we start tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, because, yeah, I think you're right. I mean, people are going to have a lot of time to grind, and we're going to see the hype strats coming out right about then. So let me see what we can do about getting... It looks like I've been watching Easy Escape. Not a fun time on this level right now. He's took quite a few misses on his grappling hook. He just looks like he's not feeling it right now. Might need a break. We're going to follow that, though. We'll see. I want to see what we can get in terms of... I would like to get some other person on the main stage, if you don't mind. I want to get some Mexican runner, if you don't mind. Restreamer. Get him on the main stage here, because I definitely want to see it. There he is. My wish is my command is my wish here. That X right there, that grab.
Yeah,
I think the hardest in the game right there, and he did that very expertly, and then he walks off the edge of the thing. But he seems to be working out this stage more than trying to get a good time.
Right. Yeah, you can tell right away. If you just cut to here, you're like, whoa, big mistake. And then you see right afterwards, no. He is testing things. He is probing. This is what speedrunners do. This is what they do. They test, they probe, they get it down. They're not interested in just, like you said, bettering their time. Oshi doesn't just want to get that sub 20 and, get on the board or move up to 5th or something. He's thinking, how can I win this event? It's still plenty early. So if I can't get potentially even a 16 or something on my run, I'm going to be done with the run.
Look, TMR there is really working on that X that I talked about. That's one of the hardest in the game in my playthrough. Of course, I have 10th of the skill of these players, but that X right there is a very hard one to grab without getting hit. I think it might just be better to take the hit, but let's see what he's doing here. He's going through it again, trying to make this as momentum as high as possible as he goes through this part.
Yeah. I think he's thinking he can just latch onto that second one because he almost did there. And I think he's just going to keep trying it. And you're right, it is probably just worth taking the hit. But also, they're still at the point where they're getting hit by accident a lot. They're not just controlling when they're hit, and they are dying sometimes. And none of them are really avoiding that. So they're still learning the game. So I can see him saying, I would love to be able to, A, get this a little faster, but also, B, save that hit for later.
He's like, yeah, you got it. No, you don't.
Easy Escape again, getting the main airtime on this main stage.
No, you don't.
I mean, he's doing some fun stuff over there for sure.
Yeah, it's worth watching. Yeah, let's see if he's trying out as well. It looks like he's just figuring out his way too, kind of figuring out the best way up there. You do have to get some momentum there from the grappling to get up that ledge. The grass on the wall you can climb. Of course, climbing that grass is a very slow way to moving though, so you don't want to do it for too long.
No, you don't. You don't want to run. You don't want to be in the air. I mean, it's the same thing. Every time they give you something like a grapple hook, every time they give you something like a teleportation dagger, you pretty much know right away, any good run, you're going to spend most of your time in the air.
Yeah, and one way you can look at how optimized people are moving in this game is anytime they have to go down, if they're not pushing B to do that ground pound,
Yep.
That's not the most effective way they could be, the most efficient way they could be moving. So watch for that for sure, because you'll see when they know what they're doing and the movement they want. If they have to go down at all, they're pushing that ground pound down, and then you can cancel out of that too. So even if you want a short movement, the ground pound is the fastest way to move down.
There's IPK with the reset after a little trouble. I don't know what that stage is. I forget. I think that is that Cavern Crash or is that Mushroom Grotto, the one with the thing in the air there? I think that was Cavern Crash. I think that was 1-5. I think that was the last one. But whatever it was, it's giving people trouble.
You can't put me on the spot for level names yet.
No.
Day two, we can do that.
I'm putting myself on the spot too because I'm not sure which it was. I'm gonna say I think that's Cavern Crash, but whatever it is, I should probably own the name because oh my god, a lot of good runs are getting ruined right there.
Oh, yep. Yeah, but the difficulty does ramp up in levels just in World 1. I'm sure that happens for all the other worlds as well, but as the worlds go through, as you might expect, they do get harder, and you're relying more on grapple. There's more spikes underneath you. It just gets more difficult as you go along, which is obviously a good thing in video games.
Yeah, I would think so. It is kind of funny, though, that sometimes I see they can't help but grab the fruit. Like, sometimes it just happens to be in the way, but there's this little thing in the back of your brain that wants to pick it up, even though it's useless for your purposes here.
Yeah. You can see the gems there as well, the little pink gems. To get the first boss of the level, you have to have a certain amount of gems. Obviously not important for our purposes as well. We're just trying to beat the level as fast as possible, but for a casual playthrough, picking up the fruit, picking up the pink gems is a fun little challenge that you can have fun with, but we won't be seeing that today.
No, but we might be seeing it in the long term for this game speedrunning because, we were talking about that earlier. It's maybe a little more interesting if you do a version where you do have to get 30 gems to get through the boss, which is what you have to do the very first time, but you unlock it as a player. So for speedrunners, it's not going to be a thing necessarily, but I would like to see it be a thing. I would like to see this version right now where it's already unlocked and you get through as fast as you can, and I would like to see a gem version that maybe takes more like, I don't know, 40 minutes, something like that, 30, 35. We'll see how fast they get it, but to find the optimal route, to find which gems are the easiest, the same way, Super Mario runners find which stars are the easiest and find the shortest route there, because there's enough of them that there's a lot of decisions to be made, a lot of research to be done, and I think a kind of gem-based run, separating that out the same way you have different star runs or different percentage runs or glitchless or whatever, I think it could be really interesting. Certainly a very different style of speedrunning. Definitely.
And we can see Hendrix here. He has not figured out actually that you can just ignore this whole platform there. So one thing he hasn't, if you don't need to get the X on this to make these kind of vertical X platforms, you don't need those at all. You can just jump on through. But he still doesn't seem to know that yet. So as we can see, it takes time to learn the fastest way. A good question in chat. Go ahead. I was
going to say, I think you're probably right, but I wonder if he did know and he actually just wanted to test that right there. He was trying to ground pound into the grapple on the side and he failed it a few times and then he finally did it. I think you're probably right. I think he might not have realized it, but it's also possible at this stage, especially since we're still just 2/3 of the way through the first day, this just might be a very convenient place to test that maneuver.
Yeah, for sure. A good question in chat. Is there any kind of completion bonus for getting all the oranges? There's no actually at each level they say like what kind of level you got it, like A, B, C, D kind of thing. Not exactly that ranking scale, but if you get a certain amount, you get the one rank. If you get a next amount, you get another rank. It's just kind of for your completion-ish feeling, right? It's not a bonus per se, but you can get a higher ranking in the level if you get right there. There's 250 oranges. He got 102. Not even to that first marker. So just kind of see how good you get.
The game calls them fruit, and that's good because I don't know if dogs, do they like oranges? My dog doesn't like oranges, personally.
My dogs, if you throw anything near them that looks like they can chew it, including not food, they'll give it a shot. So,
including my foot. What kind of dog you got? What kind of? I gotta know. I gotta know.
I got a pit bull mix. So.
Oh, same here.
Okay, cool. Yep.
Good loyal dogs.
People in the booth.
Yeah, they're intensely loyal dogs.
There's a reason they got us in the booth here for this game, I think. Dog people playing the dog game. Pablo. Next dog. Someone has to name the dog Pablo after this game for sure. It's gonna happen.
It's a great dog name. It's just a good, friendly little name. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how anthropomorphic is this dog, right? Because he is wearing human clothes. The guy's got a belt on. So obviously he's sentient and intelligent. Should I be figuring out Pablo dog lore, or am I kind of missing the point?
I think you can. It's time to hop on the. You can write it now. I think. I mean, this is the time.
Oh, I could write it. Okay. Okay. Are you saying I should write fan fiction for a game that came out 2 days ago?
Yes, now's the time to hype on that. You can pick shipping people. Who are you shipping? The fruit and the dog? I don't even know.
Is Pablo? I don't know. I mean, there's a chicken. There's a goat. I don't know who you got.
We got to stop it there. The Twitch mods are watching us very closely now, so we're gonna stop. Change the subject.
Pick your next words carefully.
Oshikurosu, coming in hot in the main stage here. Another great Super Mario Maker 2 player. Plays a lot of games. He knows how to play a platformer, and he is doing well right now. Looks to be with the 14:30, not trying to break any world records here, but yeah, at least might be getting better than 20 minutes for sure.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. I think he's deciding, okay, I could maybe get like a 17 or an 18 or something. I'm close enough at this point. This has been one of my better runs. At this point, it is worth finishing this out because, again, if you've been resetting a lot, this is the downside. So we mentioned earlier, you reset because you're not interested in just a sub 20. You want to actually try to win this thing, get something much lower. That's fine. The downside is, if that happens, if you keep resetting, you don't get any practice for the end game. And then when you finally do have a great run, not only are you a little nervous maybe, as everyone must get at near the end of a great run, but suddenly you're doing something you're the least familiar with at the end of the run. Too. So you need to, at some point, at least occasionally, make yourself play it out so that when that good run does come along, you're not heading into totally new or barely charted territory for yourself at the end of that so that you mess up that boss fight, for example.
Yeah, it's Oshi just making a mistake I did. You think when you just start playing a game, you naturally think, oh, the grass, let me grapple the grass. But you can't grapple that grass, I did it too out of habit so many times, and I saw Oshi do the same thing. You gotta just play the game more and learn, like, you can only grapple those grappling the blue balloon cannon type things, and we see Oshi now will take on the final boss of World 1.
Yeah, Rex. And if he does this even semi-competently, he looks like he's going to move into 4th.
Okay, so let's see if he can do that. Doesn't seem it's not the most challenging of bosses, to be fair. It's kind of the World 1 boss. What do you expect? Kind of getting you ready for the rest of the game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think this is going to happen because way more rote things have been left into famous speedruns. But, I mean, if you were just trying to keep it as, skill-based and interesting as possible with as much variation as possible, although here we go, Oshi making a couple of slight mistakes, you would probably play like a bossless version of this or something. Because it's going to get to the point very quickly where people are just really optimizing this. And as I implied earlier, it becomes one of those things where it's like you are expected to do it perfect. All you can do is mess up and feel really bad, which, that exists in a lot of famous speedruns. But if you were designing a speedrun for drama and interest, you would probably exclude something like this. Even though I mean, the first time I saw it, I thought it was very cool.
Yeah. It's definitely cool. I mean, the effects are cool. It feels like it's the perfect boss for a game like this.
Yes.
But in the speedrun setting, again, it's just really a lot of stress for no reason. Like you got to make sure you don't mess up, and you can't gain any time, which is you always want to be doing. Another thing to watch for, like I talked about, like if a player is playing as efficiently as possible, whenever you are starting on that wall, you really don't want to be doing that. You want to get off that wall as much as possible because gliding down the wall is very slow. So anytime you see that, it's kind of like, I don't know, bonking in other games like Super Mario 64 or something. It's just a waste of time, right? So you really don't want to be doing that as much as you can.
I mean, here we go right here. He's very close to 4th place. If he makes, I think, no more mistakes, he might just get it. But he's actually had a couple of issues here so that he might actually end up being in 5th instead.
Not a big deal at all, honestly.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be 5th. Yeah, I mean, just a few too many mistakes there at the beginning, and honestly, it wasn't just mistakes. It's just that I think he just hasn't played the boss very much, so he just has not been flying through most of it. You can see he's just going to miss out on TMRs there, 4th place, 1745, but he's easily going to beat Hendrix's 5th place. So he's, I think, going to maybe just barely get a sub 18 though, and that's a pretty big jump for him, 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and it's just obviously just a starting point too. So he's entering the world of sub 18. Yes, maybe
not quite. Nope.
No. I love 18, but yeah, he has plenty of time left to improve that one.
Yep. So he's probably going to stop, take a break, and maybe take a look at where he is and realize, oh boy, I've still got 2+ minutes to shave off here potentially.
Yep. As we go into IPK, legendary Mario runner, Super Mario Maker 2 runner himself. He knows his way around I would say, unarguably, the best blind level player in the world. And this is an event that was made for him because there's a lot of blind playing in this event. So we'll see if he can translate those skills into Grapple Dog.
I mean, you're exactly right. I think SMM2 players have a natural advantage here. They're used to playing things they haven't seen before. They're used to reacting on pure nerve, pure reaction, pure reflex. And IPK is, I mean, you already said it. I can only echo what you said, which is that he is exceptional at reacting to things for the first time.
Yes, and seems to be right up his alley. I listened to his stream earlier. He's having a lot of fun with this game. A game that was made for him and how he likes to play games. Fast and skill-based. So really cool. Missing this balloon many times, though.
He's pretty mad about it.
Not happy with how that finished.
There goes the hand. There goes the wild gesticulation of a man who's not hitting the platforms he wants.
Yep. So yeah, that was a case where you just wasn't close enough to get the grapple to kind of lock on. It will lock onto those bubbles, but you got to be close enough. So if you're falling away and you fall out of range, you don't hit it, right? Even though you were locked on when you pushed the button, if you keep falling, you don't get it. So that's what happened in that case.
I mean, they're kind of trying to have it both ways, and I like that, which is to say they have a lot of these things where you need to be very precise and aim the grapple, and there's other ones where they clearly want you to be able to go fast and have a little more fun with it and generate some momentum, even if you aren't naturally getting as much through just pure mastery. And so they kind of have that. They have the lock-on thing, so they can kind of have it both ways. You can have the parts that are really fast without requiring someone to be really precise, but every now and then you can ramp up the difficulty too, which leads to like a weird mix, right, of sort of the more deliberate platforming versus the Sonic style. You're on an amusement park ride kind of feel.
Yeah, I remember playing Sonic when I was a kid, and sometimes like I don't know what's going on, but I'm going fast. But this game is definitely not like that. Does not have that feeling at all. You control where you're going in this game.
You do, but there are a couple of those moments where it's like they shoot you into a cannon, which shoots you into a cannon, which shoots you into a cannon, and you're along for the ride, and it's really cool, and you feel great. There's only a few. There we go, boom, 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 right? Just like that, 4 or 5 IPKs just sitting there. And then it's almost a quick time event at the end where you have to hit the balloon. You can't just turn your brain off and enjoy the ride too long.
Yeah. And you have to push a button to shoot yourself out of those cannons there, so you have to stay on it and push those buttons as fast as you can when you get in there.
Yeah, just keep you just engaged enough. You're not totally along for the ride, and I appreciate that they thought of that. They said if we do want to do this, if we want to move people around really fast, we at least want them to still have to pay some attention.
IPK very dialed in here. It seems like he knows what he wants to do in this. You see him shaking his head with it, just disgust when he makes a movement error. He seems to have a pretty good handle on this level as I'm watching. He knows when to ground pound and stuff like I was talking about before. He looks like he's dialed in right now.
He totally gets it, and if you want to know how hard these guys work and how good they are and how much they expect of themselves, shaking his head in disgust for a mistake he made in a game he's been playing for 4 hours, ever. On stream, by the way, live. So, this is the kind of standard they hold themselves to, but as we said earlier, uniquely suited to react in the moment to something like this. And while a lot of this is going to be expertise, there's no denying that the kind of things that these guys are good at in other games, they don't transfer perfectly onto a game like this, but they definitely help them get good quicker.
Yeah, definitely. Look at the speed he's got here. Here's the hardest X we talked about earlier. He takes a little bit of a slow route there, but still gets the job done.
I'm not going for it.
I'm not sure. There's got to be a better way to get through that one.
Yeah, I think so. But you mentioned the ground pound. He is definitely using the ground pound like basically every time. Like there are a lot of players that are remembering to do it sometimes, not other times. Every time I look over, he is optimizing that extra quarter second out of something. And I think he has kind of figured out that like it doesn't matter if he takes the fastest route everywhere. If he's optimizing the basic traversal this much, I think he's confident that might be enough to get him, if not at the top, certainly near it.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive right there. Also, you noticed when he was in the air there, going towards the bell, you can use the grapple to just get a little bit more distance. I don't know what we're gonna call that. Grapple elongation. I don't know.
Too many syllables.
There's got to be some way to solve that. But you could definitely get a little more distance there. It didn't quite work out for him there, but I think we could use that in some other places. Where you can get a little bit of a distance, kind of like it's a grapple cancel or something, like a little bit of distance in your jumps if you use that. I'm sure we're going to see that be used in, maybe not today or tomorrow, but in the future in the speedruns of this game.
Well, if you need to come up with something, chat, another thing we're going to need a name for is the little thing where you're not going to make your jump, so you use the grapple, grasping out into air for something that isn't there, not intending to hit anything, just to slow your fall enough that you make the jump. We saw that earlier. We saw Lil Curbs kind of figure that out really early on. That's going to need a name, too, because I saw it save a couple of runs.
All right, we got a suggestion in chat already. Grapple stall. That's cool.
I like it.
Get the job done. Yeah. Not as colorful as I might like, but it works, right? So what works ends up winning most of the time. So I think
what
you might
works
have a winner there.
and what's short and pithy and easy to say, one syllable is an automatic advantage. So I'm pretty sold.
Yep. Good job there. Car Cole 32 coming in hot. Now now you can see IPK there. Those are the grapple cannons. We need a name for those too, where you have to manually aim for those. They don't target on, so much more difficult to get onto.
I mean, the first ones you run into are like in the first stage. I mean, those just look like weather balloons to me.
Yeah.
So those are definitely weather balloons. I mean, that's way too long, but that's just exactly what they look like. The rest of them, I'm not sure yet.
Gotta be something.
Yeah, I mean, definitely cannon, because, like, come on. Those are cannons.
Yeah.
It's canon that they're cannons. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, you can see in the water there. You have a boost mechanic there as well in the waters. You can see they all. Anytime in your water, you want to be boosting as much as possible.
Yeah.
You don't want to be mashing it though. There is a kind of a pattern to it, so you get a full boost. Wait a second, full boost.
Yeah.
And
I think the ones you have to aim for, those are the ones you have to think about. So we'll call those head cannons.
Yeah. As you can see in this part right here, IPK is just taking hits. Here's the into the bell where if you fall
yeah.
You got it.
I mean, they're almost all at this point taking that extra swing where they reset. It reminds me, I'm sorry for another Super Mario comparison. It reminds me of when you grab Bowser's tail and you decide to take one more spin around to time it rather than do it right away, right?
Yeah,
it's I want to make sure I get this right. And a lot of them have tried to do without it, and a lot of them have ended up canceling runs as a result. It's just... The inertia specifically it seems to really throw people off there. They can't control their fall quite as much as you can in some games, and I think that is a feature as much as a bug, by the way, because I think it's very deliberate. You can't be thoughtless about it. You have to think more about your momentum. You can't just artificially control fake gravity and fall however you want. But it does mean that if that's the kind of thing you're used to, you're going to expect to be able to just fling yourself above that last bell up in the air and kind of land on it every time, and that is just not happening. So you need to take that extra time sometimes.
You see a little curbs here. Not happy with that performance. We go back to IPK here with it. Looks to be, I can't tell exactly how good a time this is, but we're going to watch it for a while, see how he's coming along.
We're figuring it out, right? We're getting to the point where we're going to start getting splits, and we're going to go, he's in the cavern at 13. Ooh.
Yep. There's a lot of places where you don't want to get the grapple balloons too. You don't want to start a new grapple if you don't have to. There's when you go to a lot of horizontal ground, you don't want to grapple too many times. You want to grapple as few times as possible. And you'll see, that's not the level for it. But when it comes into the future, I'll tell you where you can see IPK is already skipping some. And anytime you're skipping grapples, it's time to save time as well. Just one of those things you got to learn as you play this game for 12 hours over 2 days.
Apparently, that's just a normal thing that happens now.
Yeah.
This is the world we live in, where someone's just like professionally playing a game immediately for 12 hours over 2 days. But I mean, they do it so well, I mean, why not?
And yeah, it's a fun enough game to do it. That's for sure. Because this game was not fun. This would be a tough 2 days. But luckily, this game's good.
I mean, that's the whole thing about speedrunning is that I love it and all, but let's be honest, it is a grind. There's a reason people use the word grind. It's even if you love the game, it's going to be a grind. So imagine how much of a grind it would be if it weren't fun to begin with.
Yeah. And the music is unfortunately, it's not keeping us company in this one, but the runners at least get to enjoy it because this music is really good.
Yeah, I think I read, correct me if I'm wrong, something like one different track for every single level or something, and it's bopping.
Yeah. So every world will have a different track. So yeah, we only get to hear
every
the world
world.
One here, but pick it up yourself. You can check out what we can't. We're getting talked into the earpiece here. Yes, we do not have audio. I don't actually.
I think we do, but it's very low.
It's very low. Yes.
Yeah. That's okay. And that's just. I mean, I'm just here to hear you anyway, ALT.
Yes.
So
we're just talking to each other here. We don't want to get distracted. But anyways, as we're watching IPK, got to start another run here. Just gonna split when I touch. Husband said nope, no thanks. Got to start off at 1-1, which is something that obviously he has the time to do. What other runs we have going on here? Hendrix is at the beginning. JJ,
there's a lot of beginning, yeah.
And that'll happen. As this event goes on, we're going to see a lot of the beginning of the game, because runners won't be happy with any mistakes as we get deeper into this.
Yeah, and the first world very cheekily called Outset Mountain, because it's at the outset of the game.
Makes sense.
Why not? I mean, but in real life, what would that even mean? If you just named your mountain Beginning Mountain, it's like beginning for who?
All right, so I'm going to watch carefully little curbs here. We just watched IPK for a while there, and we saw he was pretty in tune with what he wanted to do, right? Whether it was the best way or not, we don't know. But he was definitely using that ground pound and that grapple effectively. Little curbs here. Let's see if he has the same level of, preparedness, or what should I say? Something, the idea in his mind, what he wants to do, right, with this each level.
Intentionality is a good word for it.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the $2,000 word.
Yeah, and I used to say that about some other games. We both like Spy Party, a weird little niche game, and I always say the key there is to play with intentionality. You may make a mistake. Look, it's going to happen. The key is that you do things because you wanted to do them. You do them because you think they're good. You thought about what you wanted to do, and you made a decision. And that's the key here too, right? You're going to mess up. Of course you're going to mess up. But do things with intentionality.
Yeah. Yep. And yeah, I can't give a distinction either way here. He did do a few, time-saving ground pounds, yeah, but let's keep watching him, see if we can make a better call here. What kind of feeling he's at right now in his playthrough of this. So level 1 there. Yeah, it's tough to read his time. 318 there. So 318 for level 1. I wonder if he's happy or not with that, but let's see if he keeps it going. That'll tell us at least if he's, horrified or not. No, he's speedily going to 1-3, so looks like he's happy enough.
Yeah, I mean, so I still don't know. We don't know enough about these levels yet to have a good sense of whether or not one, for example, is much longer than the others or one much shorter. But I will say that is about the right pace. If you assume they're all about that long, that puts you a little above where JJ is, for example, right? Because you have 5 worlds plus the boss world. So a couple minutes each, somewhere between 2 and 3 minutes each, is kind of the pace we're looking at if we assume they're similar length, which to be determined.
Yes, yes.
And I think this is Blast Zone then. I think so. I could be wrong.
We got to use the level names as much as possible, I think, to get them in our heads. So yes, Blast Zone here.
No, I think that's my mistake. I think this is Mushroom Grotto. I forgot we switched runners, actually, yeah. So this is the guy I forgot we switched, yeah. So I think this is the third one then, Mushroom Grotto. I mean, it should be. There's mushrooms in the background. If this isn't Mushroom Grotto, it's not on me. It's on the dev.
Note to the dev there.
Don't put mushrooms in your non-Mushroom Grotto levels. Please and thank you.
That was some cool movement there by Little Curbs there. So getting that momentum, using the grappling hook, get the momentum, even built up, going the other way is good if you can just use it to go back the right way. That was a good use of it there.
That's a great point. Like, get the momentum, getting the momentum started, getting the swing started, that is the thing that takes a long time. It takes so much longer that if you can use the momentum, miss your spot, and then correct, that's still quicker than starting over with the swinging.
Little Curbs had... Oh, yeah. He was going hot there for a moment, but then he got into the secret area that kind of is hidden until you get into it, where there is a gem up there if you're playing the game casually. He has a good handle in this world, though, right here. Watch this grappling.
Bounce on the mushroom and then go. Okay, literally.
Yeah, I think he knows where he wants to grapple there. He's going to practice it a few times for us. Or he might just start another run, and there it is.
Yeah, looking pretty good. I mean, it's definitely interesting to see now that we're like coming up on kind of the end of the first day, how people's strategies change in regards to resets. What their tolerance level is, because it's definitely not the same.
Mm-hmm. Here we have Hendrix here on the main stage. Haven't seen him much yet today. Just getting started though. Currently in 6th place, looking to improve on that, low 18 or high 18, I should say.
Yeah, and everybody's sub 20 now too. After Oshi finally got that, the 1807, and man, it's quick. It's pretty crazy watching this movement. When they were starting this, like there were so many grapple misses, just so many. And we're 5 hours in, and they are just consistently hitting them.
Yeah, no, look at Hendrix already knows when to cancel out of those cannon shots. He does what the right direction he wants to be shot out, and then he knows when to grapple out of it. The knowledge of the levels is really coming through here. And you see there, you just saw Hendrix there get his P speed up before he jumped up, which is important because as you can see, even when you're climbing and stuff, you keep the P speed. I'll keep calling it P speed until I'm told anything otherwise, but just like Super Mario Bros. 3, that the P speed meter, and you keep it, as long as you keep moving, you keep it, right? So climbing, it might seem unintuitive, but even if you're climbing, you keep your P speed until you stop or take a hit, then you lose it.
I think P speed until further notice, and I will resist making a joke about letting the dog out in the middle of the night.
Okay. Well, we got to hear it before the end of the cast here, though, Trek. You got to hear that.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
It writes itself.
When I said I wasn't going to make the joke, I was pretty much making the joke.
All right, so just about a little over an hour left here. This day 1 of this of this awesome event here for Grapple Dog. What do we call this? Release event or hype event? I don't know. What do we need a name for this? I think it's a release event.
Yeah, because like there will be more hype events probably. So release event is the one thing that differentiates it, and I really like that. I like when games like this sort of announce themselves just right out of the gate. I mean, it shows a lot of confidence. It shows that they know it's polished, that it's ready for something like this. To have these kind of like world-class speedrunners come in and try to pick it apart live on stream immediately. I mean, I don't care how well you did building it. There must be a part of them that's just like nervous, right? Like, what are they going to break? But at the same time, it shows a lot of confidence in your product.
Oh yeah, because I mean, if let's say this wasn't as polished as it was, and there was some kind of the grappling hook was annoying to use or something, you know, I mean, we'd hear about it from the 7 awesome runners here we have, and it's beautiful. Everyone's having fun that I've listened to. They have a lot of fun with it.
I mean, we joked earlier that like you do all your QA testing and then you bring in 3 speedrunners and you learn a whole bunch of new stuff anyway.
yeah, you know, so that's awesome, and it's an awesome way to release a game. Like you said, this is the most, you know, for me, the most engaging way to enjoy a new game is this. I mean, we can watch someone play the game for sure, but there's no real drama there, right? So like, okay, he's playing the game, he's getting it. Wow, he beat the game, cool. But Hendrix looked like okay, we're gonna watch. We need to see that again. Hendrix just pulled off some sort of skip there. If my eyes did not deceive me. Of course, we won't be able to see it again, though, until he goes back through it. But let's keep our eyes on that stage 1-3 again in the future, because it looked like he skipped the whole section there.
I mean, this is what we've been talking about. Is it plausible that someone's going to find some kind of major skip or major exploit or glitch or something in the release event in the first 12 hours, or in this case, 5 or 6 hours of playing? I kind of said, well, that's kind of a lot to ask for, and maybe it is a lot to find like a major glitch, but something moderate where you skip half a level or even just one wall, like 5 to 10 seconds, that's plausible. I would not put it past this group.
Oh yeah, I want to make sure we watch that again. And it looks like I like his movement on that section much better than I liked Little Curve's movement as well. He found like a little bit more efficient way to use that grapple hook in that section. So Hendrix here, definitely with a little bit of a heater here. That was a very good 1-3. I'm gonna try to take a note of that time he got. Okay, so all right, we're gonna watch that. It's 6:50 at 1-3. But yeah, next time Hendrix goes through 1-3, let's make sure we get our eyes on that track. I'm counting on you to remind us there. All of us.
1-3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to remember.
Yeah, so it's going to be hard to remember. We have 7 screens to watch, but we'll do our best.
Yeah, there is just kind of a lot to look at. I mean, I'm sure these guys could do it, but our job as casters is so hard.
Exactly. Chat, we're counting on you.
Look at so many things.
I don't like to throw it to chat too much, but chat, we're counting on you for that one. You guys let us know. Hendrix here. Watch for Hendrix' awesome skip so we can see it next time as well.
Yeah, the hive mind of chat. I mean, come on, we're 2 people. Like, we can't stand up to the crowd.
All right,
there we go. So that's the weather balloon. I know I said too many syllables, and I agree with myself. However, it just looks so much like a weather balloon. I would love to find something else, but so far I can't not think that every time I see it.
All right. Yeah, the weather balloon works. I think that's one of the ones that's just too obvious that hey, it works. We'll go with weather balloon there.
Yeah, and so Hendrix there, so not only does he take the hit, but he's realized there's a second hit you want to take right afterwards, which he's able to get to just quick enough to still have invincibility frames. So you basically get 2 for 1 there on that particular area. And they really put those spikes right there. I mentioned earlier that some of this is almost trolly. They'll have an area where you're clearly meant, if you're good enough, to like fly through it, but then the very last jump, for example, you'll need to kind of pull up and slow down just a little bit or you'll go flying past your goal. There's a couple things like that there too with those spikes where it's like every one of the spikes is placed so that if you just go as fast or as high as you can, you'll hit them. But so you have to take just a little edge off instead. It's basically like, go ahead and go fast, but you need to be able to make these weird little exceptions and adjustments just to keep you on your toes. But they found that if you take a hit there and you can go through the next one fast enough, you take the one hit, you get invincibility frames for the second, and you don't have to slow down for either point. And as long as you don't need those hits later, why not?
Yep. And if you're on the grapple, you do take hit, and it's not your last hit, you just can fly on through. So yeah, when you're on the grapple, take your hits. If that makes you go faster, I mean, it's definitely worth it. And when you die, where you die really is different too. It goes to your last kind of stable position, so that could be inside a cannon, but it usually is in your last like flat ground location. So that can be really punishing at certain times.
Yeah, I just can't believe that our toes are a resource in this game.
Yes,
I don't think of my toes that way.
No, definitely not.
I think of them all as precious and invaluable.
That is our health meter there, and it does have the kind of the P-speed meter there, which is all white is good. So P-speed just went all down to red. Yellow is building up. When it's all filled, it goes to white. And that is obviously the speed we want to have for a competition like this.
Little issue with Hendrix there, which is some very basic wall kick platforming. Just lost 3 or 4 seconds, and you know, hey, we're still early on, and that's still the kind of thing that's going to happen, and that's the kind of optimizations that are still going to be in these good runs.
Well, here comes that very difficult X coming up for Hendrix. See how he chooses to get that. A little bit, take it a little bit slowly, but no problem there.
Yeah, not terrible, not great, but we're still at the point where the best time is going to have some of those in it. The question is how many.
Yeah, I had a difficult this right here, this grab here that Hendrix is doing. That's a difficult grab too. The auto aim doesn't come up until you're kind of below it a little bit, so you have a really tight window there to get it because you have to wait till it does auto aim there. You can't manually aim your grapple down, so you can only shoot it up. That's a really tough grab there he just did.
Oh,
having some trouble here on this difficult part of this level. Any fall here is very punishing. I'm going to avoid that balloon into that. There we go. That's looking pretty good.
Yeah, very smooth.
The whole picture wasn't beautiful, but that section at the end was. I'm sure next time he'll do that much better as he hits the bell, which is the flagpole of this game.
The flagpole, the finish line. Which classic game do we wanna go with here?
Sweet.
The fatality.
Yeah, you're sure. I mean, if you need an analogy, if you had to compare this to Mortal Kombat, I guess it is the fatality.
It's the most natural comparison of the world, right?
I mean, you didn't want to go with animality there. That seems more on theme.
Oh, that was too much. That's too much.
And now I've just killed our friendship.
That was too high. That's too high of a bar to set, Track. Don't do it to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta be honest, not to talk about Mortal Kombat too much, but still confused by that whole system. When it came out, I thought, wait, what? What are they doing? What are they adding? Okay, are they just bored?
Okay, we're not going to go to a Mortal Kombat podcast format here, but I remember being so disappointed they were just like, okay, there's an animal. I was like, oh, okay, well, I thought there might be more to it than that, but then there's friendship and all that. But anyway, back on the ranch. Little Curbs here. Now we're watching him burn his way through this level here. 1-4. 1-5, excuse me. And that is called Track. Putting it on you.
Rocky Road. 1-4 is Rocky Road.
Here we go. Also a great ice cream flavor.
Is it? I mean, if you say so.
Marshmallows. Some of
I like the marshmallow. Yeah, it's the nuts, you know.
Yeah, the nuts. No one wants that. No one needs that.
Too much contrast with the marshmallow. Too much.
Yeah.
Too much.
Yes.
We're going to go from Mortal Kombat to ice cream flavors, and at some point we will discuss this game. I'm kidding. We've talked about this game a lot because there's a lot to talk about, and there's a lot of speedrunning going on. Curbs is just... I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, I was expecting that the SMM2 guys were going to have a little bit of an edge here. The IPK, Lil Curbs, all that.
Yeah.
But Avalon, to their credit, said, look out for JJ. Look out for JJ, a lot of platforming experience, and they've been right. They've been proven right so far.
Here's a very difficult grappling, kind of the skill tester grappling section of the game here. Yep. And Curbs making it look very, very simple. That was the most beautiful way through that level I've seen today. That was my Little Curbs. That was an awesome section there.
That was really good. But the funny thing is, the last bit is the hardest bit. So it's not one of those things where it's like you get through the third one and that was the tough one and now you're home free. That last little thing, again, because of the inertia, the inverse of the momentum, which everyone understands, the fact that you can't just fall with the kind of ridiculous video game precision that you have in some games, it has messed up so many people, so you don't know until the very end if they're going to come out clean.
Let's see if Little Curb can keep that going here. Might have himself a run here. 11 minutes in. Looking pretty good. I may say so myself. Look at that. Look at that movement there. I haven't seen that yet today. That looks really good.
Yeah, this is looking... yeah, he's just looking better and better every run, which, you know, I mean, that's exactly what you'd expect, but it's still remarkable to see in real time.
Yep, taking that spike damage there, not a big deal. It does stop drop your P speed, but you can get it back very quickly. So probably worth just taking the hit to avoid the spikes there.
Man, he looks like he's been grinding this for weeks. Like this part right here, it's been flawless. I'm just not seeing any mistakes. That whole area right there from flagpole to flagpole, I would barely change anything about that.
Yeah, very meaningful movement here. Even that right there, looking good. Another spike hit. Didn't end up how he wanted it to.
Now he's down to one toe.
One toe. Oh, didn't even take the dog treat there. Would refill you.
That was worth going back for. When you're down to one toe, it's worth getting the dog treats. They haven't really paid attention to them. There we go. Yeah, you need to have a second. Case in
good thing he
point.
had it there. Good thing he had it there. Checkpoint achieved. He's not worried about checkpoint. Spike's very close to spelling doom there, but he got over it.
I might be worried about the checkpoint when he was down on the toes, but that does replenish your toes. A ridiculous sentence that I just said. All new toes. We got some fresh toes here. Don't worry. Fresh pack of toes.
All right. Good run. Good run.
Little Curb's happy with that. Calling a good run already. Still has to fight the final boss.
Yeah, this is gonna be a new mark. This is absolutely gonna be a new mark if he doesn't make tons of mistakes. If he gets it done in about 140, look at that. He's gonna beat this by a solid minute maybe.
Not sure.
Kind of goes to, shows that what the runners think about the final boss, where Little Curb just announced, I heard on his stream say, "Oh, good run."
Good run.
Already in the bank, because this not much to do here, but I'm sure you can lose some time here. Let's see if he handles it. I'm sure he will. But
I mean, that's the first thing, right, to conclude is that you're like, oh, good run, assuming he has it in the bank. That's true. What I was thinking was, it's only good. It's about to be a minute faster than anyone has ever done so far. So I know it's a brand new game and all, but these guys have been grinding, and I'm pretty sure he's about to shatter the high score there.
And he is getting the big screen treatment here, as he has earned. This has to do 4 more hits there of the Big Rex. And he will have what could possibly be a WR, also known as world record.
Yeah, and I'm thinking sub 15. I mean, look at this.
What will the final number be, chat? Get your guesses in now. It's gonna be 15 something.
Yeah, we were speculating earlier that like 15 seemed like a natural kind of endpoint, and 14, 13 possible after another day of this, and that's looking right about right.
Avoiding the grass there to slow me down.
Oh, there's a mistake. Not a big one.
Still got 3 of those precious toes left, so he's doing fine. 1540 from Mega Blast, 1507. Optimistic.
$1, Bob.
Yeah.
Is this what we're doing now? All right.
Yeah, now we can do this because everyone doesn't know exactly how long it takes. Like in some.
Are you kidding me?
And there's the death! There's the death!
I missed the
exactly why you don't count your chickens before they've hatched.
Oh, it's terrible! That's going to cost him the record.
That's going to cost him the record, my friend. It is gone. The chance.
What did we say earlier? There's just no glory. It's just a thing you're supposed to do that you have the potential to screw up and feel terrible about.
Well, to be honest, though, unfortunately for Little Curbs, fortunately for Little Curbs, he has a lot of time left, so I'm sure he's going to make a better time. That won't be his final mistake in this race by any means. But the good part is, now we have a little more drama next time we get to that boss, because we know even the best can make a mistake like that, and it'll be a big problem. So, unfortunate for Little Curbs there, but I'm very confident he's going to have a nice run in the future. So don't worry about that, Little Curbs fans.
Oh, man. So I think he was actually a victim of his own success there, because the run was so good. He was going to beat it probably by like maybe a minute. And it was so good that we're getting into the territory where you start to wonder, is this the run that's going to hold up? Right? I know that's a scary thing to think, but I think at this point, like a 14:45, I would be tempted to at least wonder. I don't think that will be the best run, but it wouldn't shock me if it was at this point. So if he knows that that's the kind of pace he's on, I can see him saying, I'm not going to take this boss fight slow and guarantee myself the best mark. I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking I want this to go really well. I want this to be close to perfect because I want it to hold up through tomorrow potentially. And in that case, you're a little more aggressive, you're a little faster, because if he takes that easy, he's still going to beat the record by 20 or 30 seconds. If he just takes his time. But he didn't decide to, which shows me that maybe he understood that this had a chance to hold up if he rushed it.
So here is that part he failed on before. Got to get that X. It looks so simple now. That was just that small mistake here, costing him the world record and a very nice time. Unfortunately, as we have TMR, the Mexican runner here on the main screen here. Let's hang on to see what Little Curb's time will be. It won't be horrible, of course. It will be pretty okay, but unfortunately, it won't be that world record we're all hyped to see.
No, it won't be. And the timing there was really remarkable too, because that happened almost exactly at 1 hour left.
Yes. Would have been pretty good. Little Curbs would have went to sleep tonight feeling pretty good about his chances there. But yeah, there was 1 hour left on the day as we get Oshi on the big screen here, just getting started there.
I don't care what anyone says.
Little Curbs getting the telephone. We hear Oshi. Oh, she's saying something at the world.
He's saying, "I hit that," is what he's saying. I got it. Like, you know, I don't know if he's just like kidding around, or if he's doing the kind of thing I used to do when I was a kid, which is to say, "The game cheats. I definitely pressed the button."
Don't even share me, dude.
Which is, haven't we all felt that way? Like, I definitely got that. Come on. We've all argued with the controller
Don't
before.
even. You watched it. You seen it happen.
Oh yeah, he's having some fun over there.
Oshi always does. Great competitor. Always like to watch Oshi play games.
Oh yeah, a lot of personality, a lot of beard.
Yes, that's the best way to describe it. That should be his Twitch handle. A lot of personality and a lot of beard. And yes, you are correct, chat. We are less than 1 hour left on the day. Tomorrow, though, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Got to be starting up again. Same format as today. Who can get the best time in world number 1 of this new game, Grapple Dog? That just was released today or yesterday. Not sure. One of those 2 days, but it doesn't matter to you because it's out now. So go buy it if you want to enjoy the game like these runners are playing.
Yeah, 6 more hours tomorrow, but it's not a separate mark, right? There's not a day 1 winner and a day 2 winner. It's just you continue tomorrow at the exact same time for the exact same amount of time. And like I said earlier, I'm particularly interested to see how these runners come out of the gate after having a little time to kind of sit with this game and maybe focus on something in their time off. Some of them are not thinking of it as time off at all, I'm sure, and they're going to want to grind some very difficult spot off stream over and over again so that they can come out really strong tomorrow and maybe put up that sub 15, or hell, maybe by then we'll be looking at a sub 14. Who knows?
Yeah, because now once the players will play this blind today, but of course tomorrow will not be blind, so they can do whatever they want with their time they have off. So we might see some hot strats tomorrow. Much more likely to see them tomorrow than today, of course, because today is their first time with their hands on this game. So stay tuned for tomorrow, and stay tuned for the rest of today, though, as well, as we see our players honing their skills. Oshi working on that section as well. Didn't seem as speedy as we've seen today, but
no, but still looking really good, and it's particularly gratifying to see the improvement hour over hour. Just come back 2 or 3 hours later and go, wow, this already looks like a completely different player. Man, look at that! Like that grapple, like right before the spikes, like they've got it. They have got. I said to Avalon earlier that they need to get the length of the grapple in their muscle memory, right? They need to know how many pixels they have before they hit something, because in the beginning you were constantly see them try to grapple just out of range as they're falling away from it, and they are starting to get it. They are starting to feel the length of the grapple intuitively, and that's when stuff gets really good.
Yeah, so Oshi's still on PB pace on his side there.
And I see all green on the right.
Yep, it's looking pretty good, feeling good.
There's for sure 3 races ahead of me. IPK Curbs, and I think Hendrix.
We're into Rocky Road. Well, I'm wondering what makes this Rocky Road, because some of these you look at it and you see it's a cavern. Okay, well that's Cavern Crash. Does this look like a Rocky Road to you?
I'm just trying to figure out. Metaphoric. Metaphoric Rocky.
Oh, okay. So it's like because it's tough.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. I mean, there could be something there that I've missed. I'm trying to look in the background for little environmental cues.
Yeah, so this is the level that I've definitely seen some runners only do one side of that somehow. We're going to see Oshi still doing the 2-sided method here. Yeah, this is the level where there's a lot of that back and forth where you don't have to do both sides in every situation. Of course, I'm not sure in all situations yet. I've always, had this game myself for 2 days, but
yeah.
There's some time to be saved in this level for sure. If you don't do all the X's, you don't have to. Yeah, something to watch for.
Yeah, 53 minutes left, and it's going to get to the point where these runs, when they're successful, they're still 15 minutes long. More than that. So they're going to have to make some tough choices at the end of these about when to reset the runs, because at a certain point, it's not going to make sense to reset, right?
Yeah.
It's just practice at that point, right? Yeah.
Speedrunner when it comes to that game as well.
I can see Oshi heaping praise on his fellow competitors there on his stream.
You love to see it.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, these guys are all really competitive, but when you've done this before, and I'm sure you've seen this, I only do some esports playing myself, but like when you do compete at something at a reasonably high level, honestly, all you can feel is respect for your competitors usually, because they're the only people who know how hard it is.
Yep.
It kind of bonds you, right? The difficulty.
I would say I wish there was one a-hole in speedrunning that we could kind of like be the heel, but there isn't one yet. So I guess we can't. There's no one we can't love here, especially in this competition. These guys, obviously there's a prize pool. I would have so everyone wants to win, but we're all in this together, right?
It's the nature of speedrunning that does it, because it involves so much failure and so much hard work that it's really hard not to be humble as a speedrunner of any repute.
Oshikurosu made that part look very quick here. Going to the left side, there's something I haven't seen any other runner do. Sure, I think he seems to be kind of playing with things there. There was no need to do that.
I think he's already decided this run is not the run. A little bit.
Yeah, he seems to be doing some testing. This is not optimal strats by any means.
It is fun to see that sometimes. Like, even though they don't say it, you can sort of read their mind. Sometimes you'll see a mistake, you'll see another mistake, they'll cringe, and then they'll make a third mistake, and then they'll just start messing around right after that, and you can sort of go, okay, that was the moment they decided this run was for practice.
And he's still keeping green splits. Wow, I mean, he has a lot of time to save there. That was, I mean, by his own admission, would not be a very pretty run, but he's still in the green, so...
Yeah, well, so, I mean, you got to figure, look at this. If he does this at about the pace he did it last time, he's going to get a new PB. Not by a lot. He's still looking at sub 18, and 18:07 is his best. And if he does really well, maybe he sneaks into 4th like he was, potentially close to doing earlier. So I mentioned earlier, like, it's hard to say when we get a score that could theoretically be the best. I don't think 1557 is going to hold up, but there are some times we could see that I would start to think about it. But there's prizes for not just first place here too. So it's very plausible that some of these guys are going to go, hey, that might not hold up, that might not be the best, but if I get a 1629 here, 3rd place, that could easily stay at 3rd or only fall as far as 4th or 5th. And that could still be worthwhile too. I mean, it's tough. Nobody wants to give up and say I'm not going to win. But when there's prizes, for a bunch of different places here, and time starts running low, you do have to make some very tough choices about, like, what am I going for here? Am I trying to win outright, or am I going to be okay with a really strong 3rd or something?
Yeah, business decisions, part of esports, part of the strategy you take.
Yeah, a little bit. And no shame in 3rd. No shame in 3rd at all, right? Or even 7th for that matter.
Definitely not. We saw Oshi there. A bit of trouble with the water exits. You got to be careful when you exit the water there to avoid hitting the side of the ledge that you're coming off of, because then you wall grab on that side. We've seen a few runners do that problem, so keep an eye on that when you see them jumping out of the water. It's really important to keep the dash so you jump out of the water rather than hitting that wall there. We saw Oshikurosu with a nice, what do you call it? Grapple stall? That was it. We did a nice one there.
Yeah, that might be what we call it, yeah. Look, everyone knows in any game, if there's a water level, you want to skip it.
Please.
Yes.
That's like universal advice. Any game, you don't want to play the water level.
That was almost game over.
Yeah, the developers are nice enough though to give that boost, so it's not as painful as it could be. There you go. See Oshi boosting through, but wait till the end of the boost to hit it again. Then he's out of the water quickly.
What it looks like that thing where you kick off the side of the pool, except you can do it forever.
Yeah, I like that. I like when you get the momentum to start your climb faster. Looks really cool. You can keep your momentum at the start of your climb of the grass, as we see Oshi's in that skill testing grapple part here. Beautiful grabs.
Ooh,
what's up? As you said, the extra swing.
I'm gonna call it the safety swing. That is
the extra spin, extra swing. What do you want to call it there? But
safety swing for sure, because you might hit this in one, but you risk 8 or 9 seconds. But if you take the safety swing, it's 2 or 3 seconds, right?
Yeah.
But it is about 8 or 9 seconds, even if you die, and that's if you're not like dead, right? If you just get hit and go back, you lose about 8 or 9 seconds if you do it perfectly. So that's like minimum 8. But if you just eat the 2 or 3, then you don't have to risk that. So it's a calculated choice. Like so many things in speedrunning, there's so many maneuvers. It's like, well, am I going to go cannonless, right? What am I going to do? What am I going to try to do? Am I going to eat a second here, or am I going to try for something better? And part of it is how well you think the run is going.
Yeah, I think, Oshi saw his time there. He was definitely on PB pace, but, an extra second there is not going to make or break his finish in this event, especially how much time we have left. So taking the safe choice, and you got to understand why he made that choice. He doesn't want to die to kill the whole run, right? And we're getting down to it. He'd like to finish the run. He'd like to practice the last levels,
Right, but at this point, it will only kind of be worthwhile for him if he thinks he can beat that 17:45 that TMR's got at 4th. If he lowers his own PB even to 17:50, that's not worth a lot to him right now because it's not meaningfully better and it doesn't move him up at all. I think at this point he probably wants to reset if he can't top 1745. At least that, I don't want to speak for him. That's what I would do, right? That's how I would be thinking right now.
It's also difficult to know. His mindset might be, hey, you know what? I'm going to practice the last 2 levels into kind of a live setting, right? Like I'm going to try to get the best time I can. Because, you know, it is good to practice the last levels, even, you know, because you play the first levels a lot of times, but
just like we were saying earlier, exactly. Like if you're gonna get the first level optimized just through sheer repetition, but you need to make yourself finish a few crappy runs.
So clarification, please, from the chat. Good question here, because I'm gonna have to ask the lawyers in the back for this answer. Can the runners review VODs overnight? We're going to have to get clarification on that by the legal team. They are there's like 100 people deep there, so it might take some time. We're going to get to it. I'm going to tell them right now to work on that, and we're going to find the answer for you. Shigyo, okay? Okay, wow, the fastest turnaround time of all time. We have the answer for you right now. Just been handed an envelope here. Let me open it. Okay, I opened it. The answer is here. They are allowed to review VODs and play the game. They can do whatever they want overnight. So it's up to them. Do they want to play all night?
Yeah. I think it's a sensible choice because, I was just going to say, like, you can't really police that anyways. And, hey, it's in the spirit of the thing. You know, I mean, if they want to get overnight and they don't want to rest at all, like, that's a moderate advantage, but it's also just the nature of speedrunning.
Yeah, so I'm sure, you know, most of these guys are going to play a little bit, you know, get a good sleep, play a little bit in the morning, get ready for the event. And you might have a maniac that just says, you know, I'm going to play this for 10 hours and then get ready for the event. You never know. It's their prerogative. A lot of money on the line here. That makes people do some crazy things. As Oshi here is going to fight Rex. Can he avoid the same fate that Little Curbs faced last time?
Oh boy, yeah, you'd think so. He's right at the edge here too of that 1745. I don't think he's going to get it because we've seen that he's not quite as quick here on the final boss as some of the other players. It's possible to get it in about 140 if I'm remembering correctly. Although we're trying to remember a lot of new numbers and new rules and new lines and things like that. But I think it looks like you can definitely get under 2 minutes if you do it real quick. I'm not sure Oshi can yet. I don't think he's had enough practice at it yet. I think he'll get there if he plays this enough, but it makes me think also that he's not going to get that 1745, and he's probably looking at a slight improvement on his PB at best here.
Yes. He's not doing this. I mean, he's not optimizing this as much either. Sort of, you can grapple that ending way earlier than he is doing at the current time. I'm sure he's going to realize that after the more he plays it, the more he watches VODs himself. Because you can, you know, you want to be grappling that last cannon as soon as you can.
Yes.
And I'm not sure he's like, he might be in like, hey, this is going to be a temporary time, so I'm not gonna, you know, say he could have grappled that way earlier, but he's kind of like, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're getting 100% Oshikurosu right now. We're getting like, hey, this is a run. I'm gonna play it out, but you know, this is not my final time.
Yeah, I mean, the first few people we saw take on the boss, they waited for Rex to come on screen before firing that. I think nobody was really sure, like, if I fire the cannon, if I hit a wall, is it going to, like, bonk me, right?
Yeah,
or is it going to stop me? What if he's off screen? Is it even going to go? And then eventually they realized, oh, you can just hit it immediately. It took them a couple runs to realize that normally.
The top numbers and stuff, like, they're just the best at what they do.
Yeah, still figuring out the quickest way through there, And that will be the final hit for Oshi here. It'll be a high 17.
Yeah, I think we're going to get the sub 18, but not by much. And that means he's just going to miss out on 4th place. That's twice now he's just missed out on 4th place.
Versus players in the world.
And ring, ring, it's for you.
He has achieved the telephone, and that will put him in, 18, a low 18. 18-2, so 5-second improvement there, but he's not really happy. Yeah, does not get the 17 mark, but he's going to go right back to stage 1-1 and continue as we go to Hendrix here, who is, all right, he's on a little bit of a pace here.
This isn't bad.
That is. Yeah, not bad. Bad for sure. Let's keep watching this one, see how it.
I mean, we're definitely not looking at, you know, event best, not yet. But personal best, absolutely. Could be. Yeah, he needs to beat his personal best by almost a minute though to move up anywhere, to pass Oshi, who just shaved 6 seconds off his PB.
Yeah, look at pretty smooth here, though. Looks like he knows where he wants to go. Again, like you said, having that meaningful movement here. Nothing by chance. Look, he's got the rhythm of those wall kicks. And in this game, the wall kicks, another one that we talked about earlier, kind of making it accessible while also being difficult, is wall kicks. You don't push any direction. It's not like Super Metroid wall kicks where they're really precise. You just push the jump button and you're doing the wall kick in the direction you want to be doing it. So again, just a way to make it, they're easy to pull off, but to pull them off the most efficient way possible is very difficult.
Yeah, there was some of that. I think that's one of the major choices that a game like this makes. If I remember Eon Drive, the game we both saw on GSA recently a couple months ago, I think they had it a little different. The wall kicks were a little tougher, and that's a legitimate question, right? How hard do you want the wall kicks to be? Personally, I'm not as good at this, so I appreciate the easier wall kicks, but I can also appreciate that for some people you want that higher skill ceiling.
All right, so entering the final boss fight here at 15:24-ish.
This is almost certainly going to be a PB now. The question is, can he actually, can he do this without any major mistakes? In which case, he probably takes over 5th. And I haven't seen Hendrix on the boss here on Rex enough to know whether or not they're capable of like a flawless end run. But if they are, they could even take 4th.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. Don't want to say anything too early. I mean, I've seen, as all the runs I've seen today, after the first 2 hours when people kind of still learning the game, I've only seen Little Curves mess that part up though. So we'll see. It seems to be pretty automatic, but it's not. It's definitely not automatic because we saw Little Curves lose the world record there. Yeah,
I mean, so obviously there's whether you mess it up, but there've also been a couple players who legitimately. It's not just that they didn't mess it up; it's that they really got to the cannon immediately every time and probably shaved. And even leaving mistakes aside, those guys. I think Curbs was one of them earlier on. JJ certainly. It was more like they're even when neither player messes up, they're saving like 15 to 20 seconds. Like there was a big difference. But it looks like if you do really well, you're definitely under 2 minutes, and I think it might be closer to 140, but don't quote me just yet. Look at this. He's still got a full minute to try to take over 4th, and a minute 16 to take over 5th, and 2 or 3 minutes until 2 minutes rather until he beats his PB. So this is definitely going to be his best run of the day, and this might move him up 1 or 2 slots.
Yeah, you see that he really got, like you mentioned earlier, the grapple hook length, right? He was getting that as long as possible, and the longer you get that, the more momentum you get in your swing. So that's just a small, tiny optimization here that he has already figured out.
Moment of truth here. I don't think he's going to get 70.
No, it happens.
Oh, he saved it. Oh, he's still alive.
Okay.
So that lost a few seconds.
That looked to be almost experimental, I think. I'm wondering if that was not intentional. How much can I hit here? I think that obviously the grapple's faster, but if you could seemingly take that last hit, maybe? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, I just saw him bounce off the wall, and that happened earlier too. I think it's still just a little rough around the edges. I mean, I'm being hypercritical, of course, but I don't think that quite cost him the 1745. You can see he's not going to be within a few seconds of it. But he was in range there where if he'd made no mistakes, I think he had the 1745. I think he had 4th. He just would have had to been close to flawless. Instead, I think he's gonna just miss 5th here too because of those mistakes. So he had 5th if not for those mistakes.
Yep. Might have been a miss. Yeah, it does put him in. He does not move in position. Improves his PB by a significant amount, but does not move up in the standings at all. As we see TMR now on the main screen here, got a nice 30-second green on his last level here as we're in Rocky Road.
Wow. I mean, I really am thinking about ice cream now, thanks to you.
Tough swing section here. He takes a little more cautious route through it. There, see, that is the quickest way to get through that skip. Yes. He seems to do that every time.
It took every player a little while. Some of them caught it really early, but it's taken most of them a few attempts to really get that, I think. And, I get it. Like, they're only focused on optimizing what they already know gets them through the stage, and it's difficult in the middle of all that to sort of stop and think and analyze and reassess, because the whole point is they're playing without that muscle memory because it's blind. They've just seen it today for the first time, so the thing they want naturally is to get that muscle memory back as soon as possible, and trying new strats and new routes is the enemy of that.
Yep, and he's improving on his PB time by a lot right now. That was a minus 55 seconds now.
Wow.
So again, I would put him he would stay in 4th place if that bears out, but we know how far he can improve that. So we're gonna stick tight to TMR here for the rest of this one. I want to see what he can show us here.
Yeah,
I haven't
best
seen him much on the
possible
big screen because I think he's been just working on levels. I mean, he hasn't been in a lot of runs yet.
Right. Well, it's just he's been one of those guys who's just like I think consistently putting up decent times, but he's hasn't been on too many ridiculous paces early.
Hey, TMR, yeah, there you go. Carefully jumping out of the water there to not hit that ledge, as I mentioned earlier. Want to boost out of the water to get the full height. He seems to be pretty in tune here with where the enemies are and knowing where to jump and when not to jump. Let's see.
Past one of the many memorial statues of, I think it's called the Inventor.
Yes, the guy we're getting the items for, if memory serves.
Yeah, the guy we're doing fetch quests for.
Yes, with our grappling hook and our paw and our PC.
When someone's name is just like a noun, you know they're really important.
Oh, for sure. There's also statues, so that goes without saying.
Yeah.
Not quite getting the...
That has given a lot of people trouble. I've seen a lot of people not get that the first time.
And one thing you notice about this game is it is linear to a point, right? This is the way you're supposed to go through the levels. There's not like branching paths. Of course, our runners have found, interesting little skips to get around some platforms, skipping one section. But these levels are definitely broken up more like a traditional Mario level where this is the way to go through it. The player's job is to find the fastest way to get through the path set out for them.
Here we go. Here's the end of Cavern Crash. Here we go, right past the blade. Very confident. Is he going to go for the safety swing here at the end? He doesn't, and he hits it. Oh, nice and smooth. And look at him. Look at the look on his face because he knew he was taking a chance, and I think he did it because of those splits you mentioned earlier. He knows this is a good run.
He did that exhale of, whoo, I got past that. That was probably shorter swings than we're going to see tomorrow, I bet. Not to be too critical here. The longer the swings you have, the longer your rope is, and your swings, the faster they are. But, that was definitely very good. Nothing to be ashamed of for sure. But I bet tomorrow, mark my words, I bet we're going to see some longer grapples in that stage. That way more risky, but also way faster.
Yeah, I mean, over time, you're going to see more risk with more upside. Like, that is the nature of speedrunning over time. And eventually, the things that are really risky and only find their way into some runs, eventually they become standard. And then newer, riskier things that replace them.
Yeah, everything starts out as Taz, and then people say, well, I want to try that too, and then it just becomes the thing you have to do.
That's exactly right. I think we said that in a previous tournament, right? It was like, yeah, first it's Taz, then it's like, oh, well, I think maybe someone could do it, then one person does it one time, then most people do it, then you have to do it to even have a competitive time.
Yep.
That is the progression of almost everything in speedrunning.
Oh, painful miss there. The same kind of thing there. Got to get some momentum to get that into that little channel there from your swing.
But not too bad. You can see he lost about 2 or 3 seconds. He's got toes to spare.
Yeah, definitely. I think no matter what, TMR is gonna stick with this one. We can see what kind of pace he's at now.
I think you got to finish this run, even if it falls apart really badly. Frankly, you're near the end. You get a little practice, and it's been a very good run. And you'd have to mess up a lot for it not to be at least a fairly encouraging final time. I think so. I think he's going to see this through to the end. And boy, is it just me, or is this actually looking not just promising for him and his run so far, but maybe just promising in general?
Yeah, I think we are feeling the H word here. Four letters, and it starts with an H. Rhymes with ripe. I'm feeling it right now. I want to see how he... okay, as I say that, of course, Commentator's Curse coming in hot, as usual, as it always does.
I appreciate your own little mini version of Wordle that you just gave us right there. Thank you.
As all the kids are playing, and I got to bring it up somehow.
Yeah. We're topical. We're young. We're hip.
There it is. Successfully getting that swing there. And as he enters the final boss fight with 13:30.
Yeah, he's got 2+ minutes to beat this. He can afford a couple of mistakes. We've been talking about how he just hasn't had any of these like particularly ridiculous runs, just been solid all day. But this is his biggest chance so far.
Yes, hang on to your butts here. 13:40, 50-ish to start the final battle as he get the main screen treatment here. He has earned every inch of that screen. Here we go. TMR with a chance to take number one. Less than an hour left of this event. Let's enjoy this. We have seen the best of the best. Mess this up. Hope it doesn't happen for TMR. Let's see.
I mean, Rex landed with just under 2 minutes between him and the world record.
Right, looks so simple.
Oh, come on. Please do not get wrecked by Rex. Please do not.
First hit, solid and true. Getting that grapple out almost as early as possible.
He doesn't even look nervous.
He never does. A man that's
Best
beaten
never
every Nintendo game. The whole Nintendo catalog, he's beaten every single game.
Oh, really?
Has accolades for days. Oh, yes.
That's a hell of a piece of trivia right there.
World record in many games. TMR is a legend, a living legend. And he is going for the world record as we speak now.
He might be about to add to his legendarium.
Legendarium. That I have never heard, but I will now be putting that into my vocabulary. As we see, this is the part. Oh, okay.
No! Okay, it's only
Okay.
one toe.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's slower, but it's just a couple of seconds. He's still looking all right here. But this is getting very tight.
And it's a dangerous dance you got to play there. You want your grapple to be as long as possible, but if it's too long, of course, you just don't grab it. Don't grab the ceiling there. And as you saw, TMR fell victim to that.
Oh, this is excruciatingly close right now.
Manual. Got to get those manually there. A little bit late on the touch here.
Suboptimal, just barely below perfect, and that could absolutely be the difference. Yeah, I don't think he's going to quite make this.
That wall kick there. Did not want to do that.
I mean, this is going to be a personal best by like a solid 2 minutes, but yeah, he's going to just miss out here.
Oh, unfortunate grab there. You have to be. It's not one thing to note. Let's see. Let's watch the final time before they talk to you over it. But those blue cannon things, they're not like if your grappling rope goes anywhere in the area, it'll grab on. You have to get the top of your grapple. The actual hook has to hook onto that part for it to kind of take.
Here we go.
He missed it. He missed it twice. Final time is
16:14. There it is. By 3 seconds, we have a new silver medalist.
Yeah, of course. A lot of time left, but TMR's got to be feeling good. Seemingly out of nowhere, was doing a lot of runs, kind of okay runs. Figured to get his feet wet in the game, but now he has planted them solidly in second, taking over the second spot from Little Curbs. And yeah, this is definitely heating up as we enter the end of day one. But we still got a lot of event left for you of Grapple Dog, following the adventures of Pablo. And
The titular grapple dog. The dog with the grapple.
Yeah. And his friends on the pirate ship. That's all we can say.
Pablo and his pirate friends. Sounds like a great children's book. I'll buy it yesterday. What's really significant about that run, I mean, not only does he show that it's basically clearly possible to take down the 1557, which we knew already, I would say if he did perfect on the Rex, he would have been right around JJ. Because I don't think he might have had, it's 17 seconds difference. I don't know if he had 17 seconds to shave off there. It was close, but right around 17, let's say. But what's really significant about this, second is still really good, and that's probably going to stay somewhere in the top 4 or 5, maybe through tomorrow. We'll see. I'm going to go ahead and invite that curse and look stupid. But what's really significant is that if you're looking at someone like Oshi, who I said was so close to that 1745, who was so close to 4th place 2 different times, suddenly he looks up and look where 4th place is now, 1630.
Yep. So, a lot of time to be shaved off here. We saw Mexican Runner, was not the cleanest of runs. He played overall well, obviously well enough for second place, but there's a lot of time to be shaved off even that run. So, as we see IPK here with it working his way to the end himself.
And he's in a similar kind of run, frankly, to where Mexican Runner just was. He's looking at a very similar range here.
Not the right way to go.
You can see here him on stream reminding himself that you go right and not left up right there.
Yeah.
Should ask Gandalf. Gandalf always knows which way to go.
Yeah, this run is getting a little less promising as we watch here, unfortunately. Still going to be a very respectable time, but...
I will make a slight suggestion. It's getting a little less promising because we're watching.
Maybe so, yeah.
That's how it works.
Yep, so as you can see, that a time on the bottom right there, yes, 28 minutes left in day one. Of course, they can finish any run they are on when that timer goes off, but that is the official day of day one, okay? Day two starts 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Same thing. Who can get the best time on this World 1 of the game Grapple Dog?
I think IPK's Rexes here have been really good. This is the kind of thing he thrives at, but I think even perfect here is probably not going to take first, but what it might do is bop Mexican Runner right at a second, right after they took it. because he's at 14 right now, and I think a perfect run here would probably get him second, and probably not quite enough for first, though.
All right, we're going to see. We see him build up that P speed. When you run maybe 4 or 5 steps, you get the P speed. Definitely want to keep that throughout this whole level. As long as you keep moving, you keep it. But if you take damage, you do lose it.
What a reach.
And he just kind of missed that. He's only costing himself a second here, a second there, but he is costing himself that, and a second here, second there. I mean, that's a millennia to a speedrunner.
And he's not afraid to show you how he's feeling either. So we can tell by his body language. We'll see if he feels good or not when this is over.
Oh yeah, no, he ain't no slippery nip.
No.
He emotes. I mean, and it's funny watching. Some of these guys are just absolute statues, absolute robots in the best sense of the word. And other guys, the hands are throwing up and they're smiling and laughing and cringing. And I like it all. I like it all. I like that such different people can come together and kind of compete together like this.
Good use of the ground pound there. We're doing nice and long swings here. Using a little bit grapple stall there to get past there, maybe.
Oh boy, I don't think he can quite get the 1557, but it looks like just barely possible. I think there's too many other things that you have to wait for the game to do, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I think it doesn't quite matter if he's perfect, but boy, he's going to be, I think, annoyed with how close this is.
Manual grabs here, no problem. Nice and long swing and into the finish. That looked pretty clean.
It was very clean. I mean, I would say he's only lost about 4 or 5 seconds off perfect on the Rex so far.
That's where you want to get your speed.
There's another one.
Maybe
6 or 7 now.
Want to do it. Nice, beautiful.
Oh,
that
that's what you
good.
wanted.
Yep.
Yeah,
nice
but you
and
can
long
see.
swing.
Yeah, but this whole sequence is going to take another 15 or 20. So it looks like he is going to in fact steal second here. I think. How much, he says. He's asking how much. I think he might just get the 16, 14. Come on. Oh, did he miss it? No, it's okay. It's not going to cost him first, and I don't think it's going to cost him second. It's actually really close. Hang on, 12, 13. Oh, we need a retime.
Yeah, retime, unfortunately. Wow. Same time.
If that does not get retimed, then that little jump cost him second place.
It's really okay. You might be wondering why does he grab the telephone? The hitbox for the telephone isn't on at the beginning. It kind of like turns on, and there's no like way to tell that you hit it. You just kind of touched it, and it.
Wait a second. Sorry, I hate to cut you off, but JJ is absolutely at world record pace here.
Okay. Forget what I was saying.
Look at this. He's got 2 minutes to beat his own time, and he's already one hit into the Rex.
Wow. This is the best run of the day here right now. Very fast with that grab. JJ looking to plant his pole even deeper in first. He already has first place.
He's going for 0th place. My God.
Yeah.
I have every confidence. I've seeing him do the Rex earlier and the way he's been looking all day. I mean, look, again, I'm inviting the curse, but I think he's going to nail this. I think he's going to nail this. I think he can afford several small to modest mistakes. He only has to avoid big ones, and I just don't think it's going to happen. I think he's got this.
Wow. JJ looking very smooth here. We're going to have to follow one of his runs in the future to see where he's losing all that time.
I know, right? Well, I mean, the answer, if you look at those splits and frankly just how much he might beat this by, the answer is everywhere. That's not great.
Right there. That was okay. Maybe that worked out a little bit better, though. I'm not sure. We're going to have to see that kind of longer swing in the end. You get closer to Rex, of course, which is scary, but
yeah,
you do get a lot of speed there.
He still got it, but a couple, like a tough fall or two, and suddenly this gets really interesting because, again, there's like 20 or 30 seconds baked into that ending.
Yeah.
Here we go. Come on, baby. I think that's going to be it. He's fist pumping. He knows how much time it takes here to get through these little animatics.
Oh yes, that's definitely world record for JJSRL. Let's see what the final time will be. This is where again you got to touch up to.
Oh, he beat it by a good 30 seconds.
Wow.
Boom, 15:31.
Nice. Feeling good.
And that is a well-deserved stretch you're seeing on your screen right there.
JJSRL saying come and get it, fellow runners. 15:31. What a time. Wow.
I mean,
just insane.
No.
There have been, since JJ took first, 2 people have beaten his time, and they're both him. He took first, and then he lowered it, and then he lowered it again, and still, I don't think anyone's even beat the earlier first. That was like, what, 1609, I want to say?
Yeah, around there, yep.
Right, so 1609, nobody's even beaten that yet, and
So you
he's
could-
lowered it
yeah.
twice. They still haven't beaten, they haven't beaten his third best time. He has the first...
First three places, yeah, like you said.
Yeah, he is gold, silver, and bronze right now.
Yes, if he could take all the prize money home, he would, because he'd be in first, second, and third.
Yeah.
But he can't. He is in first, though, solidly, which you can't call anything but the most impressive performance of today so far, right? We do have 22 minutes left for someone to make a big statement here, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Time is running out just on day one, though. Remember, there is day two for everyone to make their own statements of superiority.
I'm gonna say that's still not the best. I think the winning time is definitely going to still be lower. I'm not sure by how much, and I'm getting less confident. 1530 is such a jump down from that 1557. I was very confident 1557 was not going to hold up. I don't think 1531 is going to hold up, but I'm not positive anymore.
Wow.
I would say for today, okay. Tomorrow, it's definitely not going to hold up.
You don't think? You think definitely not? Okay.
Definitely. I think we're looking at, as
Okay.
I'm watching, we've
Yeah,
all
that's
seen
fair.
many speed runs.
You're
I think
right.
JJ can improve on that by just JJ himself with a little bit more optimized everything. 15 for sure. I think the ending of this event, I'm looking at 14 something, right? I think is the winning time.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
I think it's reasonable. 14 something though. Whether or not it's a low
Yeah.
14 or a high 14 is a much tougher question, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't call that, but I'll say 14 something. I might be surprised and say, hey, 13.
Yeah.
Then tomorrow we got all night for you to find out some interesting stuff. So
Yeah.
we're gonna put this game to the test tonight in the after hours, and tomorrow we might see some hype stuff. So stay tuned for
But
that.
we are getting close to the point where you could see a run and say that might be it. We are definitely getting in that range, I think, where I'm getting less and less sure that we haven't seen the best run. And if someone does crank out like a low 15, it's a tough call. I think I'm still with you because anytime you underestimate the speedrunning community, you look like a fool. Basically, to put it simply, don't I know it? And that's part of the fun. Like we like to have a little fun with it because hey, we want the hype thing to happen. So predict it won't, and you're happy either way. But we are definitely getting to the point where I'm starting to think when I see a run like that. I'm asking myself the question, at least, is that the one? We are getting there.
Yeah, and we're definitely watching the right person on the main screen here. TMR, again, under PB, which his PB has to be pretty significant here to take over JJ, but just improving his own time would be pretty hype right now. Remember, he is tied with IPK for second, so he's got some gold splits and some green splits looking pretty good. Good one to watch. Not so many more runs left in the day, to be fair.
Yeah, not that many. I mean, look at this. It's there's 20 minutes left. Here we go. So if you have an aborted run like halfway through after this, you might get one more. I'd be interesting to see if a run is not going particularly well, if they're paying enough attention to the timer to basically just say, I'm going to deliberately restart shortly before the timer, so I get one more full run.
EMR with a skip. He makes this section look pretty good. Of course, as I say that, he does a grapple into the air, but he makes pretty quick work of this part right here. Okay, so as we see EasyScape himself moving up the leaderboard there, kind of in the background, out of this commentator's view, but EasyScape making a move as well to 5th place.
I mean, IPK got a 16-14 and barely missed second, and then JJ lowered his own world record by 25 seconds. So, yeah, I mean, there's a kind of a lot going on, but you got to give EasyScape a lot of credit because, like, obviously they're still in 5th, but it's a big lowering, it's a big jump for them, and you can see how they're getting in the range of those top scores now, right? It's not like this big 5-minute gap anymore, 3 or 4 minute gap. It's a couple minutes now, and a couple minutes you can work with.
Yep, and TMR again, keeping the gold splits rolling. He could get sub 16. He's on that pace now. A lot of route time left. He is in the last stage, though. So that would be pretty high. But another 15 would be nice to see before we close out today.
Yeah, you want to go out strong here, I think, certainly. And I'd be perfectly honest, if JJ took the rest of the day off, he'd have gone out strong.
Yeah, which I'm sure he's not going to do. But he's taking a break right now, though. Feeling good. Basking in the glow of what could be the world record now.
You need to. I mean, there's obviously a stamina issue. Like, I mentioned these guys have great stamina, but nobody can just go forever, And honestly, even if you can, you're not going to do your best if you don't rest. You know, you are at your best when you're rested. A combination, right? That sweet spot between kind of rusty, cold, and warmed up but not tired yet. That is where all the best stuff happens. That's one of the reasons I predicted that the top score would come the first couple hours tomorrow, right? Is because I figure it's the sweet spot between those two things.
Yes, we might be watching TMR's final run of the afternoon. I could get fit another one in for sure, but he's doing pretty well here. Definitely has his route. The route is in his mind now for sure. We can see that with pretty much everybody now. They know where they want to go and what they want to do. If they can pull it off, of course, is a little different story. But they have their route in their mind. Still making a few mistakes here and there, but you can see a much more polished play now as we enter the end of day one.
A few more mistakes? Oh, come on, really? It's been almost an entire day. The day's almost over. We're going for the swing. Here we go. Now that's gonna. Oh, he does it. I think he's the only player who I'm seeing consistently say screw it. I'm going immediately on that last one.
Yeah, the whole it wasn't put the whole picture of that little section did not look pretty, but he did go for the ending there because he said, "All right, I made a few mistakes here, just gonna go for it." I think, and he did. His time for the boss now still 11 seconds under his PB. So up is he saying? Did he enter the wrong stage? Yes, he did.
Oh
he
no! Look at the
stage.
little look, the little downturned mouth, like oh dear. That is unfortunate. Well, look, if it costs him 3 or 4 seconds, if that's the margin, then we'll definitely hark back to that. But I'm getting the impression here, by the way, JJ might be done for the day.
Oh yeah, he's been raiding us with his party, and nice to see you, JJ, putting your mark on this game. The current king of Grapple Dog. I definitely agree that taking a break after you did that might be a good idea, my friend, because you'll be nice and ready for tomorrow. But yeah, you are in first place, and you should be proud of it, as we see TMR trying to top your time. Doesn't look like he's on pace to do that now, but he could improve his own PB.
I think I got to go with Alpha. He's the current Alpha of Grapple Dog.
There we go.
There we go. He's the leader of the pack so far.
Who knows how far a hole can we dig ourselves into?
I've got the shovel here, man. I'm not going to stop. The only way out is down. Oh, a little rough there, and you can definitely see. And you hate to speculate because it could just be noise, but you got to wonder if just a little tired here. You know, you're at the end of a 6-hour run, and your runs are getting more and more optimized, and you just start to see tiny little mistakes.
Oh, JJ, nice comment here. Got to read it out for just people that aren't reading the chat here. This game was a lot more fun than I was expecting. So glad I signed up for this. JJ, it was nice to watch you play. You definitely were the most consistent in terms of putting runs together that were of nice pace for sure, as you can see by your first place finish. So can't wait to see what you do tomorrow. Wait to see what everyone does tomorrow. TMR is falling less in love with this run as the time goes.
Yeah. There have been 4 or 5 mistakes since we started this last section. None of them have been major, but it's been a few seconds here and there. It's added up to like 10 or 12 seconds easy total. And there's another one. You could tell. I gotta imagine. You know, you're at the end of the day. You've been going hard. You know, you're a human. What are you gonna say, right? Like it's easy to think of these guys as just automatic, but it's real tough.
Yeah. And now's the time where he knows if he finishes this one, no matter what time it is, he does have enough time to start another one, and that's the key point. If you start another run after the time, you can finish it. So I'm sure that's what he's thinking right now.
Yeah,
how it's going, but
yeah, and you can see now that 15 or 20 seconds or whatever he's lost over the last couple minutes. Right now, that's the difference between maybe a world record pace or world record possibility, and you can see there's just not enough time.
Yes. Yep. So good to get some practice in with the final boss, even though it's not going to improve his standings. It's good to get some reps in for that.
Yeah. I mean, well, hey, we're not even positive if he has second or third right now. I think he edged IPK, but we might need to retime it if those hold. But if he can lower that here, you know, it'll be moot.
Yep.
But I don't know. I think he's going to fall just short of the 16-14 even. I think this is probably not going to end up being a PB, but I do think a PB is like barely technically possible.
Yeah, this boss looks like not much to it, right? It looks like you just got to get in that can as fast as possible and shoot. That's basically it. But we have seen that there was optimizations even in the simplest of levels. So we'll see who can make this as efficient as possible.
Yeah,
any time.
There's the don't screw up, and then on top of that, there's the extra, 3 or 4 seconds worth of tiny mistakes, and then there's the 7 or 8 seconds of you were just flying through it if you just really nail it. And I think any top runners who keep at it, they're going to get to the point where this is going to start to feel close to automatic, as a lot of ends of speed runs do end up feeling, right? Very often they end up becoming very automatic, and the hard parts are in the middle somewhere. I think that's where it's going to get, but that's not where it's going to get this weekend.
And we switch to Little Curbs here. He is looking very hot, as Loganzo175 has pointed out for us. TMR looks like he will miss out on his PB by just a little bit, but I think it's safe to go to Little Curbs if he could.
Yeah, it's definitely close. He might just get there, but as you mentioned, yeah, we're...
Ooh, look at this time here for Little Curbs, looking very promising.
This is close. This we're into does not have to be perfect to get the world record territory.
Look at his chat on fire, saying, "Do not die." That's all he has to do. The simplest of tasks. We've seen it spell many a runner, though. Here we go.
Do not die. Like, they're really kind of trolling him because he died last time, you know? Like, forget do not die. Don't even do that more than 3 or 4 times. For crying out loud.
There we go. See, that was a very efficient cannon grab there. As soon as possible, he grabbed it. Looking good here. Remember, though, that problem was getting that X block before. That is where he slipped up. He was on PB pace. Next kid runner, we're going to see his time here as we cut to it. 16:04.
Wow, he finished strong. I think as soon as we cut away, he got better, actually. Maybe we should stop watching him so much.
Second place by far there. Probably might be his last run of the day. We're going to see about that. We're watching Little Curbs here, though. Wants to get first before the night is over.
I think he learned. I think he's gonna take it a little slow if he absolutely has to, maybe, if there's anything even tricky. And I think we're looking at a world record here again. I think this just keeps going back and forth here.
No problem there. We see a lot of runners do that. That kind of jump off the side. A little bit less efficient on the pound there. But we're watching on the main screen now. Full screen action for you. Little Curbs here trying to get first place in this Grapple Dog release competition here. Just needs to finish strong. Cannot miss the X boxes that he missed last time.
No, and definitely cannot afford to die. And the world record is 15:31, set just minutes ago. And you can see he's got a full minute to do it and one more hit on the Rex. It's going to be very hard for him to mess this up. The only question is, how big is this margin going to be?
Choosing to get hot at just the right time here. Less than 15 minutes left in our event here. Look at those beautiful grapples there, and there it is.
Sub 15, I think.
Pounding Rex right in the face. Definitely sub 15. Let's see how far down it can be.
Still got more time.
14.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Grabbing the telephone.
50.
50 what? 50 what? 54?
Result screen.
Come on, baby.
57. There it is.
It's easy to forget how long that takes to come up. You know, you're like, oh, you just got to grab the phone and the screen comes up, and you're like, that's another 10 seconds.
So as JJSRL said, I'm done for the day. Confident with my first. Little Curb says, you didn't say the magic word, and he's going to take that first place into the night, unless we see another magical run happen in the less than 10 minutes we have less here.
I love it. You lower your own record. You have the top 3 times if you're JJ, and with about half an hour left, you get all the way down to 15:31. You are running away with this event. You take a well-deserved break. You come back 15 minutes later, and Lil Curbs has not just beaten it, but beaten it by 34 seconds.
Yeah. What a time to put it all together for Little Curbs there. That is the hype that man can create in whatever he does. And yes, we got a question in chat. They can finish any run they've started, and yes, they can. If they start a run, they can finish it. So, and you might see some resets here when they're feeling like halfway through the run, this is not as good as it could be. I want to give it one more shot. They might reset with a minute left or so.
Which is another way of saying you and I might be here for another 15 to 20 minutes after this thing is theoretically over.
Definitely.
Ooh, rough easy there. But you can see, he loses the toe and he just bounces right back up onto the platform. I mean, they've learned to fail gracefully with these hits.
Well, see that? He's making it... as you're grappling, you can go up or down the rope there. As you saw that easy escape, making it a lot longer so you get more swing there. Easier to explain visually than actually explain vocally. But basically the longer your grapple is, the more momentum you get. So you can see our runners kind of trying to make it as long as possible to get as much momentum as possible.
Ooh, Easy taking it slow there because he took so many hits earlier, and he seemed very casual about it. Like, he's fine with it. It's sometimes just the fastest thing to do, but he got down to 1 toe. So he started taking it a little more careful with those bouncy platforms, and now that he's back up to full, I think we're going to see him being a little more insouciant again about it. And I feel like he's using the hits more than the other players we've been seeing.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Start to that.
Yeah, we've seen much better runs from Curbs here. We might see a reset coming up here.
Yeah, there's a chance, right, to reset one more time, and I think this is clearly what you probably want to do if you're Easy.
Yeah, so as you see, he's trying to grab those blue rocket balloons. They are manual grabs, unlike the targeted ones. So you have to choose where your grapple goes, and you have to target right at it. So obviously, it's way harder than the targeted ones. Auto target. So like if it goes, the white circle goes around it. You push the grapple button, it's going there. For that one, you have to aim it yourself manually, so it's a lot more difficult. And you do have to hit the top of the grapple onto that ball. You can't just hit any part of the rope like in some other grappling games you might have played.
Yeah, Easy says that's enough. Time for a reset before we finish for the day here with just 7 minutes left, and Oshi's still grinding away at it. You can see doing really solid, but right now it's Curbs and JJ and everyone else.
So here's a good optimization here that we're going to see. You got to go up to the right here, past that one. You want to skip the balloon the second time, as he does beautifully, and there it is.
Wow,
nice.
Nicely. That is very smooth.
Yep, that was very fast. Looking pretty good there for Oshi. Not sure the pace here. Certainly not record pace, but could definitely improve on his 18-minute time.
Ooh, you could just hear Oshi on his stream. You heard him say 14:57, which means I think he might have just seen it, and he's like, in case you were wondering if we're going to get any like eyes bulging out of their sockets animation, like, yeah, that's pretty good. And I know he can match it if you give enough time, but you only have 2 days is the problem, right? So the impressive thing is not the time itself. The impressive thing is the time on the first day.
Yeah.
Because, like, you give these guys a month, Oshi will be hitting 15, sub 15, they'll all be hitting sub 15s, but they're not all going to hit sub 15s in 12 hours. Or in this case, 5.5 hours, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but I think everyone that saw this event, saw the lineup, knew Little Curbs would be a threat to take this thing, and he's proven that to be true so far. But there's still another day left, so I know a lot of people in this competition are going to be trying to top that, and they all have the capability to do so.
Yeah, Curbs is he's just a multi-talented speedrunner. We've seen him play MM2, we've seen him play Super Mario competently, and now we've seen him play this brand new game so far, better than anyone has yet. We'll see how long it holds up.
Yeah, whatever. The skip's not huge, so.
And it's interesting because there are, on speedrun.com, for the kind of public competition, which there is, by the way, anyone can enter the public competition until the end of the month where you upload your runs of this game and try to win a part of a $3,000 prize pool, by the way. I think that public competition has a slightly different format. I think it doesn't include the boss fight, for example. It's time trials.
Yep.
Right. Which is noteworthy because I'm looking at the speedrun.com page now, and you can see there is a 1447 on there. Yeah, I was going to say, a little different. But just to give you an idea of what's already up and out there, right? It might be easy to say, oh, wow, yeah, world record. What a grandiose term for something that's only been out a couple of days. But on the other hand, kind of a lot of people are going at this already. And some of them are, as you can see, are very famous speedrunners for other games and other platformers. So it actually is pretty darn impressive.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, that's worth mentioning. Oh, here we go. Everyone watch Oshi here in this kind of grapple skill testing section here. You can take a hit. Doesn't bother you doesn't hurt you that much as long as you don't die. And there's the extra swing of the grapple or of Bowser, whatever metaphor you want to use there. Oshi's done that twice in a row now. He says, I don't want to cut that out if he wants to get the top times because the best runners are not doing that extra safety swing.
Yeah.
He seems to be doing it, unfortunately. It's so punishing if you miss it, though. That's why I definitely understand why he's doing it, because if you miss that swing, it really hurts.
Yep. It's just this has so many analogs in other speedrunning games, right? There are so many situations where you can save 7 or 8 seconds, or you can eat 2 or 3 to be safe. That is such a standard classic speedrunning choice. And the numbers will differ, right? It'll be maybe it's 10 seconds for 5 or 2 for 4, whatever. But there are so many different games where there's a choice for the speedrunner where they can take a certain amount of seconds, but it almost always works and it's almost always safe, or they can risk it but lose 2 or 3 times as many. And that just comes down to the speedrunner's temperament. It comes down to how good they think the run is, whether or not they're going for first or third, or what kind of time they think they're going to need eventually. It comes down to all those things, and it's very idiosyncratic, and there just is no right answer.
Oh my, really?
Okay, so we're getting some intel from the chat that says it does include the boss. So 1447 is real, and it does include the boss. So that's maybe not part of the competition, but just the world record of playing with it the first level. So
if that's the case, then that means that we have people not on this stream who are actually world record holders. We might have to be careful about saying world record if that's the same run. I don't know if it's verified, though.
Is it verified? Yes, we need to get verification. It hasn't been touched by human hands. I need to see the tape. But yeah, we shouldn't be calling. Maybe it's not world record, but it's world record for our event. We should say event record.
Well, I checked earlier. Yeah, I definitely checked earlier, and even those were all 17 and higher. So I was like, okay, we can safely assume world record, and that was probably true until very, very recently. In fact, let me see. 9 minutes ago, they're saying this might have gone up.
Oh wow! Look at the news comes hot and heavy with games this new, like Grapple Dog. So. You got to stay tuned. It's going to be all over Kotaku, I'm sure. The world records are dropping fast and furiously here. So we have a ER for Little Curbs, which is a vet record, which is still hype. But yeah, Oshi here is coming up to the end of his run here. Just looking to improve his PB. Obviously can't set the world record. That's already long past.
The person who uploaded the run did say, please check if the timer is right, LOL. I've never used live split, LOL. So...
My favorite kind of records.
My favorite kind of records, yeah. But look, clearly some impressive times from the public at large here, regardless.
For sure. Yes.
And so what we see here may or may not be the world record. Very plausibly is not. But then again, these guys have one more day, and I'm not sure 1457 is going to get it done. I'm still not. I'm still with you. I'm still with you that we have not seen the lowest time, but we are definitely getting closer.
And I can definitely say that all the runners are going to be watching that run to see what he did. Or she did to make that time. If there's any kind of interesting strats they employed to get that time, which is of course 10 seconds better than our own Little Curbs. Oshi here looks like he's going to improve his time by far, but still probably be in that 4th and 5th range. Or 5th place for sure.
Yeah, I think he actually might. He might. I'm not even sure if
he's.
Yeah, I'm not even sure he might get a PB here, unfortunately. But we'll see. Certainly.
PB doesn't. Like I said, PB doesn't make the money, man. PB doesn't.
Yeah, so if we could, I would like to go to Little Curbs if we could. After Oshi gets this time, of course. Let's give Oshi full respect.
We got 1 minute left, too, by the way. So we're about to see either resets or people are going to be done for the day.
Yes. So watch that time here. But I definitely, after Oshi gets his time here, I want to kind of see Little Curbs for kind of a benchmark of what we can expect. What does the first place holder now, what strats did they employ? Because I want to kind of get that in my mind as well for tomorrow. Because, everyone's going to be watching that Little Curbs run to see what he did to get that time.
You make an excellent point, right? Because one thing they're going to be able to do, even if they don't want to keep practicing all night or not practice too much, take a break or whatever, it wouldn't cost them very much to look at everyone's best run and see, right? And then that's where the thing where, like, whatever little optimization you've noticed, look, sometimes it's just execution. And they're like, yeah, I just need to be better. But sometimes they see some little skip or something that they're not noticing and it's holding them back, and they're going to find out about that. So that's going to be equalized. The nice thing is about the speedrunning community, when you discover something, word spreads quick, and I think that includes even overnight on a release tournament.
Oh yeah.
Axia, thanks for the reset, man.
Yeah, she won't be getting the PB here. We'll be just finishing it out for the fans there. Getting some.
And he does care. You could hear him on a stream say, he said something like, 1807 doesn't make me money, I think is what he said. A very pragmatic gentleman.
Oh, that's a good looking grab. A little bit too high of a swing, but that swing was possible. That might be the best swing available there.
Maybe, but I think he was too far behind because you can see that by the time he got to that cannon, the Rex was right on top of him. And I feel like if that's true, you definitely lost something along the way.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
But he is getting the length of it. He's getting the length of that really well, and that is a really good sign.
All right, so here we are for the Little Curbs run. First place in the event right now. Of course, we have a whole other day tomorrow. But this is the cream of the crop right now. I also see he is using that grapple in many cases to just get that extra frame forward push. Very similar to what I think in Super Metroid people do when they just do that diagonal with their gun to just when you do the diagonal gun in Super Metroid, you move forward with just a single frame. So you see in Super Metroid speedruns, they just go, using the diagonal thing just to gain those single frames. I've seen Little Curbs that a few times too. I wonder to see if other runners pick that up tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the kind of thing that if the margin ends up being a few seconds here or there, you're going to need to figure out what the other guy's doing, that you're not maybe. And at a certain point, eventually you just run out of that, and it just comes down to execution, of course. And in some games, RNG, although I'm not sure there's any RNG in these runs.
No, I don't. This is a game that seems to be void of RNG. A lot of these precision platformers are void of that RNG element.
Obviously, there could be some cycling with some of the enemies. I can't tell yet, of course, right? Because this is brand new. But even if there is, we're not seeing a ton of the enemies making a difference either. So even if there is some RNG, it's not a massive RNG factor. Oh, that is rough for Little Curbs, though.
Yeah, he's kind of making some mistakes here, but I want to see how he takes this part.
There's another one.
Yeah.
And that's a 6 or 7 seconds lost combined. That's pretty rough. So he's got one more hit. Look at him going. He's going slow because he's down to one toe. That's a one-toe swing.
If I had a nickel for every time I heard that, I'd have a few nickels.
Yeah, I'd have one nickel, I hope.
Right.
God.
Let's finish this one.
I hope that's the first nickel.
Stage. See how much potential we actually have.
Yeah, so this is unfortunately not going to be the world record pace here, but it's good to watch him anyway to see how he moves here, because I've seen him do a lot of moves that other runners aren't doing yet. We might see a lot more of that tomorrow if people watch this run.
Yeah, by the way, without fanfare, the clock is off, so the runs you're watching are the final runs of the day no matter what happens.
Yes, should have pointed that out. These runs are all valid, and we will probably see everyone finish their current run because there is no reason not to, right? If nothing else,
I mean, after 6 hours, you might just be like, I died one more time, who cares? I mean, because you could see Hendrix quit a little early there, too. And, whatever. This is not life and death. You don't have to get in one more run no matter what, or even 3 or 4 more runs. Like, your mental health, your rest, your mental acuity, your sharpness, like, that all matters. And you are going to need to rest because you got to do this again tomorrow.
Yep, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Same 6-hour block of time here. And we'll be bringing it to you as well tomorrow. Whoever has the best time after that, at 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, will be the champion and take home the part of their prize pool. The part of the prize pool, £3,000. Wow, Hendrix coming in hot with the Australia nerf, right? Doing it from Australia is definitely a nerf because for you, it starts at 2 a.m. It finishes at 8 a.m. What a soldier he is. Yes.
Wow.
Hard mode.
Well, I thought I liked video games. My God.
Hendrick, we're feeling it for you there, buddy. Good job with the first day. 7th place, but you got a lot of time.
True gamer. That man. There we go.
For sure.
No.
For sure.
Yeah, the only thing I'm risking is my voice.
Yes.
And make no mistake, it's going. It's pretty fatigued, but that is a good sign. A tired voice means a lot of hype cast.
Yes, and Little Curbs it does do that. Is definitely mastered the swings. I think he's not master, I should say. He's definitely doing the swings a lot more efficiently than a lot of other runners today. So it's not hard to see where he's making up that time.
Yeah, I mean, like we're still at the point where if you are just traversing better in general, you're saving a fraction of a second all over this run, and it's adding up to 30 or 40 by the end of it, right? So when a world record gets really mature, pretty much everyone's doing that, and maybe the best of the best are saving a few seconds here and there. But we're still at the point where if you're moving to significantly better, and Lil Curbs is probably among the best here already, he's saving a good 30 seconds just from the basic traversal stuff on basically everyone else.
Yeah, Hendrix, since we can safely say Little Curbs is not on a PB pace here. Hendrix, what's your plan of attack here? Will you be playing a lot tonight? Will you be watching a lot of stuff? What's your plan there? We'd like to hear that from a competitor here.
Yeah,
we do watch Little Curbs.
Give away your strategy publicly. How are you planning on attacking your foes? Yeah, I know. There's only so much you can give away.
Explaining your preparation is fine, Hendrix. You can even say more than you actually will do to scare them.
Right, yeah, no, this is your chance to get into some psyops and really intimidate them. You say, no, I'm going straight through. I've got a whole pot of coffee brewing. I'm not going to sleep.
Yeah,
I'm a machine.
Zoom call with the developer to learn little secrets. You can say all this, anything you want. It's fine. Yeah, Little Curbs. I can see now clearly. Little Curbs has entered the. I know this isn't a PB, so I'm not going to do the best play. Even he's not even ground pounding when he normally would definitely ground pound.
I think it takes like a
So just a note there. He's not. He knows he can't PB with this time. So.
Yeah, it looks like 2 more runs have ended. Easy, TMR, both done. And just to complete the acronym pie, IPK still going with Oshi. So we're down to 3, and Lil Curbs is about to finish up. We are just about done here.
This time, though, will be impressive for everyone that's not Little Curbs.
That's
for sure.
Actually, yeah. So think if he hadn't already done this, look at this low 15 right now with a 1531, we'd be freaking out. We'd be thinking, oh my God, he's going to fall just short.
An hour ago, I would have had to change shorts here for this run, but now we're comfortable. My shorts are safe. And he's going to end with a nice mid-late 15, which would be good for third place.
I can definitely go this by like 10.
Yes, yeah. So we'd be freaking out right there because we'd be like, oh my God, he's going to be just a few seconds behind. Look at this. He's just going to miss JJ's top mark. So now he's going to have first and third.
Yeah, so that is a very good place to finish there for Little Curbs, very confidently in first. And he seems to have a route that puts him in first, in that first, second, third range every single time. So now the other runners know what they have to do, what time they have to beat. They're going to be watching that run a lot to figure out what they have to improve on. Right. We got 1 runner left, IPK. If we could switch to that, that would be great to give the maximum hype to our viewers that remain here to the end of this swan song here.
He did just take a hit to the... Well, there we go. There's another one. And he takes a full death immediately. Boy,
Yeah. Oh, okay. It looks like he's just practicing, not attempting at all. Timer is not even on, so he is not trying to get a time. So I guess that will do it for today. What a day it was. Grapple Dog out on Steam now. Go pick it up if this looks fun to you. We're going to be back. We should say, even if you're not in this event, there is an event for you, Track. Could you tell them all about it?
Yeah, I mean, there's a prize pool here, of course, for these top speedrunners. It's an invitational, of course. That's pretty standard. But there's also an open event for literally anyone who purchases the game. You can purchase the game, and it is on sale on Steam and Switch, and it's 10% off as well. And there is a $3,000 prize pool, and you can win money just by finishing anywhere in the top 10 with your public runs. Just upload them to speedrun.com, get them verified, and if you're in the top 10, you will make your money back and then some, and you could win... I think $1,000 is top prize, if I remember correctly, and that's just for playing a cool game, which for me, that's win-win.
Yes, for sure. And, we'll be back here tomorrow to continue this awesome event put on by Grapple Dog and GSA, of course. All the runners will be back. Whoever has the best time after tomorrow wins. We see IPK practicing already to get as ready as possible for tomorrow's hypeness. So I am ALT Insider, joined in the booth by Warning Track. We will be back again tomorrow to continue the hype of Grapple Dog. Nice. I'm going to put you on the spot here, Warning Track. Final words.
Final words? Just be there. Because if the first day was any indication, the second day is going to be absolutely insane.
There you go. Perfectly handled by Warning Track. See you. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Thanks, Grapple Dog. Thanks, GSA. Thanks, chat. We'll see you tomorrow.